6 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour for another day, and we thank you for being with us. Don't forget, go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the show, the store, upcoming events, show notes, a great landing spot for all of you each and every day. Some of the bigger stories, guests, whatever. We'll have links there for you, so it's easy to navigate through and find research, information that we talk about, all the social links for not only the show but individual show members, all there on the homepage at rickandbubba.com. Let's bring everybody in, get this thing started. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms. What up, boys?
Let's go, boys.
What's happening? Hey, oh.
Hey.
Come on, bring it in.
Hey.
Bring it in.
Greg, I like your drip today.
My what?
Yeah.
Your drip.
Yeah.
What's that?
Yep.
What you wearing?
That's called a drip?
Yeah. You need to know the hip terms these days.
I had no idea. Drip.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Drip?
Making sure, yeah.
What's that even mean?
I don't know, Greg.
Hey, buddy.
But I've
I
heard
thought
it.
my nose was running.
Yeah, well.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's something about I like what you got going
You
head
like
to
my
toe
drip?
today.
You like my drip?
From shoes to shirt to pants.
I
I
got
like
this
it.
shirt for Father's Day.
Yeah. Oh, good. I like how you're dripping.
I'm dripping.
No, I'm just
You
kidding.
drip. Your drip's good today.
That's right.
Listen to us.
Taylor,
right, so-
Taylor
Oh,
and
man.
Chelsea and the kids gave me this.
Oh, look at that.
We had a good time.
That's good.
That's right.
Wearing it, making it proud. We need to take a
Yeah.
picture. I need to send that to Taylor.
Yeah.
Okay.
And look, Daddy's all dressed up.
Calm down.
You want we taking pictures today? You want to stand in front of a log?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you look like you lean up against
Oh,
a
yeah.
tree. You look
the
sharp.
spring picture.
So yeah, you look, buddy.
Okay,
Buddy, you look
thank y'all.
great.
Y'all can kiss it.
Yeah. Well,
I was being serious.
Will you go stand on the rug so everybody on TV can see you?
Yeah.
I
I think the pants go with
it's
the
a-
shirt really well.
It's
Have
a
y'all
good
seen what's
look.
in the pocket?
Greg, it's
Greg,
a good
don't
look
do
and it looks comfy. Like you look
It does.
comfortable.
I
It
am
does.
comfortable. I'll
Okay,
give
yeah.
you
that.
If
You
I
look
saw you, I'd want to hang out with
You
you.
go, why? He's comfortable.
Yeah.
Let's not get carried away, Speed.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
don't get nuts.
All right, so
Drip.
I just want to let you know, hey, Dripster, I just want you to know, I know we came in pretty loud, and you were jealous of our conversation. I could see it in your eyes, Greg. When I'm opening the door and Helmsy is trailing me, he says, "Well, I got our first segment," and it looks like he's holding
Oh no!
a ticket.
Didn't you just get a ticket? Oh, the
That was a
JSU.
parking thing.
Yeah.
That was a parking
Yeah,
thing.
You're a little out of control.
It's going to Miami.
Evidently,
You're
you
going to be
need-
disappointed when I finish this story. Speedy's going to be happy when I finish this story. You're going to be disappointed.
Oh, you
I
didn't
kinda
get
wanted
arrested.
you to get arrested.
Say, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
That's why I'm disappointed.
So had such a good, productive. Everything was going so well. Okay, so well. Knocked off some things I needed to do, and just
You got a ticket for that?
Old Dripster woke up on that one, didn't you? Say, you should have seen that. You should have seen that newly pressed shirt and sit up.
I thought he broke his neck.
I mean, he did what? What did he say? Yawning.
I was just checking those boxes, getting it done, and I was outside doing some things for had some clinics and some camp type
yeah.
stuff
Oh,
we
look
got
at me,
going
I got
on,
feet.
and just getting all that
folks.
done. Just
Molded minds.
it was a good ran into some old friends of mine from Glencoe.
What if you really would have ran into him? Oh, excuse me.
So Jacksonville State's hosting like a high school. I think the boys teams last week, and then this week, you'll have the summer games.
Yeah, you can
whenever
play
they're
like
hosting
7
that.
days. You can do something or
And
something.
so I'll call him Taylor Talbot in the game. Taylor and I go. Well, you know Taylor,
Yeah.
I think from Jackson State
Yep.
baseball days, and so
Yep.
Taylor and I got to hang out yesterday a little bit and catch up, and then there was a slew of Glencoe folks that we got to just hang out, and it was fun. And I just thought, you know what, man, the day can't get any better. Like this
You're having you quite a day.
I mean, I've made everything on time, and I'm gonna head home and probably eat some good dinner and probably watch a good show, and like had all that in my mind ready to go. A little tired because it was hot out there yesterday.
Yeah. Wanting to get on home, didn't you, buddy?
Yeah, I was wanting to get on home, and evidently I was going too fast because
no.
I was on 77, Greg.
Oh. Hey, look, you can talk to me about that. Do you know how many times I've taken
I
that?
know.
yeah, I need to
road?
pay attention because I need to know where you're at. So.
And listen, I take pride in this. Y'all know it. It's been a while since I've got a ticket. And matter of fact, I was reminded of when that year was.
Oh, were you?
Because they can see that.
Yeah, they sure can.
You tell them,
Sure
go, look,
can.
I'm done pretty good.
And so I'm going one way, he's going the other.
Oh, not the
Not
turnaround.
that when you see
Not
him.
the turnaround.
I've had that.
Listen,
I've had that.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Don't turn around. Gosh, dang it!
I didn't even. It wasn't even one of those things where, the minute he hit the lights, I thought, "You idiot! You've sat here. You've got comfortable.
Gosh
you're tired." I
almighty.
wasn't even in a hurry. I really wasn't in a rush.
no
Like I
right.
had.
For some reason, you turned down the radio and everything.
I
Have
was
you ever had an officer
in depth in a podcast. Like I was just enjoying life.
Have you ever had an officer do that and then they're just warning you to slow down and they keep going?
Yeah, I've seen-
They'll go
yeah, I've
whoop,
had
they'll
that.
hit them lights,
Yeah,
and you back off, and then they'll just keep going.
Greg, I was hoping that's what was
Then you
happening.
seen him
Yeah.
go.
Of course,
And I saw him turn.
And they spin. Yeah, they
and,
turn.
and then you look in front
Did you punch the gas?
Because listen, no, because
Let her eat.
When I first, I was exhausted, and I was just kind of in my own little world. I had a good podcast I was listening to, and yes, I was driving faster than I should have.
Distracted.
Give me the number.
Oh, easy.
We'll get there. Because I want to give you the
And I need
conversation.
to know what section of that highway you're on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
But
so
y'all can look at me.
I immediately thought, okay, who's in front of me that he's getting? That's how oblivious
you
I
even
was
did
to
that.
my
Really?
speed. I thought,
Okay.
well, I'm gonna have to get over. He's got him somebody, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then I realized that somebody was me.
Yeah.
Oh.
And went on, pulled over.
Come on.
And I'll be honest. This is where we as human beings have to change our mindset. Because I'm gonna be honest about it. The minute I saw the guy, I thought he's gonna be a jerk.
You did.
Because I thought this guy's young. This guy is.
He must not know.
He's
about
trying
me.
to. He's trying to make his statement here. You know,
Let me
that
ask
was
you
kind
this,
of my
another
mindset.
question.
And
How
it was,
quick-
hey, and by the way, and I'll get to it. It was the wrong mindset that I had of this guy.
Okay. Let me ask you this, because that road not a good shoulder. Were you in an area where you could get off?
It
out of the
wasn't
way?
safe where I was at, to be
Yeah.
honest. But I had
good
no
shoulder.
other option.
Yeah.
No other option.
How quick did you get that Jack State logo so we can see it?
Well, so there
I heard
was.
him, man.
I'm a coach.
So
Yeah, I was
heard
coming
it.
back from practice.
Been working them out.
I'm a Gamecock. Stay cocky, sir.
didn't say that.
Fear the beat.
So he came up, knocked on the window, passenger side, and
Pulled his weapon.
he said, how we doing today? There was some pleasantries. One of the nicest people, honestly. And listen, I
But that's
kinda,
false hope, because
Well,
he thinks he's
no,
going to let
Greg,
you go.
Greg, honestly, because of the speed I was going, okay,
Oh, and letting her eat.
I thought I had already had in my mind, just get me the ticket and let's get on back on the road. Like this, hey, you've
tell him
had
that?
no, but in my mind I'm thinking, hey, you've had a long run here without one.
Right.
So it's time.
He's accepting it.
I have
Yeah.
acceped defeat before he
I
even
get
got
it.
to the car.
I can give you a heads up. They've gone up since that last one you got.
They have.
well-
oh, yeah, it's a car payment now. Good night.
So he comes to the window and he says, you know, I got you for speeding. And I said, yes, sir. And he said, do you know how fast you were going?
Here
And
we
I
go.
said, yeah. I said, you've probably got me one more mile an hour than I do, because the minute I saw your lights, I looked down and I saw the number, and I'm assuming it was one or two above that. And he said, and we exchanged that
Well,
number.
get the number out there.
It was a 72.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, you can't run 72 through there.
And
no, you can't.
And I when I looked down, it was 70, and I thought, well, legit, I shouldn't be going that fast.
Right.
I've done that, though. You don't feel like you are.
And
I'll
so-
still
yeah,
go.
yeah, there's nobody in front of you or around you. And
Exactly. So
Dragster.
he says,
did you start
"Can
crying?
I?" He said, "Can I get your license?" And I said, "Yes, sir." And that's another thing. Like, the guy's probably 15, 20 years younger than me.
Yeah.
Oh,
honestly.
gosh, I thought you were about to say he's 15. or
Well, they
20.
start them young. man.
And he was probably 20 years younger than me, seriously. If he may have been more.
Yeah.
And one of the most respectful, kind human beings. And
Are we highway patrol or local?
Oh, we're highway patrol.
Okay.
We're big dogs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let her
We got
eat.
that hat on.
Yes,
yes,
we
we
do.
do.
And by the way, I always I didn't do this yesterday, but I always want to ask. I know you're required to wear it. Do you like it?
There's no
Like,
way.
there's
It's
no
not
way
a great
that
style.
you.
No way.
uh,
No way.
Not a great style.
So
No way.
hand him my license. He goes back and he spends, that 3, 4, 5 minutes that feels like 25 minutes.
oh, yeah.
I know it's not.
Especially when you can't get off the road.
And there's people passing, and you're like, probably somebody's going, "Ha! Look at him!"
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know.
yeah. Oh, you had your
And
black
so-
truck. Thought you were cool.
Let it eat. Rules don't apply to
Yeah,
me.
stay cocky to that.
He comes back and he says,
I saw friends from Glencoe.
he comes back and my backpack is sitting there in the
Oh,
front.
I
Watch,
he thought
watch
it
in
had
there.
dope.
Hands on the wheels.
And
They had drugs in that bag.
he said, hey, been a while since you've got a speeding ticket.
Yes, I'm a great citizen. So
And I said, yeah. I said, I was thinking about that the other day. And I said, I tell you, I said something like, I said something stupid. But I mean, it was respectful, but it was stupid.
It was unnecessary.
It was unnecessary.
You're right.
I think he even kind of grinned like that was unnecessary.
Yeah, like you're getting a ticket.
Right.
Get over it.
He said, he gave me the date. He goes, it's been since 2009.
Wow. How about that?
And listen to this. He says, I'm not going to mess up that run for you.
What?
Are you serious?
Yes.
You got a
I got a warning.
Nobody's sitting. Nobody's
You
sitting.
got lucky.
I did. So lucky. He
But
said,
the fact that you hadn't been since then,
I know.
that probably
Yeah,
played
and,
a lot.
and,
in it.
and,
did.
and you are correct. I am proud and happy for you. This one's disappointing.
Yes.
And that's how we started the
Yeah.
segment.
Yes.
And that is true. He wanted you to get a ticket.
Disappointed is a strong word.
he looked at me and said, you've had such a good run.
Well,
I'm not going
that's
to
legitimate.
mess up this streak. And he said this, put it on cruise control. And he gave me a number. And he said, you'll be fine.
Oh, well done, sir.
All right, all fair. I'm going to ask you what the number is and let you know because I do that. I put it on cruise when I'm
I will.
Yeah, I need that number too. Because I do travel.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Helix Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. All right, so if you missed first segment, Helmsy got out of a speeding ticket. He
By
was
flirting with the how women will do that.
Yeah, he had a little bit of white privilege, and he got out of it. And no, I'm kidding. No, you look. He went back, and I have seen this, experienced it through family members and stuff. If they run your license and they see, hey, this, if it's kind of borderline or you're not being excessive, even though that was, you were speeding, but they have some. You have some that are pretty common sense oriented. Where you're like, hey, look, man,
me a ticket.
You do a good job. It's obvious you got distracted, just forgot what you were doing, and I'm gonna give you a warning.
He had every right to give me a ticket, but he did. It was funny because at first I didn't. I was kind of so caught off guard because he did have every right to write me a ticket that I was like, really? I thought it was like he really wasn't giving me a warning. Like I thought there can't be just this.
Yeah.
Like here comes the ticket or the bad news.
Right.
And he did. He said, listen, you hadn't had anything since 2009. You've been on quite a streak, and I'm not about to mess that up.
Oh, that's good.
I wish he'd have made you get out of the car and do the sobriety.
You know what?
Me too.
Hey,
have y'all ever been like they go back and they're running your license or whatever, and you're just sitting there, and then all of a sudden like 2 or 3 other cops pull up and they turn their lights on, and I'm thinking, you almost want to go, hey, I'm good. We don't need all this.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm not a danger. But a lot of times they don't know the situation. They got the back and they're in the area, or they just or help. I don't know what they're talking about, but I've had 2 or 3 pull up. All of a sudden there's lights everywhere and people are slowing down going by, and I'm like, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm really good. I was just speeding. I think I'm fine.
Yeah, they're just here.
I told Greg in the break, and you heard this, Speedy, and I know this because I only got a warning. This sounds like this is what I'm doing. But prior to him even giving me the ticket, the warning, before he even come back to the car, I thought this is the way police officers need to act.
But you're out of the ticket.
Was so.
You can let it go.
No, I know.
Is this what you told him you would do?
After I had already kind of claimed defeat and that I was getting a ticket, I was like, well, at least this guy's like, he's handling this the way that you're supposed to.
Right. You know what he did? Mentally, think about this. It's the deterrent by me writing you a ticket and you paying the money.
Yeah.
Also, he's made Helms so thankful that he don't want to disappoint him by speeding again. You know what I'm saying? He made you like, I'm going to do it right because I don't want to disappoint officer so-and-so.
And he did something else.
My new buddy.
And listen, this is the
I don't want to
thing.
disappoint him.
It's one thing. I don't. And here's what's funny about that, Greg, is When we pulled off, he's now behind me, and he had told me, hey, get to a speed and put it on cruise control, okay? And I did that, and he stayed behind me for a minute. And he
what if you just
stopped him? Listen, before he turned off, he kind of gave me a flash like, well done.
Well done.
Like, here's a 25, 20, I don't know how old the guy was, but I know he was 20 years younger than me. That's a fact.
He was in his 20s.
And the fact that he was so respectful to me.
Well, his elders.
Is just, I mean, you tell whoever had that kid raised him right. So, just top to bottom.
I was talking to my wife a minute ago in the break, and
Speedy.
I think I stepped into this thing at prime time. I mean, they've got unbelievable talent at Spain Park, and it's one of those teams you don't know that you're ever going to get to coach again. And that's what's tough about it.
Good night. Look at that. Why would they show that? Why in the world would they show that?
Chaz Bono.
I'd rather see a dog eat or puppy.
I'm sorry, you had that voice about you where you were real serious.
Yeah. Well, it was just it was a teaching moment for everybody.
And classic good night, look at that moment.
Hey, today I'll make that guy proud.
You will.
I promise you.
How long would this last? About a couple weeks?
I'll give it 3 weeks.
It'll wear off.
Yeah, I guarantee you next time you touch that number again, you're like, whoa, I can't disappoint. What am I doing?
Yeah.
Idiot.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're.
I just needed a good reminder.
You
a
did.
nudge, and he did that.
Sometimes that's better than
it really is because I would.
That's what I told you. He don't.
Yeah.
You'd be mad if he wrote you a ticket.
Go ahead.
I would have been.
Open that peanut butter. You can.
I don't know that
we're live.
Honestly, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know that I'd have been mad. I'd have been frustrated.
We've been mad at yourself.
I would have, but I was kind of like, I claimed defeat before. I thought the thing was over. I kind of chalked it up to an L the minute I saw the lights.
Well, you knew the number. And you knew, there's no way out of this. Yeah. But you know what though? That's a good driving record. I think that was a big deal for you.
Yeah,
that was.
I think it caught him off guard.
Yeah,
he figured a couple of DUIs.
You're like, wow, man, you're an A+ citizen here, sir.
Yeah. And I think it even meant more the fact that I'm going back and forth to Birmingham every day.
Yeah. Did you give him your life story? Did you tell him about
No, we didn't really talk about it. Did
you tell him that you're a coach?
I didn't. I think he figured that out based off what I was wearing and equipment in my car and stuff like that.
You tell him, I don't know if you heard, but I know the stadium guy for the Stallions, one Speedy Wilburn. That's him.
Right. You realize I know and work with 2 Burgesses, They're the royalty here in Kansas
none of that
County.
ever came up.
You didn't have to say anything.
None of that
that
ever came up. I have no idea. I will say this. If he knew anything about the show, he hit it well. Yeah. He was very professional.
Well,
good deal. All right, so there's
weaseled your way out of another one.
Yeah, looks like. All right, same scenario. No, I'm kidding. All right, well, so there you go.
Don't go there.
There you go.
That was fun in the break. We don't need to do it on the air.
All right, so there's an update. And when you were holding that ticket, it looked like I didn't realize it was a warning. I thought, well, he's got a ticket.
I know.
Here we go.
Looks like the same thing these days. By the way, did you bring that book in?
Oh yeah.
You talking about tell me your life story?
Well,
Dad?
That's next.
A lot of pressure on that.
Don't go away.
A lot of things I don't really know.
Don't go away, audience. We get into the book next.
I don't know about that.
I want to hear something, Speedy. I want to know the material. What you gonna write?
I'd like to see you read some of it, Greg.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 20% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's the new promo code, BIG, and then V, like in voice, OX. Helix has a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right with you? Well, then go to Helix and take their sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix also knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight to your door for free. Go now to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order. Debt. Ooh, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap. Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing with my new medical emergency kit. Match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor. No waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without.
All right, we're rolling back 25 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. As we come on back, let's see here. I'm sorry. Let me grab this guy here. I don't know where they all are. I'll out of order here. I don't know what's what. All right.
What are you looking for,
I can't find today. It's Wednesday through Friday.
Be in order.
Yeah, no, that's what I thought too. Let's see. There we go. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. No Tuesday. But I'll find it. I'll find it. It's probably somewhere. It's probably actually in that stack, and I just can't find it. All right, as we roll on back, I'm looking at the live reads for today, and so that's what I was mumbling about. Did y'all see yesterday? And sorry for that. We were trying to find something there. Did y'all see yesterday in the sports world? Congratulations to all the Boston Celtics fan. I see y'all have won your 18th NBA title as they blew out the Dallas Mavericks there at TD Garden with a great performance by the team, but apparently they just blew them out and won pretty convincingly. So it was 106-88 to win the NBA Finals in 5 games. I also saw where Les Miles is suing LSU. It says that by vacating wins, that drops him below the Hall of Fame threshold. And so he is suing them, which is kind of interesting. That headline was flashing around yesterday, but former LSU coach Les Miles confirmed he is suing the school for vacating wins in response to an NCAA infractions case, a move that dropped Miles below the threshold of College Football Hall of Fame qualification. He coached LSU from 2005 to 2016. Also named the NCAA and National Football Foundation, which manages the College Football Hall of Fame, has defendants. Says the lawsuit states that he was deprived of property rights to the vacated wins and his nomination for the Hall of Fame, which must be done by those affiliated with an NCAA member school. And the story goes on and on and on, and probably pretty boring. But the bottom line is he is suing the LSU for vacating those wins and dropping him below the threshold. So that's a kind of bizarre headline that I saw yesterday.
It is interesting that he was involved with what I guess he was. To me, he knew what was going on, and yet still suing I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't me either. But
listen, everybody's suing the NCAA and universities these days, so just get in line.
Yeah, get in line. Correct. You're right.
It's just the way college athletics.
It is really bizarre the time that we are in. If you really think about it, it is. The college men's college World Series is going on. Yesterday we had a couple of games, and last night I kind of just turned the TV off. Texas A&M and Kentucky were playing, and Texas A&M ended up winning that game 5-1.
Watched a couple innings and just I ended up going to the House of the Dragon after a couple innings, but it looked like some good baseball going on.
Yeah. So what you got today is you got an all ACC matchup. And then an all-SEC matchup. So you got North Carolina and Florida State, the two remaining ACC teams. They play at 1 o'clock on ESPN. And then you have Kentucky and Florida. Florida put out NC State the day before. Kentucky lost to Texas A&M, so now they play at 6 p.m. On ESPN. So Kentucky, Florida, and then earlier in the day it'll be North Carolina, Florida State. So there you go. That's kind of a quick update. All right, another update is yesterday I talked about a Father's Day gift that I got from my middle son, JC, who was extremely excited about it, and checking the mail every day, says Terry, because he had ordered a book that came in, and I say a book, it's got a journal format to it, but it's a Tell Me Your Life Story, Dad, a father's guided journal and memory keepsake book. It is a timeless keepsake that will be treasured by future generations, says the back of the book. It will guide you with prompts to share your experiences, reflections, and dreams to capture the moments that have shaped your life. And so I opened it up. And it does the basic things like my details, time capsule, all this kind of stuff about your city, where you grew up. It wanted to know things like, and this is where I've got to kind of probably call my sister and my dad and my
little help.
mom.
You need a little help.
I mean, but I've talked about this, and I don't know if it's a condition I have, but I have no idea. But when it comes to my childhood, I can't remember certain things
Well, you
until somebody prompts me. Yeah. Like my sister could go, "Hey, do you remember that time or whatever?" And I'll go, "Oh yeah." But I just don't.
Then it comes to
I just can't bring it up on my own. But like the price of the milk or a cup of coffee or a loaf of bread during the time that I was growing up.
You have to Google that.
Yeah, I know. It says here, were you named after anyone?
Okay.
And that's the
Davy Crockett.
Did you like or dislike your name, and why?
Oh.
Some of this feels a little bit like homework.
How do you feel about your name? You
I like
it?
my name. Yeah, I like my name. If you could choose a different name, what would it be?
Have you answered that one yet?
I have not. I hadn't answered any of them.
Dang it.
I just, this is 2 days old here, so I haven't jumped into it. How old were your parents when you were born?
You know the answer to that?
Kinda.
Well, you can't write kinda in there, bro.
Yeah, I know. I told you I'm going to have to call my parents some. I think mine were upper 20s, mid-20s.
Mine were like 25.
Yeah.
I guess what mine were.
Are there any stories you were told about your birth? I can write on that one because
I know that story.
My dad was
music
bowling.
Bowling.
Yeah, my dad was bowling, and they didn't have cell phones back then.
Times were different.
So they literally called
It's been an
front.
important match.
And
he finished up a few frames, went on in.
He finished out the game and went. Back then, I mean, the dads didn't run back there with the moms. You were in the waiting room.
Yeah, with cigars.
Yeah. Quite frankly, I think it should still be like that.
He was like, heck, what's the hurry?
A lot easier on us.
What's the hurry?
You couldn't even go back there just at allotted times, and you had to get out of there.
Yeah, and those are just the first few pages. I'm just going to blindly go to the
I
middle.
love this. Why don't you let us have the book and blindly go?
In what ways did becoming a dad change your life? What aspects of fatherhood were challenging for you? I'm just going here.
This is homework. You're right.
Yeah, man. You
Goodness
gotta work.
gracious.
What is your dream for your children and grandchildren?
Oh boy.
What do you have most in common with your family? Who do you have the closest bond with?
Oh,
somebody's going to get their feelings hurt.
Yeah, JC wants you to write his name there.
How did you handle peer pressure when you were growing up?
Not well.
Gave into it.
Yeah. Did Greg ever make you drink when you didn't want to?
Okay.
Huh? Say. All right, so see, my dad knows everything. He said in 1975, the price of regular gasoline was 57 cents.
Wow.
I'm handing the book.
I'm sure everybody was grabbing about how high gas was.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a good quality book, too. I like this.
Yeah.
Oh, so it gives you a lot of room to
I think he got it off Amazon. He ordered it somewhere and paid for it with his own money. So that was nice. But he bought it, and Terry kind of helped make sure that, because Amazon's linked through our stuff and all that.
Does he give you a time frame on this when he would like it done?
No, but I have a feeling he's gonna be asking me about it.
101 short.
So I feel like a lot of that is like,
oh, I love stuff like this.
What
was the first movie you saw in a movie theater?
That.
So I went to the first. I went to the little index here and table of contents, and it gave me all the things that in order. But it says short questions on 101, so I went to 101.
I think I have the answer.
What was your first word?
I then.
How do I know that? I guess
Where did you go? Listen, where did you go for your first job interview? See, I love these.
I remember that. It was I was Pizza Hut. I delivered pizza, and I was honest. And I've told this story on the air. One time I was hungry and I took a slice and pushed the pizza back together.
I bet that's hard.
At what age did you first try alcohol?
Is that in there?
This in there? Yeah.
That's what. Okay, so that's what he means by that. He said, "Dad, I want you to be brutally honest."
Yeah.
Wow.
When was the first time you fell in love?
Oh.
How old were you when you had your first kiss?
Ooh.
Kiss?
Where did you go on your first airplane flight? That's an interesting question.
Oh, yeah.
New Orleans.
I don't think I can remember mine.
Did you?
Yeah, I do remember
Southwest
mine.
out of Birmingham to New Orleans.
Okay.
Mine was Jacksonville, Florida.
I didn't really fly till I was a little older.
Yeah, I was out of school.
Yeah.
I was in college. We went to a baseball game. That was the first thing I did, travel with the team.
Right. We were doing it or something to do with music.
Yeah.
Where did you go on your first vacation without your parents?
Panama City.
Wow. Probably the furthest away was Jamaica with Terry. Because I don't really remember anything else besides just a little hops. I don't think that he's talking about that.
Well, we stayed in Panama City for 7 days when we graduated.
Yeah.
I
Well,
guess
yeah.
Well,
yeah,
I
mean, I went to PC. I mean, who had? There's still a piece of me there, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say. A lot I'd like to forget about PC.
Right.
A lot that you have.
So y'all see what I got in front of me?
Didn't think about it till now.
That's going to be tough.
Y'all care about me?
Yeah, this is good. This is good stuff.
I got a question. Will you be honest on every question?
Yes, I will. I will.
You ain't seen all the questions?
Listen, here's one. Can you recall some of the comments made by teachers on your report cards about your behavior or academic ability?
Yes. They would always. This is the classic thing. Calvin, he's a smart kid. I mean, he really is. If he would just pay attention and quit goofing off so much and
trying to make everybody laugh,
being a clown, when it really gets down to it, if he would just kind of
apply
himself, he would actually
apply
do really
himself
well.
was used on me a lot.
Yeah.
He needs to apply himself.
Yeah.
More.
Boy, I
What's
used
that
to
mean?
get. Yeah. And that's when I would, you would beg the teachers, please don't call home.
No.
Just do whatever you got to do to me here, but do not call home.
No. Then when my parents worked at school, that made it, I couldn't get away with nothing.
One of the listeners said this is a classic QFTA book.
It really is.
It really is.
This is good stuff.
So I got a lot ahead of me here, guys. I wish y'all cared.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey there, you and aisle 2. I see you by the fiber and laxatives. You still using those to manage your constipation with belly pain? If your symptoms keep coming back, you may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. So you may need more than over-the-counter treatments to manage it. Ask your doctor about how Linzess can help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
A lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America, N.A.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health, or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G, and then V as in voice, O-X, to get your discount. Or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big.
All right, we're rolling back. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It's the Good Time Gang. One segment left here. Then at top of the hour, we'll go to break, and on the other side, the main show will start. This portion of the show is brought to you by patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's patriotmobile.com/bigvox. They've been America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. And when I say the only one, I mean it. They're the only one. That's why we're proud to partner with them. They also work with all 3 providers, Verizon, T-Mobile, AT&T. So you're getting the same service. Don't think that when you switch, you're going to lose anything. patriotmobile.com/bigvox is where you go. You're sending a message to all of those liberal organizations that you support free speech, religious freedom, everything you stand for, sanctity of life, by offering the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want. patriotmobile.com/bigvox says you no longer will be funding those agendas that you go, man, there's nobody else. I don't know what to do. Well, now there is. patriotmobile.com/bigvox. Go there for more information, free activation, or call 972, that's 972-PATRIOT, or you can use their website as I gave you, patriotmobile.com/bigvox. If you do decide to call 972-PATRIOT, make sure you use BigVox there as well, BIGVOX. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, we're diving into this book more. Of course, here come the one-liners from the guys in the break. But so I'll kind of update y'all
a few questions to it.
I'll update y'all a little bit. He said I don't have to.
What's the first page? What do you have to do first?
The first page is what I went over when it came. Let's see here, to my details, full name, date of birth.
Oh, just get all that out of the way. Distinguishing marks.
Like birthmarks.
Yeah.
I know that. I'm just like, wow, that's even that detailed under my information.
You got any of those?
What? Huh?
Any distinguishing marks?
Well, I got that third nipple y'all talk about.
That's true.
I think it's a birthmark.
Put it down.
And then the time.
Tri-nip.
Then you got your time capsule, which is today's date, population of the city, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
President at the time. But the price, the price of, and they go through everything. Not only was it gas, which Dad sent me in 1975. But
that question we talked about in the break was, I don't think it should be.
Is it in there?
No. How about it even says, what was the monthly rent or mortgage payments when you were young? And so I have to go through a bunch
I don't
of
know
that.
the mortgage payment, but I know my parents, the house they bought when we moved to Oxford was like $14,000.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What character
Well, my
trait?
parents bought lots, built a house, and I think it was less than, on the river, by the way, and it was less than $15,000-$20,000.
Plus, they made less then too.
They
so
did. They
it
did.
really all kind of.
It's all relative.
What pets have you had in your life? And to ask questions about that.
I got
what,
a bunch of them.
What hobbies have you had, or do you have? When did you start, and how'd you get into them? This one here.
You put clogging.
Which character traits do you love about each child?
Oh no.
I'm like, wow, man. So anyway, I got some work to do.
You do.
You
buddy.
do. You do.
Feel like I'm studying for a final.
Man.
But hey, thank you for the gift, son.
Yeah. The gift of working hard.
Yeah.
And having to do a lot of thinking.
Can y'all believe that? And we were talking about this before the show even started. Can y'all believe it's been 1 year ago since the terrifying footage of the Deep Titan sub descended and they lost it? Do you remember that?
It does not feel like a year.
The doomed voyage that was headed down to the Titanic wreck before the catastrophic implosion that it had. Do y'all remember the coverage of that and everything? And
Yes.
well, anyway, it was June 18th,
I can't believe it's been
2013.
That is crazy.
Yep, it was operated by U.S. firm Ocean Gate, and it was I'm talking about wall-to-wall coverage. They were out at on a rough sea and trying to, the Navy was coming out trying. I mean, everybody was trying to help.
I'm not being.
Here we go. Here
But
we
if
go.
I
When he
choose
says
to go,
I'm not being, that means
if I
he's being.
choose to go down in a submarine like that, I don't think I'm going to pick one that's controlled by a Nintendo controller. Remember that?
I do, Greg.
I want something that may be a little more high tech. Not that Nintendo controllers are not high tech. I guess I haven't seen one lately, but you do remember that? I remember them talking about it.
Yeah,
I just if I'm choosing that, I go. So that's what we're using.
Yeah, and since we brought up the sea, have you seen this too? Newly detected sound signal could finally solve the mystery of MH370 after 10 years. This is Flight 370, the Malaysian Airlines flight that went missing.
On that on Netflix.
It might soon be solved after British researchers found a signal that may lead them to the plane's final resting place after 10 years.
But still, the theory is the pilot did it on purpose, right?
Yeah. Well, yes, that is the theory. But I think once they find this, and it kind of gives a map here of where the signal was detected, last radar contact, and all this kind of stuff. We'll kind of maybe hit that during the main show, and break it down more. But I guess they need to discover it and see if,
the theory is it
yeah.
goes, wow. I remember all that. Remember we covered that, but covered a lot of stuff like that over the years, haven't we?
Yeah. And one more update as we go to break. Alec Murdahl's only surviving son, Buster, is suing Netflix and Warner Brothers over documentaries linking him to the death of Stephen Smith. But the victim's family's lawyer is issuing the, hey, this is going to backfire on you because now this could open some other things.
Yeah.
But he's going after.
That's the guy they found in the road.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. But by doing this, he says this is going to reveal more about Stephen. You better be careful.
Yeah. Once you open the gate, look out.
Yep. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba, Adler, all join us right after top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You're one of the most beautiful women in the world. You're talented, but let's not get too skinny, okay? You're getting to the point now where I expect Sally Struthers to walk up and tell us we can feed you for the price of a cup of coffee 1 month.
Yeah,
okay?
go eat where Randy's eating.
Right, yeah, go where Randy's at and
old dog.
Yeah, and by the way, Randy, I got to tell you this. I love you too. You're using the word dog too much. I mean, it's all right to use it every now and then, but our dog numbers are getting out of control. Isn't that right, dog? Hey, you know I'm telling the truth, Ruben. Don't get uncomfortable and laugh. He ain't voting for you. He loves you, but let's face it, Randy's using the word dog too much.
Randy's great, man.
No, he really is.
You just don't picture him in Journey, though. You know.
When I saw Randy on tour with Journey, I think the year was 1986, somewhere in there, and he had spandex on, and he had the Bobby Brown Gumby haircut. I saw you, Randy. I saw you at Birmingham. I was playing bass for Journey.
Now, Ruben, we
have you ever seen the pictures? Yeah. Yes.
Ruben, we got fired up.
Oh,
You've done so good.
This is gonna touch you right here.
I have to tell you this, though. I told you your guys in the with the shirts. I got all excited, but I didn't completely understand the 205 thing to start with.
Right.
And but I wanted to support you, so I had my own shirt made up. And you know, sometimes there on stage it's a little hard to see. Of course, people now think you're from Manitoba, Canada. But you want some strange looks, wear that baby down at the mall.
Yeah, so Bubba got a little confused, but we're set up now. Now we got our flavor jerseys on with the 205 on.
They said this was like XXX, but it's a little tight.
Hey, now, as far as, because it's clear to us that you're America's favorite, and no, I'm serious. I've had people from Clay State, because, we're on the final three. Our show is on in Nashville, Tennessee. Right now, you're on 104.5 in Nashville.
Good morning, Nashville.
And also we're on when TV starts in a minute. We're on in North Carolina, and we're getting emails and calls, and they're going, "Hey, we know these people from our state, but we still love Ruben. We're going with who we like the best." And it's nothing against them.
Clay 205 beats 919.
There it is. Hey, how about Clay's turned it up a little bit?
Yeah, Clay can sing, man.
I'd like to see him. I wasn't sure I liked that Grease performance. I was kind of with Simon on that. Clay's not the kind of guy you really want to see him do a hip pump. You know what I mean? It's nothing.
Well,
that's nothing against Clay.
Ruben, seriously, and you know that hip pump hurt all of us. Okay, as white people, we were hurting over that one. You know what I mean? Go, Clay, either give us the hip pump or stay away from it.
Right.
That was half-hearted.
Yes.
That killed us.
And it is possible. No offense that Clay is the whitest human being I've ever seen.
Sure.
So the hip pump was just. Ruben, we're not trying to make you uncomfortable. No, Clay, hey, he can sing. I mean, unbelievable. You remember that first time when everybody was doing the tryouts?
Right.
And that guy walked in and belted that voice out. We went, hey, ho. Now, he's had an extreme makeover.
Right.
And he's very hip now. It's just kind of funny watching him do the hip pump. I thought that was...
Ruben's trying to be so nice.
No,
today.
Ruben, I'm not asking you. We're just commenting. We're just bouncing it off of you. We're not. You don't have to respond to any of that.
I feel you, man.
I know. But I saw your face when he did that little hip pump. I said, see, even Ruben's going, what is that? I'm blaming it all on the Nats on Broadway.
All a trip.
Hey, what about when you look and like there's one of the Bee Gees sitting there and he tells you that the rendition you did of his song was like the best he's ever heard. What is that like? See, we grew up in that era. We grew up when the Bee Gees, Casey Kasem say, well, the top 10 again this week, Bee Gees. All 10 songs.
Right. Well, it was just an awesome experience, man. Robin was really cool. He had a lot of good stuff to say on and off camera. So.
Wow. I was just thinking, what must that feel like? I'm just going to get serious for just a second. This is what you've always wanted to do.
Right.
Here's this incredible moment. You're extremely talented, but there's a lot of people who are extremely talented, and they never get a break.
Right.
Never. And we never hear of them. They never get in the national spotlight.
Right.
And I just can imagine you standing there. All this is happening. Here's all these celebrities now they're bringing in to judge, and they're all telling you what a great job you're doing.
Right.
Is it just blowing you away?
Man, God is really blessing me.
Amen.
Man. I'm enjoying every moment of it, man. And if I don't, make it to the next round, I've had an incredible ride, man.
Well, look, from here on out, though, the publicity is there. Is it true? How many of it, did the top 10 go on tour for American Idol anyway? Or
yeah, we're all the top 10 with the exception of Corey, Adam, Charlie. So
really?
Yeah.
Well, and also, y'all will be in Florida on November for this young lady's wedding. So let's get that.
Yeah, be sure to get that.
I think
Ruben may be a little pricey for your wedding now.
Well, look, this is a wedding. You ever seen the price of a wedding? They may step up. I think the whole American Idol tour ought to stop at this lady's wedding. Would that be a huge promotion? What if you're getting married and you look and there's the top 10 American Idol singing various love songs to you?
Well, Ruben, what happens here? I mean, of course,
what do we do now?
We think you're going to win this, and it's not
Bubba,
a geographic
you can't
thing.
mojo.
No, I'm just saying, as a big man, we're pulling for it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
but our connection to you goes beyond wherever you're from.
Well, you've made it.
We're in the brotherhood, baby. Fat.
You're with American Idol for how long after this? What happens after this, Ruben?
Go 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thank you for being here. Kickoff hour is done. We move now forward, and the whole gang comes together. But here's the national anthem to get the hour started. Seven and a half minutes now past the hour as you move through another day. The Rick and Bubba show is with you. Whether you're catching us live or archive, doesn't matter. We're here. We're here. Whether you have us on America's boldest radio stations on the Rick and Bubba radio network, maybe you're listening to the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, maybe you're watching us live on YouTube. Eddie Van Adler joins us now, speaking of YouTube, going forward. You also might be catching us on our archive options, which would include the YouTube channel 2, a best of hour for Blaze TV subscribers, and the daily audio podcast archives on the Rick and Bubba podcast channel. That also includes, by the way, a best of hour if you're in a hurry. From the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, we come to you, whether it's live or archived, from Sweet Home, Alabama, to the rest of the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have completed the kickoff hour. It's now going into the world of the archive. And let's bring him in here, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Hey, 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 hey. Your two buddies on the radio for 3 decades plus a year.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my gosh. It's been a long time.
We must be getting old.
Don't you
forget about me. Somebody. You think they pull anything together anymore?
I wonder what Simple Minds did last night.
Yeah. They give us anything?
Do you think they're talking on the phone or anything?
Didn't they have one more mediocre hit?
What was it? Alive and Kicking?
There it is.
Alive and Kicking.
And that's not a bad song.
That's not a bad song.
It's not a bad song.
That was pretty much it.
And the fact that,
that'll do it.
And I don't know if that still is the case, but the fact the lead singer was married to Chrissy Hind of the
fact
Pretenders.
you knew that.
I've always known
weird.
that. You know, sometimes a little fact like that will just stick in your head. You can't get it out.
Yep.
Of course, I heard about it on MTV.
She was always a little manly. I was surprised.
Okay, now.
She.
They're on a global tour right now.
They are
No,
not.
they are not. Come on,
They
get
are.
out of
Don't
here.
you.
Come on.
France, UK.
Check and see if he's still married. See if he's still married to Chrissy Hind, whatever the lead singer's name is. I don't know his name, but I can see him. Kind of a skinny fella.
Man,
Good night, they're busy.
How
So
about that?
Bubba, Simple Minds are still rolling.
How about
Busy in
this?
the sunshine, man.
How about this? I had no
No
idea.
idea.
Is it original members?
Original makeup.
You got to watch these nowadays.
Yeah, you don't know. So we have a lot to unpack on the program today. Bubba and I have that thing that we always deal with where we got together and had a meeting yesterday we can't talk about with somebody, but that was fun. I'll leave that alone.
Well, bring it up since you can't talk about
I started to say, what are you doing?
I'm pulling the
Rick, it's something really good, but we can't talk about it.
It's on your mind, and you just can't not.
Don't you?
We've had that same problem for 30 plus years.
I know.
They divorced in 1990.
What a shocker.
Dang it.
What a
I was
shocker.
hoping they would make it.
God, I was
Rick,
pulling
I'm
for
going
them.
to throw some out here, and I'm really throwing a three-pointer. She was also married to Ray Davey, I think, from the Kinks.
Of the Kinks? Oh, no.
I'll check.
May have kids with him.
Okay.
I'm stepping out there.
Boy,
I don't know
wow.
where I got that
Greg's
information.
behind the music.
Man.
She was married to Jim Kerr, 84 to 90, and she was married to Lucho Brieva.
Okay.
No Ray Davey?
I don't
They
see
must have
Ray
just dated.
Davey.
No. Did they have kids out of wedlock?
I'll check.
Thank you. Well, Greg, I'm telling you, that may be a partial win.
I don't know.
You know, you may get partial credit.
Somehow I pulled that in.
You may get partial credit. So anyway, and of course, Bubba, you know Chrissy Hind probably mostly for the battle with Rush Limbaugh.
Right.
Ding,
Yep. It was the theme music.
They were they had a relationship, Greg.
Okay. No kids?
Don't think they had kids.
Do we give Greg partial credit if they didn't have kids and only dated?
Well, it's still he knew they were together,
Right.
and
I don't know why I did.
On another note of interest today, the Celtics did win the NBA championship last night.
Walking away.
They had two daughters, Greg.
18th.
Greg, they had
Oh, you're kidding. I'm back.
Greg.
They weren't married, but they were.
Credit.
Okay.
Partial credit. And name one of them Lola.
Adler.
How does that? So
Adler,
just kidding,
from
buddy.
now on, okay, until the year's over at least, just understand, we want Greg to be wrong more than he's right.
Oh,
okay?
darn
So
it.
stop helping him.
That was partial
When
credit.
Bubba
Rick.
moved on to the Celtics, that's what we were trying to do.
Sorry.
Greg, what do you
I felt like we'd rode that train as far as we could go.
Right. Greg kind of surprised and said she thought she played for the other team. But
I did.
But let me tell you, which is an
mad.
odd tie-in. This is going to blow your mind. Guess who sang the national anthem at the Celtics game last night? Chrissy Hind.
I've been doggone.
No, I'm just-
How you feel about?
What if all that came full
Pretenders?
circle?
I know.
How you feel about the Pretenders?
Don't like them at all.
I can't. I don't hate them. One, I have a good memory because they were one of the few artists when MTV first came out that actually had videos, so you got to see them a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of nostalgic like that part, but as far as you go, Greg, do you just sit down and listen to their music? Probably not.
I will tell you something.
I'll tell you something
I'm not proud of at all. They do have a couple of songs. If they come on, I won't change it.
I'm in the same boat.
And one of them is shocking, and that's Brass in Pocket.
I know.
I don't know why I like that.
And that video.
And the fact me singing that sounds funny because it comes from, it comes from a female point of view. I don't have anything to bring to the table.
I know.
I'm not going to use my legs.
No,
you know what I
you're
mean?
not, Rick.
I'm going to use my leg.
Don't use my there. I'm special.
You're right. I listen to that.
It's a catchy song.
It is.
It's a catchy song. I think originally written by Bruce Springsteen. But no.
How often do y'all listen to a song from beginning to end, or do y'all sometimes turn it?
I usually bump on to the next one.
About a
close to
minute
the-
left.
Yes.
About
Yeah,
I rarely go to the end now.
Can't remember the last time I listened to a song in its entirety. That's so true.
That's not good. That's not good, guys. That's not good.
No, it's not. We'll come back. Bubba said the Celtics are world champions.
Yep. And y'all's meeting yesterday.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For you.
The tour starts, right?
The tour starts direct. We go in rehearsal for the tour directly out. Well, not directly, but maybe 2 weeks after the show starts. The show ends.
And then you're gone.
And then I'm gone.
Well, see, speaking of rehearsal, and we're about to have to go to break, but I have to ask this question. Here you are on the Rick and Bubba show. You're going to be, making some appearances here in the Birmingham area. We'll hit this before you come back. Shouldn't you be practicing, man? I mean, they throw songs at you, right? They go, okay, you're doing 2 Bee Gees songs.
Right.
How do you decide which ones you're singing, and how long have you got to get ready?
On Thursdays, we have this thing that we call a listening party. And so we listen to just about every Bee Gees song there ever was, and we pick.
So you can pick whatever one you want?
Whatever song you want.
What if you pick the same? It doesn't matter?
Yeah, we saw a country version of Love Somebody, and then, what? Ruben. You don't know what it's like to love somebody.
Not a big country music fan, Ruben?
No, but I know what Ruben's saying.
It just sounded a little strange. That song, country.
I don't think that's what the Bee Gees had in mind, is all he's saying.
I didn't say that, man.
No, but you laughed it, and I'll say it.
Josh, I ain't say that.
No, Josh was very talented.
Of course, he's a Marine. He could kill us all with his bare hands.
Right.
But I mean, other than that,
Josh mad. Love somebody. We'll be back. Ruben is our guest. Hey, if you want to get a chance to see Ruben yourself, coming up.
Rick.
Oh, he's not going to be there. Where's the big picture of him here? He ain't coming to this. He's winning American Idol. All right, we'll be back. Well, how did I end up here? 18 minutes to the top. You listen to the Rick and Bubba show. The 2 sexiest fat men alive.
Kinda.
Other than Ruben.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
We're back 13 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba show. Toll free, you want to talk to Ruben, 877-WE-BE-BIG. Ruben here. I couldn't help but notice when Ruben came in, his brother Kevin is here. I'm going to tell you, the first time I saw Ruben and Kevin on TV together and little Ryan Seacrest in between them, I thought to myself, man, y'all could have crushed Ryan with just one hug that he didn't know was coming. We're both here from one side. Kevin, welcome to the show. How are you?
How you doing?
Well, thanks for being with us. You kind of becoming your own celebrity, too.
Yes, I am.
And, I mean, do you ever, because I know with my brother, we're extremely competitive. Do you ever think to yourself, I'm as talented as Ruben, why am I not up there singing?
Oh, no, he's the singer.
Is he the singer?
Yeah.
What's your talent?
I'm the athlete.
So you're the athlete.
Yeah.
Look now, Ruben.
Yeah.
Look at Ruben. So are you the Ruben? Is he the better athlete?
I'm the better athlete.
Ruben?
I'm just gonna let him have.
Listen, would you like to try to drive the paint with both of them under the go?
No.
That'd be rough under there.
What's your best sport?
Football.
Yeah, mine too.
You
think you can block me?
Of course. Of course.
Ruben, what about you? Now, you look like it would be football, too. Is Ruben football your best sport, too? Yeah. How about Ruben really right now is thinking to himself, where will I go next? When will the Dreamland Ribs be open? By the way, Dreamland Ribs has just brought ribs up here to eat. Those of you at American Idol don't know that the Dreamland Ribs are world famous. It's a
landmark.
I want y'all to try some. This is a landmark, and what only thing we were disappointed in is Dreamland did not have a breakfast menu, and that bothered us. So we just started eating Dreamlands for breakfast, and it's Dreamland for breakfast. So we have Dreamland Ribs going on right now. So we will have those. We even have a promotion where we go out and hand those out, Ruben. It's called an all one for Rick and Bubba, where you just a Dreamland Rib. So we're gonna break those out too.
Word.
Now, what did American Idol have you doing yesterday? They told me, said, ask Ruben how his day went yesterday. How did that go?
It was cool, man. I went to my high school and performed for the kids.
Nice. Is that Huffman High School?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
None better. Then I went to the Boys and Girls Club that I went to when I was younger, and talked to them for a little while. Then to the mall. And
I bet the mall was a fun trip.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
it was bananas, man. It was
Who's gonna
crazy.
play what?
Explain to him what the Kevin, what did it do? Because Ruben, he's trying to be nice about the whole thing. Was it just total mania?
Yeah, it was crazy.
21 minutes now past the hour of the Ricky Bubba Show as we walk our way back. So, Bubba, the Celtics, the streak continues. If you go up 3 games to zip, you're going to win the championship. And that's how many in a row now, Helms? 100 and
it's 100%.
60 maybe, something like that. Yeah, it's a bunch. So there are no exceptions. There are no exceptions. Think about that. We got no exceptions.
Yeah. The Celtics big winners over the Mavericks, 106-88 to win the NBA Final in 5 games. It was the 18th championship in franchise history. Now makes it one better than the Los Angeles Lakers for the most in NBA history.
How about that?
How about themselves?
The Celtics' victory snaps the second longest streak without a championship in the franchise history, which was 22 years between '86 and its now second most recent title, 2008. Monday's loss for the Mavericks ended a disappointing end to their season, where their 2 biggest stars did not play up to the potential for most of the championship series.
Do not like the Celtics. I am not happy.
But I do like their coach.
Yes,
I like their
as
coach.
a man. I
Do y'all know
do
that
not like the franchise.
10 years ago, their coach was a D2 assistant.
How about that?
Wow.
I'd like to know where.
Love that. I don't know the answer to that. I didn't read that far into it.
He's come right on up the ladder, hasn't
Yes, he has.
Here's
Good
how
for
the
him.
Celtics took it to the half, and this is when I stopped watching last night, but this shot was pretty phenomenal. Half court. Buzzer beater, half
Well, when
court.
things are going well, things are going well.
Weren't they up by like 20 at that point?
I think around maybe 13, something like that. Maybe 20, I don't know. I forget.
I may have made that point.
So there
Chunked
you go.
out.
Boom.
Good night. Did it at home, which made it even more
Yeah.
exciting.
Looked like the old bird days. Didn't it?
Jerry, can you imagine how happy the Wahlbergs are?
Oh, I bet they're ecstatic. Free Wahlburgers for everybody.
Oh, yes.
Now,
you ever ate one of those?
Have not. They look good.
Anybody ever had a Wahlburger?
No. I've heard them talk about it. I've never had one.
No, yeah. There
They
is
look
one
good
at
on the
Huntsville,
show.
though. So, Bubba, this is how they throw everybody off. They can't go to Game 7 every time, can they?
No,
Yeah,
no.
I mean,
well,
they
this
got to
one-
throw everybody off. a
No,
little
they
bit.
let them play the first few, and when they saw it was dominating, they said, "Look,
Yeah.
just go ahead and wrap
We
this
can't
up.
do
Whatever.
that. This
It
is a
don't
script
matter."
we can't even write.
Yeah.
You know? So
I think
also,
everybody was done, ready to move on.
I'm also seeing this story, Bubba, that the man of the people, is it Bryson DeChambeau?
DeChambeau.
That he had the wine from the U.S. Open Trophy and drank it with Donald Trump's son, Eric.
Yeah.
Apparently,
Yeah.
so.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
I heard he's been throwing on the short list with VP.
He's a man of the people.
yeah. So
Hey, that J.D. Vance is getting a lot of looks now. By the way,
really?
a lot of talk.
right.
Please look. Adler's got the video.
Okay. here
I haven't
it is.
screened the audio.
So that's full of wine.
Yeah.
Not grape juice. Okay. All right.
No.
This happened Monday
big clean
evening.
now.
And is that the normal thing they do, like the milk at Indy?
Yeah, but they put whatever they want. Most of the golfers probably put beer in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he went with red wine.
And he had talked
It's a
about
big
the
old
fact
bottle.
Yeah.
that he filled it up with sand from the bunker that he chipped, which he says is the greatest shot of his career.
Yeah.
To get it close enough to par, he filled it up or half up with sand, and I guess they emptied it out and filled it up with wine.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, that and Trump's boys there.
Yeah, I guess he'll be canceled now because he hung out with the Trumps.
Of course, that's the end of that. But
Bryson seemed to doesn't care. He joined Live and was like, y'all can hate me all you want to.
Yeah.
I'm going to come back and be the man of the people.
I will go and say
excellent.
The man of the people, you can't go against him.
You can't.
Bubba, I will say that if you're linking arms in America right now with Trump versus Biden, that's still more man of the people.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It
In
is
this
right now.
world, that's where he needs to land.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that happened.
Yeah, good for him.
And
This was funny too. So this was a week before the U.S. Open, or maybe even the same week,
But he was practicing and working out, and he started acting as if he was doing his fist pumps as reps. Practicing for winning the U.S. Open, and then he won it.
And then he did do a fist bump.
Yeah, so he's signing autographs. And then he does it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the people.
Man of the people.
These kids have been waiting their whole life for this.
Well, I tell you one, J.C. Wilburn loves him. He is hilarious, he says.
And I'm depending on y'all for tradition, though. If you think about it, though, would the man of the people drink red wine over beer?
Yeah.
Well, he's got some reasoning behind reason he does. He doesn't drink beer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just doesn't drink beer.
Right.
Or I think that's what I've heard.
Okay.
Based off the way
there you go.
there were some interviews. He was real strange. Like when he first won back in 2020. I guess it was during the pandemic. It was during the pandemic because nobody was there.
Because his parents had to stream in, and he had to say, "Hey," to him. That's how weird we had this whole COVID thing.
He went with chocolate milk. At that point, because he was. I don't think he really did a whole lot of alcohol.
Understood.
And so now this is his way of.
Okay.
I'm doing alcohol, but I'm keeping it, red wine.
And that looked like some ceremonial type. Let's just put some wine in it and drink. I don't know that they
understood.
I don't think he's throwing down and getting drunk.
But I have no
Is he a
idea.
married man?
No,
he is not. Okay.
No, he's married to golf.
And I'll table that joke. Okay.
I saw where Roy McIlroy came out and made a statement.
I did see
that. He pulled out of Travelers this weekend and said he was going to take some time off, process everything, and then I think the Genesis Scottish Open is in 2 weeks or something, and so he's going to come back for that.
He took a lot of heat, and this gets back to the man. So, PGA Championship when Xander Schauffele won. Bryson it was one of those deals where Bryson had finished and he was on the range in case they went into a playoff. The minute it was over, Bryson, the man of the people, went to Xander and congratulated him as he was walking off the
And they don't like each other?
No. It's just the right thing to do.
Okay.
Well, Rory has taken a lot of heat over the last 24 hours because he was sulking a little bit. He was mad, and he left. Evidently didn't say anything to Bryson. Didn't congratulate him. Right. There wasn't that open moment that we saw, and so Rory
turned down all media requests and just got out.
Wouldn't talk to the reporters, and it showed him walking to his car. He was very frustrated, rightly so.
Said he was looking for his ring somewhere.
And
I was about to say that's the guy choked the putt, right?
Correct.
And also is having some problems at home,
marital issues, and so he put out a statement yesterday congratulating, because he took a lot of heat. Yesterday was not a good media day for Rory.
Right.
And so finally yesterday afternoon, he put out a statement congratulating Bryson and then giving his schedule and talking about how rough it was and those type of things. I don't like the fact that I get the Bryson thing. Like that's and he likes Bryson. They weren't enemies, but they didn't really like each other that much.
Sure.
And then, so he kind of put some stuff in that statement that made you think that they were kind of getting closer. But he should have done press. He should have took questions.
Right.
Yeah. That's just part of it. That's what you do.
Is everything at home look like it's going to mend?
Yeah, he had his wedding ring back on, and if you look at this Daily Mail story that y'all we have today, it says that they were seen together. So I guess they're trying to reconcile.
Wife, not the reporter.
Right, correct.
I heard somebody.
Is he no longer doing interviews with that reporter?
I don't know. CBS didn't have the coverage.
I'd make a note of that.
Here's what I heard yesterday, people talking about it. They said Rory makes quick, rash decisions.
Just his nature.
It's his nature. It's what he does. He's an emotional guy, and he feeds off that. And the people tried to convince him early, don't file for divorce. This is too quick. You need to give this 6 months. He did it anyway, and now he's going to, hey, let's give this thing 6 months and see what we can do.
He's got a little shoot-ready aim to him.
I'm going to predict that this doesn't end well.
Okay. All right.
From a marital standpoint.
I got you. All right. Well,
I'm also going to predict that I think he will win the British Open.
Okay.
The Open Championship.
You're on a roll here.
Yeah.
Nostradamus over here.
By the way, World War III is supposed to start today.
That's right. Everybody heads up. Heads up.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
It was so crazy to the point that the people that couldn't get to him, they got to me. And I was like, I made it to the hotel 30 minutes after he did. And he's a superstar, so, I'm catching a lot of backlash for it, but it's good.
So this superstar thing's weird to you. You're not liking this whole thing at all. You just start singing and people start gathering.
Yeah, it's cool, man. I mean, I'm just Ruben, man. So.
Well, I know you're just Ruben, but we can't hide the fact Kevin's calling it the nation loves Ruben and the world loves Ruben. You can't help that. Let the world love you.
Ruben, we can't believe you don't have a girlfriend.
Nah, dog, I'm chilling, man.
Well, that'll change.
Big time. No, it won't.
All right. So are you telling me Ruben's a player? Is that it?
Don't play that with me, dog.
So now you just saying, hey, I'm focused right now, and I can't even think about that right now.
I'm just trying to stay single for a while.
I'm gonna tell you
about 5 years.
So 5. That's it. 5 years.
2. No, 5.
2 years. Why are you saying 2? Why are you saying 5?
It'll be 2.
Is there somebody out there?
Is there somebody?
I just have a feeling it will be 2.
And you say 5. Why 5?
Well, I'm just trying to enjoy myself, man.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Because I'm gonna tell you something. Women are great. We're married to just the salt of the earth. They're wonderful.
Gifts from God above.
They're gifts from God above. But I will say this. You won't keep this kind of schedule without some complaining going on. Oh, so you're going to get up and go up to Rick and Bubba. Okay, well, so it really, it's biblical. Paul even said, look, if you're focused on something, don't have a wife because, what I got to get done if I had one. So I'm going to choose not to have one right now. So, I think it's a good plan. Yeah. Wife right now probably wouldn't be a wise move.
Yeah, I'm cool, man.
Just keep on rolling with it.
I am.
And that way, the schedule and all that, you can do what you got to do.
Rick, I'm reading code into this that it means he's hot for Paula. And look, I understand, Ruben. I've been there. Really.
You really in the 80s, Paula owned you.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think she's lost too much weight. I like the way she was.
I know. Did you go so
little
far?
Stocky, bouncing around,
Did
cool, all that,
like when she did that cartoon video, you wanted to be that cat.
Yes. I volunteered to be the cat in opposites attract.
A lot of phone calls standing by.
Paula, we love you.
Let's go to 5.
Rush. You rush over here, girl. Come on.
Charles Ruben, go ahead.
Hey, we just wanted to call in and say that Ruben is representing the state of Alabama very well. We're very proud of him. And I just also wanted to say that his rendition of Sweet Home Alabama Home, it was one of the best renditions I believe I ever heard. Total surprise, was wondering what he was going to be able to sing on the country song night, and that just blew us away.
Yeah, that was a good choice.
Thank you so much, man.
That was a good choice on country night. Yeah, because we were all sweating for you a little bit on country night.
After I heard the song, I was like, I'm doing that. I don't want to hear no more songs. That's it.
Let's go to Joy in Trussville, Alabama. Joy, you're on with Ruben. Go ahead.
Ruben, we love you so much.
I love you, too.
My 11-year-old son is standing here, and he's dying to say hello to you. We have voted for you a total of over 1,900 times.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
We vote for you every week, and we get through between 200 and 300 times. But last week, we could only get 9 votes. We could not get through. It was awful. But Rob wants to say hi to you, Ruben. He wants to meet you.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, Ruben.
What up, dog?
Oh, nothing much.
Hey, Ruben.
He's got to go take care of his mom's fingers because they've fallen off now from dialing.
Thank you, young man. Appreciate it, buddy.
Okay.
All right, we'll come back. Top of the hour, we'll do the top of the hour song. We'll play the national anthem, and we will continue with Ruben. We've got one more segment, then he's got to run. 877 We Be Big. It is Ruben Day on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. You know, we didn't get to it yesterday, but there was a story that was talking about now some of the mouthwashes that you see on the shelves out there can actually be very dangerous over the long haul to your health, and just another reason why TheraBreath is the right choice, because all the products that you have to keep fresh breath and to take care of your overall oral health from TheraBreath, you're not going to find some of the things you find like artificial colors. There's not going to be any added dyes to that. Those of you that are looking for gluten-free, they're gluten-free. They're even certified kosher. So if you have bleeding gums when you brush or you floss, can I point you to TheraBreath's Healthy Gums Oral Rinse? It includes an FDA-approved ingredient proven to fight gum disease. There's even a TheraBreath Whitening Oral Rinse that is superior to some of the other products out there, but none of those harsh chemicals are found in that either. So we love the oral rinse that you have every day just for fresh breath. Love the matter of fact, I have a lozenge in right now. The TheraBreath lozenges, because I did the oral rinse and then I came to work. I had a couple of cups of coffee, so now I put in the lozenge to get the fresh breath back again. So if you want to find all the products, you can by going to TheraBreath.com. Now you can go to over 100 retailers and find their products on the shelves. Look for that orange cap, but or in drugstores too. But sometimes due to shelf space, you're not going to find all the products. So go to TheraBreath.com or find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick, speaking of the guy who was predicting World War III starting today.
That's the young Nostradamus, right?
Yes,
the new one.
Yes. Not to feed that fire in any way.
Yeah, well, we got to look.
Multiple North Korean soldiers have been killed or injured in a landmine explosion inside the demilitarized zone.
Okay.
As South Korea fired warning shots early Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
The Southern Korean military said it fired shots to repel North Korean soldiers who temporarily crossed into the rivals' land border for the second time this month. They said an estimated 20 to 30 North Korean soldiers, while engaging in unspecified construction work on the northern side of the border, crossed the military line that bisects the countries around 8:30 a.m. local time. The North Korean soldiers then retreated after the South Korean broadcast warnings, fired shots, and South Korea's Joint Chief of Staff said, adding they did not see any suspicious activity later in the day.
I bet.
And this was all mere hours before Putin made a visit to North Korea. So we got Putin visiting North Korea.
Yeah.
You got Russian assets, ships and submarines in Cuba. A lot of odd things going on.
Well, I wonder if this Nostradamus guy, because, is he going to be kind of like weather guys and weather ladies?
Yeah.
They make a forecast. It doesn't really hit on the days they say, but if it rains, like, say, on Thursday, and they said it was going to rain on Monday, they still count it. So him trying to get a specific day, he can go back and go, well, now I told y'all the 18th, remember that North and South Korea thing, that started this whole thing.
I ain't buying all that.
But anyway, that is an interesting story.
Yes, it is.
And I do want to ask, why do we not hear from Kim Jong? How come we don't hear from him? Remember, there was a time when we had a story on him every day. We haven't heard anything from him in a long time, have we?
Mm-hmm.
So
no, we haven't.
Been kind of quiet.
Yeah, it's been kind of quiet over there. And I remember us having updates all the time.
Oh yeah. They go through spells. He's real active, and in spells that you don't see him much. His health has been questioned a couple of times, and his sister's involvement in ascending to the leadership of that country. She's often seen at his right side. So.
Yeah. Well,
who knows?
We'll see. Speaking of world leaders, we saw Biden freeze up in the latest deal, the big fundraiser that they had. And, Biden's been freezing up a lot. Now, of course, everybody involved with the Biden administration, all of the, the spin doctors, every time you mention, hey, that's concerning. Well, there you go. MAGA propaganda, trying to undermine the president. But there are doctors now that are weighing in, and they've been seeing these moments where he freezes and he stares blankly. He did it at the fundraiser, which we showed yesterday. There was one time where Kamala Harris was dancing beside him, and he was sitting there next to her, staring off in the distance. Remember we showed that uncomfortable deal? And doctors are saying, look, it's kind of like all of us who've ever had anybody that we love that you had to take care of and see on a regular basis that has gone through Alzheimer's, dementia. We don't have to have a degree to watch the way the president's acting and go, we saw all that.
Yeah.
We've
had grandparents.
Yeah,
we know
and parents.
Parents.
We've all seen this. So physicians now are starting to weigh in saying, you know what, we see the same thing. And of course, they're saying that there is a report that somehow in February people got to see that says he does have sleep apnea, acid reflux, irregular heartbeat, high cholesterol, arthritis, seasonal allergies that have damaged the nerves in his feet. They talk about that too. That he's got some nerve damage in his feet. I'm sorry, it's not tied to that. So he's got a list of medications and all that. But now they're saying this freezing could be a sign of a handful of serious conditions. And one of the doctors out of L.A. said the frozen mask faces diminished arm swing, less frequent blinking, which we see. Yeah. He said this could be things like Parkinson's in a neurological disorder of some kind. So, of course, that would also be Alzheimer's. But so doctors are going, look, the freezing, we've seen it, and it's not good. The other stuff y'all talking about, all of us could say, well, we got some of that. We could certainly carry on and do our job. Yeah. But when you start getting into the neuro world, that's a different game. And they're saying the freezing, this is what you would look for if you're going to diagnose someone with Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, something along that road.
Rick, it is
no surprise.
No, it's not. It's not. And if he is reelected, he will be 86 years old when he leaves office.
Good night.
That's just not going to happen.
Yo, I
don't know what their plan is.
I know the Constitution, and look, this is beyond our current election, Biden, Trump, all that. But we have mandatory retirement ages, which I don't always think is fair because certainly everybody doesn't have
individuals.
Yeah, but if you're an airline pilot or a pilot or
leader of the free world,
engineer, all that, there's cutoffs where they go, well, we're going to play the odds here. Yeah. You're either diminished or you're going to be diminished, and that needs to be it. A younger generation needs to handle this. Yeah. I'm a little shocked we don't have that for president. We have a minimum age requirement, but we don't have a max. In all of our, but we do in almost every other governmental agency. But the most important one, we don't have that.
Don't you think that being the leader of the free world would at least be close to equating the dangers of we don't need someone driving an airplane that might stare off into the distance and be frozen?
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, I think it's right there with it.
Right. So you couldn't pass it and have it affect what's going on now. And I'm not saying that, but I think. Could we all get together as Americans, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, and say, okay, you got to be a minimum of 40 to be president, but maybe you have to assume the office by a certain age,
right?
70 something or whatever. I don't know what the number would be, but I definitely think we need a top end on that.
All right, so none of us are medical doctors, even though we play them on the radio.
Right.
Would we agree? I'm looking at all the symptoms here of some kind of neurological disorder. Okay, and it could be that list of any things we said. Slurred speech. Can we raise your hand if y'all watched the president struggle with slurred speech? Frozen faces, staring off and checking out.
Yeah.
Arms not moving right.
Yes.
Shuffling of feet.
Yes.
Okay, so none of us have to be a medical doctor to see all these symptoms.
Right.
Symptoms are clearly in play.
Rick, I can see somebody
blinking minimized, not blinking as often.
I can see somebody in a jersey, pads, and helmet, and know they play football.
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty obvious.
You don't even have to be a football.
Not
coach.
A football coach.
Don't even have to
pretty
be
obvious,
one.
isn't it?
Kind of just a fan that looks from way afar.
Yeah.
But I can tell that's a football player.
Yeah, man.
I would say this. Yeah. I don't think we've ever in our history been as close as we are right now to someone needing to use the 25th Amendment to remove the president.
Right.
And look, I'm no fan of the VP. I don't know that would necessarily be good for us either. But just trying to take all that away, I think that it's really getting serious now. And I don't. And look, Democrats, put somebody in there you want to run. It doesn't matter.
You know, there's a lot of rumors right now that, I mean, like recently in the last week, and a lot of people doing podcasts on it, people that we have had on our podcast and that says that this is about to happen.
Yeah,
we're,
the Democratic
we're
Convention.
days away from this happening.
Well, they said
It's getting
June.
so bad they can't cover it.
They said June, and we're getting close to the.
Well,
the
if there wasn't a plan, I think, and if President Obama is still calling the shots, as many people think that he is, when he had to help him off stage, he immediately went and go, "This ain't gonna work." You know, we got to have another plan.
Yeah, have you ever been around, like maybe talking to somebody, you've Zoomed with them or something like that, but then you get like in person with them, and you're like, oh wow, so it's a lot worse.
Little different.
Maybe that's what it took for Obama.
And look, you talk about the slurred speech. Kamala Harris, her speeches aren't slurred; they just don't make any sense.
No,
they don't.
But she's got a different problem.
Word salad.
But at least it's not slurring.
No, she's not slurring at all. I'll give you that. And I haven't seen her hung in many stairs.
Right. I've been hung in the stairs trying to figure out what she said.
She's a laugh.
Oh, she's a big time laugh at her.
We'll be back 14 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And we're back, the Rick and Bubba Show, top of the hour, 877 We Be Big. Welcome all of you now joining us on Turner South. Our guest right out of the gate this morning, as promised, Ruben Mania has come to the Rick and Bubba studio. Big Roo! Roo is here, and here's the top of the hour song. We're singing with Ruben for the love! Here we go. Jersey Mania by the one jersey, the 205, and it has. I mean, it's gone crazy.
I mean,
did you ever think, hey, I'm just going to get me a flavor jersey? I think I'm going to put 205 for my area code, and now it's like out of control. It's a great country. Speaking of the national anthem.
Yeah, it is.
I mean,
your life changed a little bit the past few months.
Say what?
Your life has changed just a little bit.
Yeah, it has, man. A whole lot.
How you dealing with it all?
It's cool, man. I just try to chill a lot.
You send Kevin out to handle everything?
Yeah.
Let me check. His brother Kevin is here this morning. I have noticed that Kevin says, you know, Rube's a little bashful. He's a little bit shy. He's a little taken back by all this. I'm moving in to pick up all the spillover. And I'm going to tell you what. I mean, people getting a picture made with Kevin this morning, and we see you on, you know, when Ruben's doing well, we see y'all sitting there. We watch y'all both crush Ryan Seacrest that time.
Right.
And so we want to welcome you to the show, too.
Thank you.
And thank all of you for being. I know.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Actually, we're here to take you guys' title.
Oh, really? It's the sexiest fat man alive?
That's right. We're the sexiest fat man alive.
I'm going to tell you, y'all got a publicity bandwagon going right now. It may be hard for us to defeat.
Sure. But you guys got the #1 show.
You know, well, yeah, but
we
I mean.
can work together and become the 4th sexiest fat man alive.
There you go.
We could.
You know what we need to do? And my mind is churning right now. We need to have our own pop group.
Sure. I'm playing the tambourine.
The fat boys are back.
Yeah, the fat boys, no offense to them, but the talent level to what you can bring to this.
Right.
And the rest of us can just kind of dance behind you.
So we're going to all piggyback Ruben.
Yes, why
Sure.
not? Why not, Kevin?
That'll work.
I mean, he
coattails.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine, though? Because there hasn't been an NSYNC Backstreet fat version.
You're right.
And maybe
the overweight community needs a group to look up to.
What would be a good name? Just something.
The Sizers.
Yeah, hey, Fat Street. Fat Street? Double X? Well, maybe not that one.
Triple X. Yeah, no, that's taken already.
The Sizers, Fat Street.
Hey, 4X.
4X? Four of us?
That's still 4X.
Yeah. Or how about this?
We need to add one more.
No, even better. Listen to this. Gravy. Just gravy.
That's right.
Gravy.
That says it all.
People say, hey, have you got that gravy CD?
How about this? We tie in. I know there's been a very successful group called Train. Think of the PR tie-in, Gravy Train. you go. Look, there's a built-in endorsement deal for dog food right there.
Look, and on the cover, it's got us chasing that little chuck wagon.
Right. Come back commercial. I always wanted to catch it.
Pass out first.
Well, that's true, because you come to our show and we come out of the gate really smoking, and then we sit down.
Yeah.
We do like one song, it's like...
Yeah. We have stools out there, and then you go to the slow songs.
Yeah, we sit down, we all get slow songs in. And then he can actually sing, and they'll put some tracks in there for us, and we'll move our mouse or something.
Ruben?
Don't star him, man, because that's all he talks about. Man, when you gonna let me sing in the back?
Kevin, can you sing pretty good?
No.
So that's just a straight no from Ruben.
I can sing, but not as good as he can. When you gonna let me sing in the back?
So he says that?
When you gonna let me get on TV?
Well, he's on today. He's on now.
I've never asked you that. The only thing I've ever asked you to do is get on stage with you. All right, Rocky. And that's until you get on the American Idol show, and then you can have it. when you gonna let me rap behind you, man?
Family secret.
Here it is.
It's true, so I can't say it.
How's his rapping, Ruben? Pretty good?
Subpar.
Subpar.
There are a lot of subpar rappers that have top 10 hits.
Well, that's true. That's a good point. Well, I guess the other thing was we were. What happened with this deal with the turkey sandwich? Somebody told me to ask you about this. First of all. 9 minutes, top of the hour. We're back. We got lots to cover on the program today. We'll looking forward to being in Philadelphia, Mississippi, Lord willing, tomorrow night, the historic Ellis Theater. And if you'd like to be there for their community worship service, which is really cool, part of a week where they go out and serve their county there. Incredible churches there. We've been working with them for a while. There at themanchurch.com, and I'm honored to be bringing that message tomorrow night, and all you got to do is just come to the historic Ellis Theater, Philadelphia, Mississippi. Find details looking at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events or burgessministries.com under upcoming events. Now, we talk about the state of the president. I'm getting emails, you're getting them too, people saying, look, someone I love has Parkinson's. I've been thinking the president's had it for quite a while now, others Alzheimer's and all the things. But if you hear from the White House, and you hear from the press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, we're going to be told that what we're seeing, we're not even seeing. That
this is their new play?
This is Deepfakes. So here we go.
It tells you everything that we need to know about how desperate Republicans are here. Instead of talking about the president's performance in office, and what I mean by that is his legislative wins, what he's been able to do for the American people across the country, we're seeing these deep fakes, these manipulated videos, and it is, again, done in bad faith.
We can talk about his record if you want to.
Yeah.
Throw that in there, too.
Really? Is that where you want to go?
All right, now one thing Adler points out in 1D, and then we'll go back and pick up A and B, is here are flashbacks of videos, a 13-day period in 2022. These videos were put out by the White House.
Y'all remember these?
Do y'all remember these? These are from.
Yeah. They're not deep fake.
Look at him in the middle. Look at his eyes in the middle.
One is, that's the one where he doesn't blink. He looks like a different person, and this was put out by the White House on their social media. I mean,
that's crazy.
Look how much different he looks in the middle.
There's something going on.
Yeah.
What did they shot him up with something, or they put a digital filter on it? One of the two.
Yeah. So let's look at some buttes that we were told are deepfakes, of course. Here he is falling asleep while the I can't pronounce his name. Is it
Andrea Bocelli?
Bocelli, yeah. Is singing at the G7, and so this is the leader of the free world. While, of course, this world-famous singer is singing. He's asleep.
The Italian prime minister's right next to him, and she's loving it, and he's asleep.
Look.
He was moved.
Maybe he's just moved, Adler. They do have a different reaction.
I really like him. Did y'all know that?
What is that?
That kind of singing gets on my nerves.
Oh,
Thanks,
man.
Greg.
His Christmas
That's
album
beautiful,
and
Greg.
stuff is really good.
It's beautiful. You don't think that's beautiful,
Oh,
Greg?
it's Christmas
Greg,
album.
that's really good. That's really good.
What was the little thing is it the Italian prime minister did? What was that little thing?
That's-
Is that a? is
That's
that a-
bravo. Bravo.
Is that a-
She's bravo.
She's the one that.
Was that him or you, Rick? But she does.
She's the one too. When at the G7, the French prime minister is working the line and shakes his hand, and she looks over like she's disgusted by it. She's like, "Oh gosh."
Well, Macron.
But it's a lot different in the Clinton years. Clinton would have been wide awake at that point.
Yes, he would.
Yeah, he'd actually been shoulder to shoulder with her.
What if Joe would have woke up and yelled Freebird?
Y'all know when the people started clapping, he was so alarmed, like, "Oh, hey, it's over."
Hey,
Well, the White House will say he's so moved he shut his eyes.
Yeah, you know how we do.
Yeah, you're right.
So
Bill Clinton would have tried to go with some sort of.
KJP tries to tell us that all these clips we're seeing are deep fakes.
Deep
Yep,
fake,
that's
baby.
it.
That don't
And
work.
we're desperate
and
showing
when 3 of them they put out.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
still.
just wanna be sure.
Yeah, and here he is.
Be
This
sure
is,
I got that.
Here he is. Here he is talking.
I wish I could sing like that for just 5 minutes.
That's about all I could take of it.
You know he's blind, don't you?
Yes. Who? That guy?
The singer.
You think he was closing his eyes in honor of that?
That's what it was.
You're awful.
No, he's honoring him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, that's what he's doing.
Yep.
He's
So
doing good Instagram follow too.
here is Joe Biden just shouting gibberish at reporters. We don't even know
Is
what
that
this
not
is.
weird, that creepy head beside him?
It is.
Yeah, it is great.
What is that?
That's Kennedy.
Kennedy.
Are you worried about your
By the way, that's kind of funny.
What in the world?
He just yells.
Are you worried about your
What is he doing? And he thought it was funny.
Yeah, he did.
He thought it was real funny.
World.
Rick, again, mannerisms. That's awesome.
Okay, that's what it sounds
The president.
Big mannerisms.
Oh, yeah.
I know. We
They
all-
got grin.
Oh, we've seen it.
Bring us in on that.
Yeah.
All right, so the grin after was concerning too to y'all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It was odd to me too.
Are you worried about your
Look at him tickle.
He can tickle
That may
himself.
be the best
Is
thing
he-
I've seen so far.
Is he mimicking back to
Yes,
them what they
yeah,
sound like
yeah.
to him?
Yeah, he's mocking them.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
It's like
You
y'all
have to
bunch of,
ask.
That's
bunch of
kind
racket.
of that's kind of funny.
You do have to ask.
Yo, seriously, who thinks that?
He thinks that is the funniest thing that's ever occurred.
Yeah.
He cracked himself up.
He
Oh, I
really
sit by
did.
a beheaded
president.
JFK.
He's
Yes.
the president. We forget that.
Yes.
We think he's somebody's kooky old granddaddy.
Yeah.
But he's Kamala Harris says, Bubba, look, if you this thing of claiming this thing of claiming we got a bad economy, well, we just don't understand how all this works.
No, we don't.
Here comes Kamala Harris. She's going to straighten us out on talking about a bad economy right now.
Economy is one of the voters' top concerns. Obviously, polls out today show inflation is slowing. Why do you think, though, with recent polling numbers, that potentially the policies maybe aren't resonating with some of the base or some of the Americans here in the United States?
Listen, first of all, I think that we know that it takes time for people to feel the policies.
Like 4 years?
Gracious.
Like 4 years? Is
That's
that
so
wrong?
crazy.
Hey, give us that time, so we'll know what to look forward to.
Yeah.
So,
But it just takes us a while to feel what they're doing. I feel it. I feel it.
No, I feel it. I feel it really
Daily.
good.
I don't like where I feel it.
No,
Yeah,
no. It's apparently they're trying to grab my wallet.
Numbers are down, but yeah, that's because they were so high. There's no other way to go.
The
You're going.
games.
That's it.
I want you to
I mean,
imagine.
all that.
Let's have a little bit of grace and sympathy, though. Can you imagine your job right now? If somebody says, "All right, who we got to go out and spend what we need?" Well, we got the president. Next.
Anybody
We got the vice.
else?
We got the vice president. Next. We got Pelosi. Next. Who we sending out?
Right.
Who can we? Where?
What a mess.
Can you imagine that this is your team?
I think we
That
just
you
send them
gotta
all
send
out
out?
on November
Hey,
5th.
who in the meeting said, "Hey, let's just say all these videos where the president looks terrible are deep fake"?
Yeah.
Let's say that.
Deep fake.
Yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you by our friends at firstcup.com, a Christian-owned patriot coffee company standing for core values, family, and building community across the nation. Freshly roasted beans delivered in ground or whole bean, texture or pods, also in bulk right to your door. Start being a subscriber now by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba, save 10%. Save an additional 10% and get free shipping if you become a subscriber at firstcup.com. Sandwiches and
We're not going to discuss that.
Oh, really? Okay. So we're not supposed to talk about the turkey sandwich?
We're not going to. Who brought up the turkey sandwich?
One of the guys
Who
back
knows?
there in the back.
Who knows?
I know who brought up the turkey sandwich story.
Good sandwich. I mean, it's a good story.
What happened?
It's a good sandwich.
Making fun of the American Idol.
Look, do you do an imitation of Randy too?
I'll let him tell the story.
Nah, I'm cool, man.
You don't want to tell the turkey?
I don't want to embarrass you.
No, go ahead and embarrass you. You embarrass me enough.
Well, you always
Is this on Kevin too?
You always because he.
Is that it? Oh, you got to get another battery. Okay.
This dude right here, man.
What
What happened to the turkey? Did you don't want a turkey sandwich or something?
No, I was going to the refrigerator one morning, and
Preface the story, son.
Will you do it?
No, you got it, dog.
Hey, Ruben is hard to get to talk.
He really is. He's very bashful.
He's so bashful.
He's waking up.
Yeah, he's just now. How about he just got here?
Good to see you, Ruben. Welcome to the show.
So the turkey sandwich. What?
You woke up one morning, you want turkey sandwich.
No, so he wants me to say that I took everything from him as a child.
Yeah, you did.
That's what he wants me to say.
Kind of like he's trying to take this American Idol thing.
You know what
from
I'm saying? Can I have something? Anything.
Hey, guess who'll be at the next tryout, Kevin? You think he'll have a shirt that says Ruben's brother?
American Senior
Idol for that.
Well, and what gets me though, and no offense, because I don't want to, because I know you had a band here that you played with too,
Right.
and I saw where they're actually playing at an event coming up, but they're just saying we're Ruben's band, and so that's cool. They're still playing some more too, I guess. Are they going?
They're my boys, man.
When you get
Y'all
done
go
with
check
it?
them out at City Stages.
Yeah. So that's
7 o'clock on Saturday.
Was it this next Saturday, the 17th?
This Saturday coming up.
So will you get back, and when all this is over, and you guys pick back up and jam on, or is this where Kevin makes his move?
It just depends on what happens.
I'm going to start my own band.
But Kevin, look, now you jump in and get Ruben's band while he's off doing this deal, and y'all tour around going Ruben's brother and Ruben's band.
Yeah.
One word, Van Zant brothers. Come on,
Come
pick
on.
up the slack, and move on.
He won't let me in.
Okay.
Nah, dog. Nah, no.
Okay, so this is an uncomfortable moment here. We're here for the brothers, right here on the air, airing dirty laundry.
Ruben, let me ask you this: young, expired. What am I trying to say? Aspiring. Yeah. We all have speech impediments here on the show. Every single one of us. If you are trying to make it, you got any advice for them?
Never stop, going after your dream, man. I left school to do this, you know what I'm saying? I've been doing it for 3 years. It took me 3 years to get to this point. So, I can't say enough about this. Because you keep looking at me, man.
You say you left school with the speech
I
you give all
did,
the
dog.
kids. Hey, stay and score.
No, I'm saying I left. Not. Hey. I mean, I left college.
Right.
In my second semester of my junior year.
Well, I got that in common with you. I did too.
But after I figured out what I wanted to do, I didn't think it was no need for me to be there anymore.
Well, no. I mean, you're in college now on American Idol.
Well,
really.
It's good to know that Kevin keeps Ruben in check. So I don't think we got to worry about Ruben getting out of control with his success.
Ruben's saying stay in Scoots. You decide what you want to do, then leave.
Well, sometimes if you get a break like this, you've got to go for it.
Well, yeah. Where's the common sense? How about American Idol's got you? You're moving up the charts, so I can't come. I got a test at college.
Sure. Hey, look. After you're out touring years from now, you can go back and pick it up.
Sure.
That's what we did. It took us 10.
That's right. All right. We like to never got out.
We dropped out, but the good part about dropping out, you can drop back in.
Yeah. See, it's kind of our stories are similar, but not. You left college because you had a plan. I took me 10 years to get out because I didn't have a plan. So it's close. But I know you've got to run because they're about to wrap you up, and I want us to thank you for taking time to be with us this morning.
Thank y'all for having me.
Because everybody wants you, and you made the stop here, and and you could have gone anywhere you wanted, and we appreciate it.
Will you come back and see us sometime?
Anytime.
Really, straight up?
Oh, for sure.
And
will Kevin take our calls after today, you think?
Yeah.
I'm glad to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. I mean, you guys are a lot of fun to hang around. We can relate to you in a lot of ways, right up to the point when you sing very well, and that's where we kind of.
Sure.
And you know, one thing, can I suggest American Idol before they go? And I talked about it before you came on. You've had country night, you've done Bee Gees, you've done Motown. Where's heavy metal night? When's American Idol going to sing hair band songs? I want to see Ruben come out there and hit me with a little AC/DC or something. Huh?
It'd be a ratings monster, I'll tell you that. And Ruben, tell Paula we all said hey.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Yes, and tell Randy I said, what's up, dog? And tell Simon I said, the haircut's not working for you. Ruben Studdard. They're not booing, they're saying Ruben, Ruben, Ruben. And you can catch him down to the final 3 next week on American Idol.
Brand new hour from the Big Boy Studio. Climb aboard, the train is moving. Keep your hands inside the vehicle at all times. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. Let's go. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. It is the little party we call Rick and Bubba, which is Latin for heat dome.
Heat dome.
Uh-oh.
Oppressive heat in the summer.
The heat dome.
Heat dome.
You're gonna see a lot of discussion about the heat in the next few days.
Oh, yeah.
Heat.
And
heat.
And eventually you will see them tie this into global warming.
Oh, we're already there.
Of course, it's June.
I can't remember a summer that wasn't hot.
Mm-hmm. Hey, it's always hot in June. Yeah. Always.
July, August, gonna be hot too.
Gonna be hot too.
Hey, I know that's shocking.
September's usually a cooker too.
Sure,
of course.
shocking.
As y'all both mentioned in the break, of course, watch them completely ignore the mild spring that we had.
We did. In our part of the country had a very mild spring. It was very nice.
Well, climate would be the whole world, and they keep telling us how weather's acting in certain parts of the world.
Right.
So, Bubba. Couple of things yesterday, and there's one that this may be a pivotal moment we're going to talk about here, and I'm staring down the barrel today on one thing. So, first of all, yesterday, kind of an odd conversation, in the married world. So we went to the farm Sunday, Father's Day, talked about that. So apparently Sherry left at the farm all of her jewelry that she had from church. Okay, because we went down there directly from church. This is one of the weirdest, and I said, well, look, just let me know. I know we're headed off on vacation next week. I'll just go. Today's my best day, talking about yesterday. I got something that Bubba and I are going to at 11. Then after that, let me know, and I'll just run to the farm, and I'll go down there, and I've got some stuff I got to do.
Fish.
I'll just stay down there and finish what I got to do, just like I would be coming back to the office. But I need to know, why are you not just saying that's what we're going to do? Well, I don't know about you going down there. Why are you going? Well, I may have to. Can you go today? Well, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I don't feel good about you going. I said, why? Why do you not feel good about me going? Are you ready for this answer? They're mine. Well, those earrings that I left, and I can tell you where they are. The earring, what is it called? The backs, the little thing that hold it.
The little back connectors.
The back thing.
Yeah.
They're so small, I think you'll lose them. And
that's the reason why
she said, your fingers and your hands are too big, and I'm afraid you're going to drop it and then lose them, and they'll be gone. And I said, that's your concern. You're deciding your entire day over you don't think I can pull that off? I don't feel good about it. Wait a minute, you
aren't they on there?
No, they're laying. They were laying next to the earrings.
Well, I hope you can figure that out.
And she said the backs are so tiny. This was the quote: "Your big hands and fingers, you will drop them. They'll scatter somewhere, and they're so small you'll never find them. And now I won't have the backs for my earrings."
How about put the backs on the earrings and put them in a baggie?
Mm-hmm. So I said, "Honey, I'm just going to really reach out here." Based on ideas like Bubba's got there with sandwich bags, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really honestly think that I can go over to the dresser. I think I can get a sandwich bag.
I believe that I can successfully pick up the tiny backs of your earrings, put them in a sandwich bag. Now they're safe. There's no dropping them. Put the rest of your jewelry in a sandwich bag. The earrings will go in there with the backs. I'll even do multiple sandwich bags and put your watch in one.
Oh.
I left my glasses too, so you can't see, and you're worried that I can't go knock this out because of the backs of the earrings. That's my concern. I said, well, let me tell you something. Rest easy. I know that I think I can pull that off.
You're small. She was trying to save you from yourself.
Rick, I will say this, and this was a couple years ago, and I think you've gotten better.
Okay.
But I'll never forget being at the old studio and walking to my car one day, and I looked down and there was a check.
Yep.
And it wasn't just like somebody had paid you $35 for some books.
Right.
This was a substantial amount of money that was wrote out by just an individual. I don't know if it's a donor. I don't know what it was, but thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And it's just laying in outside, like between
That's not a good
the
sign.
studio and getting to your
No
truck.
doubt.
For
No
the
doubt.
wind to grab.
And I thought, wow.
way.
So I mean,
Come a long
Rick, come
way.
on, man.
When we were at the Red Velvet Lounge,
Come a long way.
I was going to get in my car, and I saw some paper blowing.
Yeah.
And I reached down to pick it up. It was part of Rick's contract.
Yeah.
There you go.
I've come a long way.
Remember you left your phone at the
I've
farm.
moved into the digital age.
Guys, grab my
In the middle of a
keys
green
one
field.
day.
Yeah,
Grab
took
my
'em home.
keys one day. Took them home. When I called him and asked him how my keys, he said, "No way," and he had them the whole
I had
time.
them the whole time.
Yeah.
So it was a legitimate concern.
Couldn't leave. I could not go anywhere because he had my.
How about
had my
this?
keys.
Pulled it off. Pulled it
No.
off. Brought all that home, and then I was in there taking a shower. She was upstairs when I came in working on something. She came in. She goes, "Well, you didn't wear my earring backs," and I said, "They're in the sandwich bag." And she's like, "No, they're not." I said, "Baby, go look. They're so tiny. They're in there." And of course, they were.
Why didn't you just put them back on the earrings?
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna try that.
You do. Okay.
Then I could have dropped it with my arthritic hands in the tiny little back.
Well, let me ask you a question. Were
shoot
you
out
proud?
of there?
Were you proud of yourself?
I'm not trying to brag, but I did pull it off. Then it came the next thing, and it happens today. She says, and I said, "All right, so what's going on tomorrow? Do y'all do that? What's going on
Yes,
tomorrow?"
I gotta have a plan.
What's going on tomorrow?
I gotta know.
One day at a time.
And
Don't like
we
surprises.
walked through the day, and she says, "And don't forget, tomorrow night we're playing pickleball."
Oh,
And
pickle me.
I said, "Excuse me?" And she says, "You remember?" And she named the couple, and they were wanting us to play pickleball. Well, I got with her, and we worked it out, and she's told her husband, and we're meeting them. And I said, "Wait a minute, you talking about on Tuesday?" And she said, "I said, baby, we work out on Tuesdays. This is after workout."
Oh, dead legs.
And then all of a sudden, she looked at me and she goes, "Rick, in all honesty, you don't move a whole lot."
Oh.
And I said, "Oh." She goes, "There's a lot of things you couldn't do after working out. Pickleball's not one of them."
Yeah, that's true.
Mhm.
And I
Got
said,
it.
but then I thought to myself, and I said to her, "How much do you like these people?" And she said, "Well, I think they're very nice, and we go to church with them." I said, I know the husband, and he played a little ball too, at a pretty high level.
Oh,
had a tryout with the Falcons.
Okay.
And I said, I don't think this is going to go well. Let me just put that on the table. I don't think we leave tonight. Now, speaking of today, I was saying tomorrow, not yesterday. I don't think we leave in good shape. And she goes, "Can you not just go out there and us just learn how to play a little bit and just hit back and forth and enjoy it?"
That'd be no.
And I said, I can't even comprehend doing anything that we're not trying to win.
Yeah, purpose behind it.
If you can't show me a purpose for this, I'm already trying to do better moving around. I've already been told this is not a lot of moving around. I don't need it for that. So all I can think of why I would need it, she goes, "Here's an idea. What about you need it because it's something that you could do with your wife and with other people, and we could socialize and enjoy it?"
You said, "No, that's not it."
I said, "I have no concept of that when it comes to competition."
It's overrated.
Right? I mean, Bubba, were you trying to win? You got kicked out of a class.
Well, I'm trying to be sure that everybody around me gets to experience the game and try to get better too.
Are you playing to make shots?
Well, yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't not do that,
I'm
right?
out there to
Guys, we're
learn
out
the
there to get
game
better.
and fellowship and win.
It explains too why the husband looked at me like he did Sunday at church. I saw it.
Size you up a little bit.
He give you the eye.
And he's large too. He's real tall, little lean, legs a little skinny. But I mean,
Rick.
well, I think I can
Don't ever underestimate the legs.
Y'all not getting in the octagon, Rick.
I know.
Yeah, Rick, yeah, my goodness.
So who were you?
He's got me on height. I think I have him on girth.
Who were you?
That has been most of my life.
If we had to predict, who will you upset? The other couple or Sherry?
Sherry, by easily.
So you think you'll still be on speaking terms with the other couple?
I didn't say that.
When y'all are walking to the car, will somebody say, "Hey, that was fun. Let's do this again"?
No. No way that happens.
That ain't gonna happen.
This is a one and done.
This is it.
This is just one of those things. You know how something. Look, guys, we all know this. The older we get, the more we figure out what we can and can't do. The more we figure out that's not a good situation for me to be in, and I know me too well to think this is going to go well.
Right.
Yeah. I don't see any way I'm putting this situation.
What about when you have to stand in line waiting to play? You're going to love that.
Put your paddle up there.
You're talking about at 1,000 degrees, standing in line.
Oh, yeah, that's good. After a workout, hope you ate.
And people around me keep using the term pickleball.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you this, Rick. The door's closed. Kaboom. You turn the car on. Will the question be asked, what's wrong with you? Can you not just go play?
No, let me tell you, the only reason why I won't hear that is because it'll be silent treatment.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't hear that till tomorrow. I hear that tomorrow.
Okay.
Tonight it's silent treatment. It's a silent ride home. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Have you heard?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy. All right, we're back. Rick is walking around the corner. It's been Ruben mania.
It's Ruben. I mean, look, we can't be worrying about time checks and all that. We're Ruben in here, Bubba. Heck, Rube. What a nice guy too. He and Kevin, very gracious to be here, and we thank American Idol. They said they put the list in front of him, and he said, "I definitely want to go by and see my boys Rick and Bubba," and that meant a lot to us. So. Thank you very much, and I know that all of us, not just in Alabama, but around the country, excited about Ruben.
You know, Rick, it just, you know, the American dream is out there.
That's it.
And, you know, not everybody is going to accomplish it, but the opportunity is there. And it's strange sometimes, the path of how you get from one point to another. But, you know, I thought Kenny Thomas, who was in the Black Hawk Down, Somalia episode, put it best when he was talking about people, soldiers who, come back, maybe a little scarred from their from what they've been through. If you're well grounded going in, chances are you're going to be well grounded coming out the other side.
Great point.
You get that impression with Ruben. He is a little shy, a little bashful, but he is a good guy, and I don't think that. The fame and everything that goes with this and, the money and everything is going to be a bad issue for him as it materializes. You just get that feeling he's got it under control.
Do you know, I think that's why because a lot of times, let's face it, we talked about this on the air, a lot of folks are caught up in the hype of Ruben because he's from where you're from. But the rest of the country is responding to him, and I think that's part of it. I think you get a sense of humility from him. You get a sense of, hey, I just want to sing, and all the rest of this has kind of happened, and it's a God-given gift because when he opens his mouth and sings, you're always just like, my goodness. And, and then, one of those things you always think when you meet somebody, you go, I hope it's what I'm hoping it's going to be, somebody I do want to pull for.
Sure.
And, I mean, and it is. He's just a super nice guy. Great guy.
And Ruben has something going for him, much like I feel like we have going for us, Rick, in that he has his brother Kevin that will always bring him back to earth if he ever starts to think a little bit too big.
Have you noticed this brother thing seems to kind of, I looked over there and there was me and Greg. Greg, my brother and I going at it. That's how Greg treats me about this show.
Yes.
About, when you're going to throw me a bone, when who you think you are. So you got to go do your little show and all that. So it was fun to watch the brothers interact too. And it was funny because the guys from American Idol that were in here, they leaned over to me and said, get Kevin going. I said, he kind of opens up a little more if you can get Kevin going.
Sure.
Because they say he's bashful. He's kind of a shy guy. Look at Tyler. There's Speedy's boy Tyler in the window. Speedy's wife's here this morning, and his
lovely Terry.
And the baby too is here. So JC. But we, to me, you could tell once his brother started talking, then it became it was just home. Then they just started interacting like they always do. Now, we were supposed to have at this point right now coming up a special interview, which we may or may not have.
Well, it going back to what you were talking about yesterday, I told Betty, I said, we got Ruben on. We're supposed to have a special interview with Mike Sheila. She goes, hey.
Did you just say it?
Well, no, I just, I was talking to Betty. I was talking to Betty.
Okay. And how did you say it?
And she said, and she said, yeah, that's all fine and good. Why's that trash can full? You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I said, yes, ma'am, and I carried that out. So, I'm excited about Ruben. I think he's going to be a great ambassador for not only the area, but I think for people everywhere.
I mean, if you don't like Ruben, what's wrong with you?
Oh, I know.
I mean, it's really gotten to that point.
Yeah.
And I know the other two are very talented too, and I'm sure they're good people. And but it was, as I told him earlier on radio in the first hour, I was surprised. I guess not surprised, but I guess excited to see that a lot of people are calling, well, where somebody's from is one thing, but, hey, I just love Ruben.
Sure.
People from the areas where the other two are from, too, nothing against them. They're just saying, of the three, I like Ruben better.
Well, you would really like to see this be more competition on talent than geography.
Well, yeah.
But, it always turns into that, and it's that way when you root for teams and, NASCAR and everything, too. So I guess that's just unavoidable.
Well,
The Wing that we are on the brink of. 22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. We were discussing in the break, there's a chance that I could get in some sort of conflict just waiting on a court. I didn't think about that. So how do you determine if you're next up at these pickleball courts and everybody's all out there playing?
Not that I've played enough to know, Rick, but I was told that there's supposed to be a holder that you put your paddle in. It's like you hold your place in line.
I was wondering
but then when is my turn? Do they play one round, or when does the people playing? When is it proper etiquette for them to say, okay, next up? When?
Right, yeah.
What if I want to play till I'm done?
I was told it was after a game, which would be normally to 11 points. But what if you're playing 2 out of 3? Right. Or what if you're playing? What if you're doing rally scoring? You're playing to 21. I don't know.
That. We ain't doing that. So I'm gonna wait all night for like a 10-minute game.
I feel like in these situations, there's no one managing it. Okay, so I feel like first come, first serve. You want to do the placeholder thing, that's fine. But once you've got a court, you play till you want to go home.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because
100%. Yeah. That's your right.
Let me tell you who I'm not. Like, I saw some people when I was observing. Like, I've never even held one of the paddles in my hand. Okay, I saw people like picnicking under like a pavilion, waiting on a court, and that's not me. I don't like tailgating for.
This all goes back
games.
to what I said in the break about that interview I saw.
Yeah. You're right.
Next up. See, this is why people are making courts in their driveway and at the end of the cul-de-sacs. Because I couldn't do this. I couldn't go put my paddle in a little holder because that's going to be pickle arguments there.
What you're going to have to do is
hey, I was up.
You're going to have to treat it like you do tennis organizations, gym memberships, those type things. Where you reserve the right and pay. Like let's pay. I would mind paying a fee for $10 an hour, whatever it may be. I don't know. But that's what they're going to have to start doing. They need somebody managing.
Yeah, they're going to say that pickleball, the overall design is to be nice and to be friendly and to let other people play.
Also goes back to what I said in the break.
Of course, so was church softball. Look how that went.
I'm just telling you what they're going to say.
Golf is nice and friendly, but you still reserve a tee time.
Yeah.
I saw people fight on golf courses a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I go back to this.
You need to be able to reserve a spot.
I'll go back to this. Here's what I think is happening. And I understand. I'll tell you how me and the other guy, how we're all as husbands that, play a little ball, that are being pulled into this community is through the wives who say these are something that we could do as husband and wife.
Right.
Now, those only women would think those are good ideas. But I think what's happening is I think pickleball in and of itself is its own culture, and to each his own. But I think what's happening, wives are bringing men that don't belong to that culture and trying to bring us into that culture. And I just don't think it's going to go well. And I'm talking about him, too. You think he's not highly competitive?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is not going to go well.
Yeah.
And I think it could all go south just saying, hey, man, we're next up. I mean, that could get carried away.
Right.
Or we're out there playing and somebody says, how much longer y'all going to play?
My pickle was there first.
And then all of a sudden I go, till we're done. And what are you going to do about it? You know, and then
there we go.
And then we're off and running.
Well, you know it. You're on the court.
Yeah. And here's what I'm
rolling around, paddling the head.
Here's what I'm worried about. This is what I'm worried about. Is it's back to what I said about the culture. I don't want to. It kind of be like me. This is what I'm worried about. It's like what's the swimmer that they
Leah Thomas?
Yeah.
Michael Phelps.
You know how it's
Katie Ledecky.
You know how it's not. You know how it's not fair.
Mark Spitz.
You know how it's not fair. By the way, we talked about him yesterday. You know how it's not fair for like the fact that we're saying a man is competing against women.
Yes.
Is it fair for football guys to come play pickleball? I feel like we're going to be
skill set.
I feel like we're going to be like
you're not going to like the way the ball bounces.
Yeah.
Like even if we win, everybody goes, so you won pickleball?
Yeah.
Kind of like we tell this guy, so you swam faster than women?
Right.
You know,
I see what you're saying.
The Olympic Committee voted him out.
They did.
Yeah.
By the
So
way,
let me ask you this:
that was a good move.
Are you going to act up? Almost like, when you do laundry, messing up laundry, because you just get kicked out. Just get out of here. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to act up so that you don't get asked back?
Well, Sherry,
Rick, I'm going to predict you're going to go to the middle to get a ball.
Yep.
And Sherry's going to be going to the middle. And you're going to plant on your bad foot. And you're probably going to run completely over her and knock both of you down.
It's going to be the race on the beach all over again, which she brought up again 2 weeks ago.
Listen, it's ripe for injury.
It is,
It's just ripe for that.
Something else I know from Rick, experience.
Should I wear my brace?
You did run into her lane, Rick. I saw it. You're going to paddle her with the paddle. Oh,
trying to be funny.
Trying to be funny, and it's going to be too hard.
Yeah,
she's going to be mad about that. No, Rick.
Okay.
No, Rick. Listen, you're going to think.
That's up to you, Rick.
Well, if you have any questions,
however you take that home is fine. Rick, but that's what's going to happen. You're going to think you're barely doing it.
Yeah.
It's going to sting. It's going to make her mad.
I've never.
Why am I doing this to myself?
I mean, I've been on the court like 3 times, so I really don't know everything. I'm just telling you
and
what
one time
people
you
tell
went
me.
down.
Yeah, help me.
But if you really want to know, I mean, the biggest pickleballer I know is Bert Caruth, and you probably have just called him, and
he
could probably answer your questions because I know he's really into it.
Yeah, okay. That's funny.
I feel like you have thrown Bert. But I feel like Bert's not a guy that would want to be into pickleball.
You know how sometimes you need a sponsor for something? I feel like I need a sponsor that kind of eases me into this community.
You need an Elmer.
Yeah, that says, hey guys, just everybody, like they're bringing in, like when the guy gets back from the island, he's got King Kong with him. Hey, everybody, be careful. Yeah. And I just feel like I'm gonna be on
Bumbles bounce.
You're gonna see Sherry. Look, I'm gonna be like on a, she's gonna be bringing me in to pickleball. And all the pickleball say he's dangerous. And
but Rick, you got to learn to swing without breaking your wrist, or you'll get tennis elbow real bad.
Okay.
I think you're going to enjoy
and then
it.
you won't be able to feed yourself. It'll hurt so bad.
Yeah, you're going to leave tonight.
I have that just from doing a little better.
You're going to leave tonight thinking, I enjoyed that more than I thought it would. I just feel like
it just feels right for
that's
broken relationships and the injury. I don't know.
Yeah, and the waiting on the court. Now, look, a lot of these communities are doing great building the courts, but you only got a certain amount. Yeah. The overwhelming popularity of this is way more than the courts.
It reminds me of the
you
old
having
pool
to show
hall.
up and wait. I bet the true pickleball people are getting tired of this.
I do too.
Because now they're having to wait. They're like, well, y'all go back to tennis.
Here we all come.
Yeah. Bert could probably tell you what to wear. Okay.
Give me his. If you want me to wear him out, I will, by the way.
I saw Bert throw a tennis racket over. It was so impressive one time. Yeah. It went over 2 courts. I'd never seen anything like it in my life.
Well, that's my concern. Greg, you know what's going to happen, don't you? Hey, we're next up. You must stand over there and quit interrupting. That's one. Yeah. It's going to be one of those things. Hey, well, how much are y'all going to play? That's 2.
That's 2, pal.
And then comes the... Yeah. You must not know about me.
So what kind of paddle do you have, Rick? Do you know?
I have no idea.
The golden one.
I've never even seen it. I know Sherry said the first one she bought, everybody made fun of them and said they were too cheap, and she went the next step up. I don't know how far up she went, but I've never seen these.
A little money.
I've never seen these. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
this is strange. People are actually like saying things that make sense. You know what I mean?
Doing cheers.
Right. So we get back. Also want to remind you that speaking of high schools, in a very strange, Don Juan DeMarco and my wife Sherry went to judge the Miss Calera for Calera, Alabama High School beauty pageant last night. It was just a weird. I can still remember it when Sherry got off the phone from a friend of hers who teaches at Calera, Miss Sparks, and she said, Mrs. Sparks, and said, "You think you could get Don Juan to judge a beauty pageant?" And I said, "Well, I'll ask him." And
well, now he's got the eye for
it. And well, he's single, and
sure.
Let's face it, he's worked in modeling now.
Yes.
And we can't ignore that.
Experience.
Tell you something I didn't know that I found out last night from Sherry, though, something you've kept from us a little bit. Would y'all like to know
what?
Yeah. That Don Juan is teaching a modeling class now?
What? No. No.
What? Did y'all know that?
Is that a trade out so you can get free modeling?
How about he's come through? He's ready. You're actually teaching now?
What?
Well, here's what I said. I said, Sherry, let me see the bio that they use for D. And it says, producer, produces the Rick and Bubba show, is one of the producers, and has, went through the model, and the model in this agency, the Casablanca.
John Casablanca.
Modeling, yeah. And I said, yeah, that's true. And all of a sudden it says, and teaches. And I went, teaches?
What?
She said, yeah, Don Juan teaches now.
Don Juan?
I like to call it an instructor.
All right, a modeling instructor. Okay,
that is a teacher.
When you read his bio last night, you thought, hey, you better have your game on. This guy,
like his name ought to be Ty.
Yeah, Ty. Ty Williams. That's really cool. But anyway, so in a weird moment, y'all know what it means. We're all, we're brothers here. Okay, so it's like your brother. But it was strange to pull into my driveway, Big Love in tow, and back in the car seat, and see Don Juan in my driveway in a suit like he liked it. I'm talking about looking sharp. I mean, you know what I mean? Because he's a handsome man. I mean, he looks sharp. And you go in, and your wife is coming at you, also dressed to the nines, with everything like she likes it, and she gets in the car with Don Juan and drives off. That felt strange.
It felt strange.
Was it
Getting
weird
on GQ,
was that
shaving,
weird?
Putting your best attire on and going to pick somebody else's wife up.
And look, and me being okay with it, and waving bye to him. That felt, it's like, there was an uncomfortable moment where Dee and I went, we looked at, how you doing, man? Doing good. Yeah, I'll go in here and get my wife for you. It just felt a little weird, but I mean, it's all good. It'd be like her going somewhere with Greg, but except the fact that Greg's not a single, attractive young man. But you know what I'm talking about?
Who instructs models.
Right. Yeah.
And we did come home at a reasonable time last night. So,
well, I got to admit, about 9, I started calling around. But
right after we announced the winner, my cell phone going off, and it's Rick. Calling, just checking in.
Yeah, just checking in. Y'all still at that school? Okay. But
that booty music out here?
Yeah. What is that music? What is that? So, but no, Sherry said that. I mean, y'all.
Look, Dee, you're not running an escort service, are you? I mean, what's up?
Right.
Ty.
But, so...
Just ask for Ty.
And was there... Sherry said, did it work out... Didn't it kind of work out to where people really didn't know who you voted for? Y'all all compiled... Yeah. Y'all didn't even know who won till they announced.
We didn't know. We voted...
blind ballot.
Every little thing. You vote, great, poor... fair and all that kind of stuff, and then we send it off, and somebody else does all the judging, or does all the...
So the mamas So the mamas didn't get the dog you hey thanks
we
and all that?
standing by the door when they announced the winner, just in case, because, some parents go a little,
They're serious about this.
Yeah, they're very serious about it, so we got close to the door, when it was time to announce the winner, so... But, it went well last night. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. I didn't know Sherry and I was going to, we bonded a lot and had a great time.
Easy.
Well,
How far is it to Calera from where I live?
About 30 minutes or so.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah, about 30.
But I mean, like when the car was rolling and you're driving, and there you are with like my wife, and
we make it work. We've made it work. BuyRaycon.com/bigbox. Are you ready? These everyday earbuds that are taking the nation and the Rick and Bubba audience by storm have only gotten better. That's right. Ergonomic design, baby. multi-point connectivity. Get two devices going at the same time. Premium audio at about half the price of the competitors. New vibrant colors. You love those. They look fantastic. Of course, we have also added to some of the sound styles there. We put in active noise cancellation as well. I want to add that. I told you the other two. Also, don't forget that we're going to get you an additional 15% off, and we're going to get you free shipping. So they're about half the price of the other premium audio brands. They've got the customizable gel tips, so they fit more comfortably and more secure. So you're going to get great sound, all these great features at about half the price in their category, and then we're getting you 15% off, and we're getting you free shipping. What else can we do? So make the move now by going to buyraycon.com/bigvox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Bubba, we'll get some phone calls coming up a little bit later on, but another odd story today. And is this a minister? That has long claimed this. That the Garden of Eden, the original Garden of Eden from Genesis and the Holy Word of God is in Florida? Is that what this story says? And he's long said this?
According to Ron DeSantis, yes.
Great, that's funny.
Rick, they've actually had a state park there since the 1930s, and this is just west of Tallahassee.
Something about that made it funny. I don't know.
The Garden of Eden is west of Tallahassee.
Well, you know where the Garden of Eden is, don't you? North of Tallahassee.
A former
Ask Bobby Bowden when he was
lawyer
alive.
and Baptist minister maintained for decades that this wilderness retreat was the literal site of the Garden of Eden.
And stop. You cannot be a Baptist minister and a lawyer. You cannot be a Baptist minister and a lawyer. I speculate right there. We don't even know if lawyers can go to heaven. So he's long said this, and I saw this sign. Is that
everybody
sign?
knows that.
You see that picture?
He said it's on the banks of the Apalachicola River.
I'll be
you got to
over
get a
there
running
late.
start.
Yeah.
And now the endangered, and I'm not sure how you say this tree, Torreya. The park got new neighbors in 1956 when this minister founded the Garden of Eden tourist attraction in the nearby town of Bristol.
Bubba, I'm going to say again that he is. Bubba.
Now, this is what's funny. The story goes on to say, many biblical scholars and theologians have spent centuries speculating where the true Garden of Eden once existed, maybe in Turkey, Armenia, or at the head of the Persian Gulf where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers meet. As it is described, by the way, in the book of Genesis.
I was about to say Genesis.
Why are we looking all over
the
the other places?
We've never seen the Panhandle mentioned.
Yeah.
No, never.
He's going to the book of Genesis saying, no. If you interpret this into English, that means Apalachicola.
That's west of Tallahassee.
West of Tallahassee. The scriptures, and this is not, I mean, you get down to the details, but as far as the region.
Look at the pictures from the park, and this is back in the 1950s.
Well, now, Rick, Ponce de Leon, he thought the whatever it is.
The Fountain of Youth. Was in, it's over on the other coast. Yeah, but what's the name of that?
You talking about
gosh, I've been there.
Clearwater, Florida?
No.
Atlantis?
No.
That's funny.
What's the name of that town?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't.
I've been there.
I can't think of it.
I went to the Fountain of Youth. It's covered up now. It's in like a concrete building you go into.
All right, I have to ask this question.
It stinks.
And maybe
it's sulfur water.
Oh, yeah. You know how little Florida water is.
It smells like rotten eggs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Good.
And apparently, because I did get a sip of it, and it has not worked. So, Fountain of Youth may be more of a gag.
So this guy, when you would go Tigris and Euphrates, right there. Oh no. Apalachicola.
Oh.
And what? All right. Why is this a story today?
Rick,
because
this,
it looks
this
like
is interesting.
This cat's been saying this since the 50s.
Let me get through this. He claimed that he had uncovered several geographical features of the local landscape that matched the description of the Garden of Eden detailed in the Old Testament.
Right there.
Makes a good point.
Right. You never know.
Right. I don't know why is this a story today? Is somebody just didn't know it and they just now found out? I mean, I'm looking at the signs in the 50s, 4 miles to the original Garden of Eden.
He said at the core of his argument was a passage in the book of Genesis that said a river watering the garden flowed from Eden and from there it's separated into 4 heads.
But it tells us what those are, though. It doesn't. And none of them say Apalachicola.
He says this fourfold split only appears at 2 rivers on Earth. The Apalachicola and another one halfway around the world in Siberia.
Okay, all right. So this now, what's really kind of really cool, and Bubba and I have talked about this before. We know that when sin came into the original garden, that Adam and Eve, the first 2 human beings, were thrown out. And then it says it was guarded by 2 angels.
Yep.
And it's possible that supernaturally it was closed off to us and no one's able to see it.
Yeah.
Now when
I think most people believe that I've had this discussion where they think it is exactly where it was, and we just are not allowed to see it.
Now, when you go to the Revelation and you get
would you bump into it if you walked in there accidentally?
Probably not.
What happens? You just walk through it?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe who knows?
This is even stranger. It's I keep reading this story. Now, this is Reverend Calloway.
Mm-hmm.
And decades prior to this, Calloway had abandoned his father's strict Baptist church in Weguffka, Alabama.
Oh yeah,
Weguffka.
I bet
we've all spent a few days in Weguffka, which is Indian for muddy water. A lot of people don't know that. I didn't know that. Well, you learned something today.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working
and had adopted a secular perspective with plans to leave home to pursue a degree in law.
See what I'm talking about?
He was prosecuting cases in Lakeland, Florida, on behalf of the newly formed National Association of the NAACP, helping to fight racial injustice in the area.
Mm-hmm.
But shortly after the end of World War II, he had become friendly with a local retired doctor who he had devoted his golden years to a production of a spiritual book with titles like Transforming Your Life in 24 Hours and Spiritual Revelations of the Bible.
Easy now. I didn't know about this guy. I don't know why he's news today. Here's somebody.
Why today?
I don't know. This is a good one. Here's Corey. My parents live at St. George Island, right off the Apalachicola area in Florida. I was there just last week and had to drive to Tallahassee to pick up my wife at the airport. If that stretch west of Tallahassee is the Garden of Eden, I get why Eve sinned.
That's a good one.
What a great line.
Here is the only
Corey.
Here's the only problem I have with the and I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, so to speak.
Okay.
With the Persian answer to this, where the current Tigris and Euphrates rivers are.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, these rivers change names and they move over time.
They do.
So we don't know if that was the original Euphrates and Tigris River or not. That would be the only thing I would say. But other than that, I would have to say the default answer is that is the location.
I will tell you, it's one of the confusing things studying the Bible is what you just pointed out. Sometimes you're going through there and they'll say a place, and then all of a sudden you look in parentheses and it says also called this. Right. Well, can't y'all make up your mind? What are we going to call it?
Right.
Now I'm getting confused. You called it something else a few chapters ago.
It's like where Noah's Ark landed. There's always issues about where that mountain exactly is. There's also issues, and we've had a podcast guest talk about this, where Mount Sinai was it Sinai that Moses went up to get the 10 Commandments, because there's different places could have been that mountain at that time, and they could have changed what they're calling that over time.
Yeah. So, and again, and you look, if you study the Revelation, which we just did not too long ago, and was doing something on that yesterday. If you look at 21 and 22, you see when John is seeing the New Jerusalem, and he's seeing the new heaven and the new earth, you see that the river of life he is seeing flowing from the throne of God, and on each side of it, he talks about the tree of life is there. He sees it again. It's back, and it's providing eternal life, as a source of eternal life there. And so, I think there is going to be, this refinement, of this earth is going to burn, and the new heaven and the new earth and the new Jerusalem. Really, if you want to just simplify it, we're returning back to the original design.
Yeah. Way it should have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and I did have somebody make a great one when Jesus said he went to prepare a place for us, and of course John is seeing it. He said, if the original was only 6 days, and now this one's been over 2,000 years. Can you imagine how much better it is?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
So
y'all asked the question, why now? And I've read the story too. The only thing I can come up with is that A, it's an update, and B, it's for the tourist attraction of the park there in
it's still
in
operating.
Florida. Yeah, that it's only it's a tourist attraction apparently.
Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. We chat with you.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know, it was funny because Dee said yesterday, he said, well, we are having fun. So Sherry and I got a lot in common. I said, oh, yeah. I said, she's a blonde, blue-haired white woman, you know, with 4 children, been married for Sarah, you know, a black American single in your early 20s. Yeah, y'all got a lot to talk about. So
how about they both know and love you, Rick?
Is that the bottom line?
Yes, that's
so
it.
how did...
We talked about the show a little bit, and the modeling came up, talked about that and stuff.
So you're not scared of her anymore? Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not...
Sherry and I, yeah, we're tight.
So is it different now that you spent some like one-on-one time? Because all of you, we're scared of each other's wives, and it's usually because we don't spend that much time with them.
Right. I feel I can call your house in late evening and not bother her.
Really, you're not like Speedy.
Hey,
when she
Sherry.
answers, he'll hang up.
Yeah. Hey, Sherry, how's it going? It's D. You know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's D.
So let me ask you this: has D taken a step with my wife further than like? I mean, he's further along. He would actually go, "Hey, how's it doing?" and him not be uncomfortable.
And now
the first thing I say is I'm sorry. You know, hello, I'm sorry, Sherry. This is Speedy. Can I please speak to Rick? You know, and if she answers too mean, I'll just say I'm sorry, I have the wrong number. You know?
Rick, it's me that hangs up.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's me.
And I'll deepen my voice. Sorry, wrong number.
Sorry, wrong number. And and then it was kind of weird, you know, when
sorry, there's not peaches to go.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of like, you know, and then you know like.
Just walk on wheels. I'm sorry.
And it's kind of weird when the little kids come up and start asking you, "Where's mommy?" You know, and you don't, you know.
Right.
I said, "Well, she's off judging a beauty pageant," and they go, "Why did that man come and take her away?" Well, that's our friend.
Yeah,
that's our friend. So, but then I get them on the corner. And I said, "Okay, now let's talk about this. Those of you that can communicate with Daddy, if other men come and take mommy away, let me know."
Yeah, sure. Let's say
this one's okay.
Let's say mommy rides around with a UPS man. I need to know.
Well, hold on, all right, kids, let me ask you this. When the UPS man comes, does he have a package with him? Like a box? Maybe that's, well, no matter what you say, it's bad. But no.
Now, and also, Sherry and I talked, when I find my... Sherry's
good
gonna
win
help
on that one.
Sherry
Thank you
will
for saving me, by the way.
She will be the person that I have to go to when I find my woman.
Oh, good.
Because Sherry gave me some advice and
oh,
everything.
I would have liked to have heard that.
You know.
What was it?
You know.
I want to hear it.
Finding the perfect wife and all that kind of stuff.
Did she talk?
She told me, by the way, that I'm rushing things. I should wait till I'm about 30, so.
But she's right about that.
I'm not rushing anymore.
That's right. You don't need to get married in your early 20s.
I didn't think you were rushing, D.
Yeah. Well, Speedy's on me like, hey, you behind, you're behind.
Now, look, I'm not on you. I'm going off what you told me. Now, a couple of years ago, you
come from a guy that didn't get married till he was, what, 31?
No, I got married when I'm 30, and I've always said that he should wait. But I'm going off what he told me. He told me, hey, at 23, I'm going to meet the girl.
23.
At 24, I'm going to get engaged. And at 25 or 26, I'm going to be married.
Well, love don't go that way.
By 28, I'm going to have kids. You know, he's sitting there doing, and I start laughing at him.
Love's not on a schedule.
And so I'm just throwing back to him. I'm like, hey, you're 25.
Yeah, love's not on a schedule.
Yeah, I avoided all that.
Did she? I mean, she say that, you know, you want a light-skinned girl that's absolutely perfect and has no flaws and all that. Is that?
Yeah, I'll have to run about the house, you know, when I finally meet her, and I think that, you know, I'll run and let Sherry scan her and everything.
Yeah. At any point in that whole time that y'all went to judge this pageant, did she ever say, now take me for instance, I'm a lucky woman. I've got a good man. Did that ever come out?
Well, I was waiting for that, you know, as confirmation, but it never happened. Right. She didn't quite say that, but...
That never came out.
But she is, though. I mean, you know.
But she never took
I guess she knew that I knew it was understood.
So she never took a deep breath, looked out the window and said, I'm just a lucky woman.
That didn't happen.
Okay, all right.
Hey.
Boomer?
Hey, Mama Sherry, is she okay? Mama Sherry,
She look okay for you?
Oh, Burgess, is she all right? I'm going to spin around like the girls on the stage last night. Spin around.
Yeah, that's right.
You know.
Look, they'll bring them by. Look, we'll all sit on the couch like y'all did as judges. Okay.
Now, she's about to go change outfit, and she's going to come back out here in the evening gown, and then you judge her off that, too. So.
Was that strange? Because I've never judged a beauty pageant.
It's very
Have you?
strange because it seemed like some of the girls, you know, these were high school girls, junior high and high school, and that might be Cheryl on the hotline right there.
Yeah.
Junior high and high school girls, and, you know, they're coming down and walk down the wrong way, and then they have to stop and look at the judges, but their eyes came straight to me. And I guess it was like, hey, if I turn it up for this guy, if I turn it up for him, you know, my points will be on up there a little bit.
Well, what they were doing, they said, all right, were the other judges except you all women?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the thing. They said, I'm never going to make them happy. Let me go after the guy. You know, if I could...
In the junior miss for Miss Clear High School, I think her name was Ashley Adams. It was Ashley Adams.
Congratulations.
First phone calls of the day, and the real Greg Burgess manning the phones. There he is. There's room for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG to join us now as we talk to you, America. A lot to discuss, too. Man, we had a lot of topics before this phone segment, so you can comment on any of it or bring up your own topic at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Tomorrow night, Philadelphia, Mississippi, the historic Ellis Theater. Looking forward to speaking there tomorrow night at a community-wide worship service. Anybody is welcome to be part of it. It's a big week that's going on in that county, and this will be the community service tomorrow night. Looking forward to being there. 6:30, doors open at 6. And then Sunday night up in Huntsville, Alabama, 100.3 The River, at Twickenham Church of Christ. We'll have their next man church, and Andy Blanks speaking there coming up Sunday night. If you want to join him, find the details about that at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Let's go to Kirk in Alabama. Kirk, what's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, guys. Hey, so Sunday I had a lady call me. She had called the wrong number. She was looking for her grandson. And I told her it was no problem. And she said, well, are you a father? I said, yes, ma'am, I am. She said, well, happy Father's Day. I said, well, ma'am, thank you very much, and you too.
No. Brian Regan, you too. We've all done it, Kurt.
Yeah.
We've all done it. It's a terrible feeling. We continue. Let's go to Rob Hoover listening to ZZK. Rob, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So in this pickleball world, I was listening to y'all earlier talking about pickleball.
Yeah.
I'm sure all y'all remember back in the day, whether it was mostly basketball, but it worked for wrestling or whatever, if I win or my team wins, it's my court. Until somebody takes us out.
That's
Can
right.
you not just...
That's right.
Is that not part of the pickleball world?
Well, you're not supposed to go in the pickleball world and be all competitive and mean.
You're referring to the classic winner stays up.
That's right. Hey, as long as we're winning, we're playing.
Pick up basketball,
That's
that was
right.
standard.
Uh-huh. That's what Bert Caruth told me. I'm all in now. Well, we continue. Let's go to Luke. Luke from Dadeville. Luke, go ahead.
Hey guys, I was just calling. I didn't know if y'all maybe saw the email that I sent you guys yesterday. It's about this story from Arkansas. Apparently, this woman was in Golden Corral and she didn't know she was pregnant, and she had some like pain in her stomach or something, and she went to the bathroom and gave birth to a child. And did not know she was pregnant. It's some kind of like phenomenon.
That story was. That story was like last week, I think. We had that story, and we didn't talk about it on the main show. I think the kickoff hour we talked about it.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, I've been to Golden Corral. There's a lot of folks in there. If they were pregnant, they wouldn't know it.
Hey. You know, you hear about this from time to time.
Right.
And while on the surface it seems almost impossible,
it does.
You do hear this story more than you think you would.
She's not that. I mean, she's not large.
She's not.
Okay.
I didn't realize that.
Well, how about that? That was not what I pictured.
No.
I just don't understand how your body can go through that many changes and you not go, hey,
I know.
You know
You're
what?
getting kicked from the inside. Do you not feel getting kicked from the inside?
Yeah, I've never been pregnant, so I don't know
I can't-
what that's like. But it seems to be quite disruptive.
Yeah.
Well, if you let's say you eat at Crystal's a lot, you're probably used to that feeling of something kicking inside.
Right. If you hit that Golden Corral, you probably We continue. Let's go to. Is it Bam? Hey, Bam. Welcome to the show.
A lamb.
Hey, Bam.
Monkey Grass guys. Hey, I was watching on on YouTube and all the stuff you guys are showing about the Turner South stuff got me feeling a little nostalgic. And I'm wondering if you guys were going to do like a turkey toss for the year ender or for the last year.
Not likely. No. Some things you look at them and they belong in their place of honor and their place in time. And if you go back and try to recreate that magic, sometimes it just leaves you a little empty, and turkey toss, they had so many glorious moments. I'd hate to go back, and it just come off as like, it just didn't have the same energy as the original, and you just sometimes you have to be careful. Don't tamper with the memories.
Yeah, the guys at Gigaparts in Huntsville had mentioned several times, man, we got the parking lot for this.
Boy, do they?
Y'all want to go out in style.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. Right there with all those roads.
Oh, yes. But
busy area.
Right. We continue. Let's go to Brian in Chattanooga. Brian, go ahead.
Good morning, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
A solution for you out there at your barn, put a couple pieces of pipe in the ground, drill a hole and put them down in the ground, flush, and that way your lawnmower won't hit it. And then you can put a couple bars coming down from your barn doors, and they slip down in the pipe to hold that.
Yeah.
And so that eliminates it. And then you can put your lights on a timer like they do in the fireplaces up there in the rental cabins in Pigeon Forge,
Yeah, I thought about that yesterday. The problem you got is I'm going to have to get, I don't know what you call this. What do you call the steel rod that you push down to hold the door sturdy? What is that called?
Right. Rick, I call it the steel rod that you hold the door.
These doors sit so high off the ground.
Yeah, the brace, yeah.
And that's why they had to bring it up a little bit. I'm going to have to find some that are incredibly long.
Yeah.
For that to work, for it to be flush to the ground, because I'm going to need a much longer one there. So
you talking about a cane bolt, Rick?
Talking about the cane bolt stepping down there.
That's what it is.
That's
right
exactly
there.
what it is. It looks just like that. But you see, those aren't very long, and that's what I have. Do they have some that are like twice that size?
Yes.
Because you're going to need something much longer to make it flush, and then you're going to see it between the door and the ground. That's not so bad.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And as far as the light goes, we do this out back, like pointed towards the garbage can or around the corner, these solar powered little landscape lights that you can just push into the ground. You could push some of those in that kind of.
Now there's something else tripping over.
Well, no, I'm just saying that point back towards the barn, the door or the wall where it doesn't blind you, but you can kind of see out there.
Well, I have lights out there, and there's one that needs to be fixed, and there's even the one over there on the other side where the garage is. The problem is, which seems like a simple solution, could we not just have an on and off switch outside?
No. Yeah.
Where you just go, everybody in the car, whoop, and you leave.
But if you cut it off, Rick, then you're in the dark trying to get in the car.
You need something.
Yeah, but I mean that's not very far. The cars are right there.
I'm just saying
timer, motion sensors,
your phone. Looks like you need an electrician. Might need to call Reese. You need something you can control from your phone. Yeah, or just go get some inexpensive. There I go again. Solar powered little light. You just push them in the ground, and then
I'm not pushing any lights in the ground.
Rick, guys, you can't bend over. Cheap option over here.
No way, no how.
It is quick and easy to do the solar
I have some
lights.
pointing at my garbage can out back. I mean, they cost $30, $40.
Why can't I put them on the barn?
I would use that. Speedy, I would use that. He won't. I'm just saying it's so simple.
I have no problem with this on and off timer. I just don't want them in the ground. I want them on the side of the barn.
All right then.
I don't want them in the ground, sticking up in the ground. I got something in the ground.
No, I think you ought to do both.
Yeah. Hey, when you put these things in the ground, I can't even get the lawnmower around.
No, it's all on the ground where you run a lawnmower over.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know what I say about Blaze Media right now? Now more than ever. Now more than ever. What a bunch of garbage in these major news networks. You can't even trust what you're looking at. I mean, it's all like, so why don't you, now more than ever, become a subscriber to Blaze Media. With what's going on in our country, you got to have journalism. You got to have documentaries. You got to have information. And you get an hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. That alone should drive you there. So if you would like to be able to hear the news as it is actually happening, then Blaze Media is ready. If you're not a subscriber, become one now by going to blazetv.com. Subscribe now. And look, if anybody who tries to go out there and say, we're canceling this platform, hey, I'm the new person here at the cable channel, I'm the new person at the network, don't have to worry about that. You're a subscriber. Okay, anything that's going on out there in the cancel culture, you pay a subscription fee and you have access to the news. The code Bubba gets you $20 off of your subscription too. That's blazetv.com, promo code Bubba for $20 off. Go ahead and become a Blaze Media subscriber and do that today.
He's got Terry on the 17th, so that'll give him 2 days. All right.
God. Well, okay, on that note, I'm hanging up.
Okay,
Listen, Don Juan, I just wondered if we were on for the 19th still.
That's good. Yeah, you have to check his calendar book. See,
make sure things are still good. Yeah,
I know the models are keeping him busy and all that.
Sure.
Surely he can fit, Betty Lou in.
Right. Yeah.
Well, are you calling for Don Juan or Ty?
Well, either one that'll show up.
Right. That's right. Well, he's got Terry on the 17th, so that'll give him 2 days. All right.
God. Well. Okay, on that note, I'm hanging up.
See you, honey.
Okay, bye.
Hey, what? We're taking this personal handler to a whole new level.
Yeah.
27 minutes.
I got some things don't need handling.
We'll get back. 877 We Be Big is our number. You're listening to and watching the Rick and Bubba Show. 32 minutes past the hour, we make our way back. Bubba back today, not 100%, but feeling much better. Also, we've got Boomers here, my oldest son. His birthday's this weekend. He'll be 12. Peaches has brought her roommate here today. Amy is visiting. Hey, Amy. Good morning and welcome to the show. How are you? And Blair and Karen is here. Her last day as far as from an intern role. She is a part-time employee of the show now and runs the shows when we're on location. Matter of fact, you can hear Karen doing a fine job running the show on location on She Commenced a Shaving live from Pensacola, our new CD, so you can enjoy that story. Also, we've got Hobie on the phones, Christopher Columbus, switching for Media Visions, what you see on Turner South, and, of course, Alan, Don't Call Me Elvis Peacock with closed caption. So we've got all that going on today. And Blair and Karen, you understand that your grandmother?
Mm-hmm. My great-grandmother.
Great-grandmother.
Granny Beatty, Exie Beatty, is listening in Arkadelphia. She thinks she's the oldest listener, and she might be. She's 98 years old.
Wow.
And she got a satellite just so she can watch it, because they don't do cable in Arkadelphia.
How about that right there?
Hey! Arkadelphia, Alabama.
Standing by, we talked about earlier how the show has progressed over the years and how, as we change, the show does change. David in Mountain Brook. David, how long have you been a listener? I know you haven't been a viewer very long because we've only been on Turner South for a few months, but how long have you been with the show?
Guys, Monkey Grass.
Hey, buddy. How
Welcome,
you doing,
sir.
I listen to the show every morning while I'm driving my kids to school.
Yes.
And then when I get to where I'm going, I leave it on till the very bitter end. So I've watched the show change, have listened to the show changed, was shocked when Speedy said he didn't enjoy golf anymore.
That was a bad moment yesterday.
But I have got some really shocking news for the audience.
What is that?
Speedy is really changing.
Yes.
My wife works for the Baptist Medical Centers, and this weekend they did a special health fair at Sports First.
Yeah.
And Speedy and Don Juan DeMarco were there.
Yes, they did a remote there. I remember that.
They sure did. And one of the things that she did was she had one of the cutting-edge high-tech machines that measured body fat.
That is true.
Hey, Don Juan wasn't there, by the way. That was Sean from Promotions.
Sorry about that, D.
Yeah.
I know. Look,
He's a little darker than D, so
that had to hurt.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Speedy was all excited to show everybody what really good, clean living, good eating, great exercise can do for your body fat.
He even told me he had his body fat checked, but he didn't give me the number.
And I'm going to tell you that Speedy, according to the machine, is fast joining the guys as one of the sexiest fat men alive.
Well, we've noticed he's put on a little weight.
He was just eating egg whites,
Yes,
and
he
I
was.
asked him if he was on the diet, and he said,
Okay,
no,
well,
I
this
just
is a
like
little out of context. I'll go along with it because it's funny, but I wasn't ready to show everybody how we were all standing there, and a couple of buddies of mine that I played flag football with.
Let me call Ryan
And
real
with
quick.
y'all calm down.
I just want Ryan to hear it.
How much
This
is it? Within the 23 to 18% body fat, I was within that range, so I'm within the desired range. Now, it's not like, when I was in college and single and I was 14% body fat,
That's us, a brand new hour from the Big Boys studio from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. In her boots and silver spurs. Bubba, we start this hour. We have an interesting update involving the ever controversial COVID vaccine. Kansas, the Attorney General, how did you say the name? Kris Kobach? Kobach. So he is suing Pfizer. We have a clip here. You and I were discussing, I don't know how far this will go because of the protection these drug companies were given, but I do think it's a nice gesture that might set some precedent and start the process. So I'll let you, all of you out there, just hear directly from the AG of Kansas. Here we go.
Pfizer marketed its vaccine as safe for pregnant women. However, in February of 2021, Pfizer possessed reports for 458 pregnant women who received Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine during pregnancy. More than half of the pregnant women reported an adverse event, and more than 10% reported a miscarriage, many within days of the vaccination. Pfizer also possessed information from its own October 2020 study on pregnancy in rats, indicating that its COVID-19 vaccine was likely linked to infertility, loss of litters, and stillborn offspring. Number two, safety relating to heart conditions like myocarditis. Pfizer consistently denied any evidence of a connection or safety signal between its COVID-19 vaccine and myocarditis or pericarditis. Indeed, on January 18th, 2023, when asked whether its vaccine caused strokes or myocarditis, Pfizer chairman and CEO Alan Berla stated, quote, "We've not seen a single signal, although we have distributed billions of doses," end quote. A signal that he was referring to as a safety signal, which refers to a negative consequence. However, as Pfizer knew, the United States government, the United States military, foreign governments, and others had found that Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine caused myocarditis and pericarditis. Number three, effectiveness regarding variants. Pfizer also claimed that its COVID-19 vaccine protected against COVID-19 variants, even though data available at the time showed Pfizer's vaccine was effective less than half the time against variants. Finally, transmission. Pfizer urged Americans to get vaccinated in order to protect their loved ones, clearly indicating a claim that Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccination stopped transmission of COVID-19. Pfizer later admitted that it had never even studied transmission of it after its recipients received the vaccine and whether they could say it stopped transmission. After making these misleading statements, Pfizer also engaged in some censorship attempts Emails reveal that Pfizer officials coordinated with social media platforms to censor any speech critical of Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine safety and effectiveness. It should also be noted that Pfizer elected not to join the federal government's vaccine development program known as Operation Warp Speed and declined that development funding. When asked about that, Pfizer's CEO, Albert Bourla, said Pfizer did not participate in the program in order to, quote, liberate, end quote, Pfizer's scientists and to avoid government oversight of its vaccine development. He also said, quote, they want reports. I don't want to have any of that, end quote. Referring to they, when he said they, he was referring to the federal government. Pfizer's misleading statements contributed to success in marketing its vaccine in Kansas. By February of 2024, Pfizer had delivered over 3.3 million doses of its vaccine in the state of Kansas. This accounted for over 60% of all vaccine doses given in the state of Kansas. This suit is being filed today, and as I mentioned before, it is part of a multi-state effort in which more suits may follow depending on Pfizer's reaction.
And we are off and running. And that was very well presented. Bubba, what say you?
If they were not part of Operation Warp Speed, they may not have legal protection.
I know. That's the first thing I thought
I don't
of.
know.
I didn't know they
know.
weren't part of that. Did you? I don't recall that.
No, I don't either.
But apparently that's true.
And again, we know there was some blanket protection granted by Congress for some of this to rush it to market because the people demanded it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, Rick. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out. I think, too, where the way he's phrasing that, I think they're probably taking issue with the advertising more than the actual manufacturer of the drug, which may also move outside what protection they may have.
Well, and notice he is also carefully putting in, and Greg, you've made this point over and over again, and we on the show, the way the tobacco industry finally had to pay up is when they proved that they knew they had a problem, they suppressed their own information about its danger and continued to sell the product as if it wasn't dangerous.
Yeah. Right.
And it's one thing to say, well, we were all throwing something out there. We didn't know what was going to happen, which is common. We were in an adverse situation. To Bubba's point, the people wanted something to give them some sort of protection. We were trying to provide it. We didn't get to do normal trials.
Right.
But what he's saying is, no. Your trials had shown you things that you claimed were not true, that you knew were. Now, if we can throw that little element in the soup, right, and then what you're talking about, Bubba, you marketed one thing and it did another.
Right.
All those might create a problem. And if Kansas, you heard him say multi-state, so this is not the only one.
Yeah, more will follow.
More will follow. So it's very, very interesting. And it really is true that we were told things by the companies and by the government. And then remember the thing that we really all became concerned about when it really started getting creepy is when the overwhelming efforts to censor and to cancel and to silence anyone, including scientists and doctors who were saying, hey, we got problems. Nope, we don't have any problems. 100% effective. Never said that about anything.
They
100% safe. Never said that about anything.
They decided a narrative, and then that was it. There was going to be no discussion.
Nothing you could do about it. And but
and unfortunately, all of us rely so much on social media. They were able to stifle out any conversation.
Well, and then when they started guilting you, Greg and I talk to Mom all the time. When they start guilting you, you don't love your family, and you don't love others if you don't take the vaccine. Oh, you're elderly. Well, if you don't take the vaccine, you're sure to die. And booster after booster after booster. My mother will tell you her health took a deep dive after she took all these boosters, and she never had heart problems, never had blood pressure problems, never had, and she's got all of it now. And she says I started having issues as soon as after I took those boosters.
Under the PrEP Act.
Because it was just one after another one after another. You're just stacking that stuff on top of each other.
Yeah. The Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act. A lot of companies like Pfizer and Moderna have immunity from liability if something goes wrong with their vaccines because it was an emergency. The emergency use It was the only option. You remember how we had lots of other potential options, but those couldn't be viable options. Those could not be. But there's also a little-known government program that does provide benefits to people who can prove they suffered serious injury from a vaccine, but that program rarely pays out, covering just 29 claims over the past decade. So that doesn't look good. It's something that he mentioned, the miscarriages. That is something that I know a lot about, and from people that I'm very close with and people in my family. So it is. I think because they entered into this calling themselves a vaccine. I know that some of the suits that are coming forward from different states, because it was actually not a vaccine, it was gene therapy. Just that alone, they kind of entered into this agreement under a false pretense. So that, I think, is where some of these attorney generals are getting some leeway to actually sue these companies.
Well, we'll see. We'll see where it goes. But what's interesting, and we mentioned this on the show, that on the myocarditis, they now have that in their own warning now.
Yeah. On their own webpage.
Yeah, which is odd. When they said no way, no how, now they're like, well, good. 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. We'll see where this goes.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
No.
Well,
but I'm in the desired range for my age and height, but it was just shocking that I was like...
I'm right where I want to be, too,
Hey,
35.
40%.
Yeah.
What, David?
Hey, guys, what it is it's a machine that you actually step on.
You step on it.
My scales do that.
Right,
And it sends some type of electrodes up through your body and tells you your body fat.
Yes.
Well, when it came back that Speedy was in just the normal range for body fat,
yes,
he immediately just screams out,
I went,
no! Right. Well, see, this is interesting because and I thought I was wrong because, let's face it, Bubba and I are not experts on body fat. So when I was going to see...
Well, we ought to be.
I went to see Sergeant Don Sabb, who's trying to at least keep me alive, to live out my golden years. And I said, Speedy was talking about body fat, and he said, yeah. And I said, he said, well, how's he doing? I said, he said he wants to get down in the teens. And he stopped me and said, no, I think you got that wrong. He said, Speedy wouldn't be in like 20. He'd be in the teens now. And I said, well, maybe I heard him wrong.
No,
because he was a little shocked by it too. He was like, wow.
Yeah, hey, guys, when he started screaming and hollering when they told her what it was, they thought the machine was shocking him.
I went, no! The ladies did get a kick out of it, though. We had a good time with it. But no, it was one of those things where the 23 to 18 percent body fat, and when you just get in, and you're like, wow, so I'm low 20s, what's up, and you're like, dadgummit. And
look, I'd love to be low 20s.
It was pretty entertaining. We did have a good time, but that was not Don Juan. No.
Okay.
That's what his problem is with people.
So really, the problem is you called it to make fun of Speedy and really pulled in Don Juan by thinking Sean was him.
Yeah.
Well,
Thanks, David.
Yes, sir.
Now, by the way, there was like a sun damage little area. It was.
He told me about this too. Told you you could stick your face in there and show you how much sun damage you had over these.
Oh my gosh, man! It's like
wow.
It's like it was almost like like at the mall, you go in to take those pictures and you close the curtain.
Yes.
Well, it was one of those things, but just for your face, and you just stuck your head in there, and it's like all of a sudden you see a mirroring image of all the damage you've gotten on your face from the sun, and it's like I was like one big freckle,
Wow.
It was unbelievable. Everybody, not one person except Don Juan, well, Sean, only one person didn't come out screaming. Everybody else was like, oh my God.
And let me take a guess, the person who didn't was as black as a skillet.
Sean, but he wasn't that black.
Oh really?
He's not black as a
So
skillet.
he hadn't been out in the sun much.
No, I don't know. She just said
he's
he had
darker
perfect,
than D. All right, well, the callers are calling saying that body fat test machine is plus or minus 12%. So either you may not be as bad as you think or a lot worse.
All right. Well, I was in the desired range, but
Rick, it could be worse.
You've gotten a little thicker in the middle, but we all do when you get older.
Sure.
You have to work at it a little more.
Oh, yeah,
that ain't
definitely.
no big deal. You're still in good shape for your age.
Definitely. 34. I'm working out with a 27-year-old, and I'm like, hey, when you're 34, keep up with me.
Right. And one day you can bench as much as me, but, I mean, you can keep working
Oh,
with that.
my gosh.
I mean, that's fine.
You're so funny.
Let's go to Sean in Nashville. Speaking of Nashville, do you know that there's going to be a combination of Big Brother meets American Idol, and it will be done from Nashville? It's going to be called the Nashville Star on USA Networks. And it's going to be a deal where you're trying to be a star, but people also voting you off at the same time. Something like that in Nashville. Sean, are you going to be in that?
No, they would not want me in that.
Okay. All right, but anyway, it's coming up. There's going to be 12 artists competing for a record contract, sharing a house together on Music Row and competing for a record contract at the same time. Nashville Star, live from Nashville. What was your question, Sean?
Well, there's a little weekly mag we have here called the Rage, has like club listings, stuff like that, and I picked it up this morning, and there's this event called First Fridays, and it says First Fridays was crafted for the educational, professionally employed, mature black occasional clubber. And then I look down here, and they've got a picture of a DJ spinning, and it says DJ Don Juan. And I swear it could be Dio. I mean, if you've got the modeling thing going on.
Everywhere.
He is everywhere. The life this guy is living away from the show, we're just now finding out about it.
I know. I mean, I think the audience deserves to know, because if he's going to be spinning, you know, I'm not a brother myself, but I might want to show up and see him, you know?
That happens not to be me, because when I, if I'm going out to spin or something, I'm DJ Big D. Instead of I'm Don Juan on radio.
Okay,
DJ Big D.
Okay, all right, let's please make a note of that.
Yeah.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
We're back 21 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so don't forget next week, Bubba and I on vacation. So next Monday through Friday, some of the best moments in Rick and Bubba history. The fellows will be hosting those, so enjoy that. I'll look back over the last 30 years and 6 months. All right, so some more stories today involving lawsuits. What in the world is Les Miles doing?
Les Miles is suing his old school, LSU.
Is he really?
Yeah, they vacated wins as part of their self-imposed probation, and it now drops him below the threshold to be considered for the Hall of Fame.
Uh-oh.
The infractions case, a move that dropped him below the eligibility threshold, and this is all being reported by ESPN. Miles also named the NCAA and the National Football Foundation, which manages the Hall of Fame, in the suit. The lawsuit said Miles was deprived of property rights to the vacated wins and his nomination for the Hall of Fame. Miles alleges that LSU and the NCAA didn't provide him with any form of due process so that the school could avoid more severe penalties. He also said that 2 of the 3 violations the NCAA found took place after he left.
Okay.
LSU promised us its help in undoing this injustice, but went back on its word, forcing us to take this unfortunate action. LSU vacated 37 wins back in 2023 due to illegal benefits that were paid to the father of a former offensive lineman. The NCAA placed LSU on a 3-year probation, and the school self-imposed a postseason ban in the 2021 season. I don't think we were doing anything then anyway because of COVID. The vacated wins now drops Les Miles' winning percentage from 665 to 597, which drops him below the minimum .600 career percentage in at least 100 games to qualify for the College Football Hall of Fame. He meets all other qualifications.
Oh, wow.
So how about that? You don't think about that, but he had the criteria to be, if he's voted in, and he hasn't been yet. But they go back and vacate wins to appease the NCAA. And when they vacate those wins, it drops his percentage 3 points below the threshold.
So what do you do about that? I mean.
Well, he's suing them to say you can't do that to me.
Right. Well, then does that mess them up trying to appease the NCAA?
I don't know.
I mean, how does this all finish?
The
up?
NCAA, they get it from all sides now, don't they?
Oh yeah.
I mean, they were undefeated, but boy, once they fail, it's been a free for all since then.
Oh, and it just continues.
I mean, now we got lawsuits involving teams from long ago claiming that their images and whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're back. We're back.
We're going back.
Wolfpack wants a check.
We're going back in time. That's what NC State.
Yeah.
Yep.
Late 80s, early 80s.
Oh yeah.
What, 82?
And they're saying that everybody benefited off their team, and
because they've had all these documentaries and specials and stuff about it. It featured their name, image, and likeness.
Well, if you're going to go back
do have
and
a good
start
argument.
paying former athletes in this lawsuit, that, I mean, it's billions of dollars, and where does it stop?
They cracked it open.
Watch this right here, and I've never asked this before, but I know the answer. Just watch this, and you know how this one is over here talking about Greg.
Okay.
Jimmy V.
Rick.
See, he didn't want it. Go ahead and say it.
No,
Go ahead and say it.
Rick, how am I going to say anything negative about?
I'm going to bet. Take cancer away.
No.
Okay, take all that away. I'm going to bet.
Don't do it.
That he got on your nerves.
Rick.
I'm just going to say
He was a little hyper. Was that you didn't like the hyper presentation?
Him running around the court.
Don't do it.
Before the cancer diagnosis.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not asking you to be insensitive about his cancer. I'm just asking he, as a coach, when we all thought he was perfectly healthy, he got on your nerves.
A little bit.
When you
didn't find him inspiring, you found him annoying.
Yeah.
That's how you did it.
The rah-rah.
That's how you got him in trouble when y'all were young.
I know you like a book.
But you're right about that.
I'm going to take it even further.
Don't email me.
Take it even further. Okay. At one point, Greg, did you think they run the speech in the ground? Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Oh, please, no.
Cancer should take away all my things.
Don't. I can't. I'm calling a flag on this.
Take me out of the shot,
when you hear this today,
don't show
Greg,
me.
it cannot touch my mind. It cannot touch my heart, and it can touch
no,
touch my soul.
I have nothing negative.
But here's not necessarily negative. Does it fire you up? Does it give you? Does it make you
sad,
tearful?
It's sad.
Okay, I needed that from you.
Yeah. It's very sad.
Oh, well, that's
it is.
Wow,
that's the proper
that's
thing
his
to say.
grandkids talking.
That's exactly right.
That's his grandkids talking. Hey, those kids
Greg,
never.
don't act like we're drawing some kind of line that's impossible here.
Thank you, Helmsy. Those children, if God does not allow them to be born, we get a different speech just then.
That's not true. Not about that, Rick. Come on.
I know you, Greg.
Did y'all see where Feinbaum agreed with me on Urban Meyer the other day?
Oh my gosh!
Gave a big article about it. He says he's a fraud. He's a good one.
Yeah,
I tried to tell you.
I don't think Feinbaum called him a good.
He didn't.
Greg, can I tell you something? Your attitude.
He didn't want him in the Hall of Fame.
Hey, Greg, the way you see the world, I'm sure you and Paul draft him a lot more than that.
You may be right.
That's a good point.
But y'all watched that old sugared up special about him, and y'all fell back in love.
I
with it.
didn't.
Sugared up special. Are you talking about the Netflix documentary?
You said you liked it.
I said I liked it, but the way they portrayed it, come on.
You said you'd like to play for him.
You
did?
Thought he'd have been the.
You've never really liked Urban Meyer.
I think he faked all that health stuff to get out of it. He was in trouble at Ohio State.
That's what he always goes back to.
That's really bothered me, and he faked it.
He was willing to say it.
He faked it because he let old pal get away with roughing his wife up. Didn't do nothing about it.
So as we do the when we do the Les Miles story, we have found out today that as a coach, not as the guy with cancer, as a coach, Jimmy V got on your nerves.
That style of coaching.
Let me tell you something.
And you think Urban Meyer faked his health issues?
I want to make an observation
yes, I do,
right now.
He need to be with his family, and then you look and he's not. And then all of a sudden he's back coaching.
Well, we all
did y'all see how quick he changed the subject to go negative?
I'm not touching about
Nobody
said that.
Nobody brought up Urban Meyer. Nobody was talking about that, and he so quickly changed the subject so he could be negative.
No, that means that they're both in the same group.
In the same vein.
He's doing therapy.
I brought that up because I meant to bring it up the other week when there was an article about him. You know
how sometimes your dog's real active, you have to give him something to chew on. You know,
I'm
right. You're all right. You, Greg, you were honest.
Y'all trying to take me down the road that
I just asked a simple question.
We're already there.
That shot that everybody shows over and over when
you know I am about the overleap.
Yeah, and the dunk happens, and he's flying around all over the court.
Yeah, I just texted me and said it's official. Greg likes Natty Light, and maybe 5 people.
Maybe.
I think Urban Meyer's a fraud.
Let me say something.
Don't show me.
No, you're saying so Feinbaum you were drafting on this one.
He said the same thing.
Yeah. Well,
on back to Urban.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know how he feels about it.
Look out, he's got a toothpick. Look out. Is that a toothpick?
You've been chewing on it for 20 minutes.
I didn't know we had a toothpick.
Yeah, it's like a
Gosh,
billy
I would have
goat.
gone for more if I knew a toothpick was over there.
Y'all start all this stuff.
We started.
This is how you got him in trouble when y'all were young.
Yeah, see what he
You
did.
Talk him into doing stuff.
Well, he leaves out the inconvenient part that this is how he is. It wouldn't work if he wasn't.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don't get your D's confused.
That's right. Thank you, Sean. Everybody, please make a note of that. We'll come back. Mark Prater will join us, and you're going out to get some air.
Yes. It's stuffy in here. Wow.
It is stuffy. I mean, but you're doing all right.
Thanks.
I mean, to be as sick as you've been.
Right. Day 9.
You're doing fine. Doing fine. We'll come back. Mark Prater, tell us what our weekends are going to look like at 877 we be. Jeff Cook from Supergroup Alabama joins us. Jeff, welcome to the program, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Good to be here.
Good to see you again.
Good to be seen.
Well,
I've been fishing already this morning, huh?
Well, I got up on the lake. Let's put it that way. I had to be at this radio show, so I had to kind of hurry on back.
Well, you could have come later.
You could have snubbed us or come later. We'd have completely understood.
Well, then I wouldn't get to, like, carry on and talk with you.
Well, that's true.
Tell you what's going on.
Yeah, so you're acting like that's really a big accomplishment compared to fishing. I mean, where would you rather be? I want you to be where your heart is, because that's really who you are anyway.
Well, I've still got the rest of the day to fish. You guys
This is just a break in the act.
Yeah, so
break in the act.
Yeah, basically.
What, did you catch anything?
Oh, we caught a few. I caught a nice bass yesterday. Yeah, just trolling around with a shad rap.
How big was it?
None of those special lures. Another Prater's got a lure.
Yeah. Well, he did before he got sick.
Somebody took it away from him.
I see.
Yeah. But that was a lot of fun while it lasted, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Where is Prater's? He had his golf tournament today?
I think Speedy said he was sleeping in, getting rested up.
Oh, that's a good call.
Get out there.
Have you ever seen Speedy's signal for sleeping in?
It looked like I wasn't sure.
But he adds like the open slobber mouth and everything.
Yeah. And he just did one hand, and I thought,
yeah. So that's
but Prater's on his last few days of chemo, and
that's huge.
So he's at the tail end. So he's got a long day, and so he's gonna sleep in so he can make it through the day.
That's good.
Well, that's good.
That's big news there. So, and everything looks good on that. I've got some of the email people saying, hey, I don't know what's going on, whatever. But hepatitis C, it looks like he will make a full recovery. Jeff Cook, what Alabama? The big,
Supergroup Alabama.
I'm seeing it everywhere. The final tour going to be on the road. Or y'all?
That's farewell tour.
Yeah. Well, farewell.
I'd just like to point out.
How about last time we saw Jeff? We were singing with him. Isn't that funny?
That is.
That's right.
Yeah, that's weird. I wasn't prepared for Teddy not to know the words to Sweet Home Alabama. I could have handled it. Out of respect, I didn't grab the mic, but I realized once Teddy started, I should have.
We got up there, Jeff. We didn't want to cross any lines.
That's right.
I think Teddy left us for a few minutes that night.
But I guess, can I ask you guys, KISS has done a number of final farewell tours. Is it possible that Alabama, the word farewell, could mean many things?
Well, American farewell tour. In that sentence, I do not hear quit, retire, break up. I don't hear those words. What it leaves us open to do is record all we want to, but we do not plan to tour.
Right.
In fact, I've already put another 8-piece group together that I'm going to be doing some casinos and showrooms and House of Blues, that sort of thing. A little R&B, and it's this is the new album. This is the computer.
Right. And the name of it is Office Depot.
No. This is the advanced release.
This is advanced.
Yeah, this is right out of the computer. This is the tribute to Rick and Bubba.
Oh, what?
Well, I figured it. Well, no, listen. See, R&B. That's what this is.
Right.
And that's the first two letters of Rick and Bubba.
Good point.
So this is a Rick and Bubba tribute.
Well, let me sing that. I guess I can't just have it, right? It's just to piddle with a little bit this morning.
When we get through, you can have it.
All right, really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay. Because when you give it to me, hey, baby, she's gone. But because I'll be hanging on to it.
Guess it'll be on your desk or everything else.
And then Speedy will get it. Because he'll think I don't want it. But he won't ask me. He'll just take it. And then one day I'll see him driving by and I hear it coming out of his
and go, hey, sounds like mine.
I've got Mike Cruz with us here. He does the projection and everything.
Yeah. The folks that are showing the pictures on Turner South are going to be on tour with you guys.
Okay.
The same bunch. The same bunch.
Yeah, they do our switching here.
Yeah, the media. Did you you know that?
Yes, I did.
It kind of caught you off guard for a minute.
No, I heard it this morning.
Okay, good. So that they'll be doing they're doing all the video stuff and all the or everything, lighting, everything.
Mostly just projections, I think. Right? Is that right? Mike?
Yeah.
Cameras.
Yeah. So where are we going?
It was the same stuff we saw at the inauguration, right?
Yeah,
you did the big screens on the side, which is cool.
No, I love those. Yeah. What's
Good enough for us. 35 minutes past the hour. My Pillow. Is it still going? What? The $25 extravaganza is continuing. Yeah. At My Pillow right now. There you go. And hey, get $75 on the total order. Here comes free shipping.
What?
Yeah, I saw him reel Lindell in on that one a little bit. He went out there and wanted to do free shipping no matter what. Somebody got it. They were like, look, Mike, let's at least go $75. You're killing us with free shipping. But Lindell, you know how he is. He loves us. But right now, $25 extravaganza sale going on. Sandals, slides, slippers, $25. Beach towels, $25. These beach towels are fantastic, by the way. The premium Giza My Pillows, $25. Maybe you have a camper, you got a second home, you're renting a place this summer. How about the bed sheets? Giza Dream or the Percale are $25. 6-piece designer premium My Towels are $25. Couch and recliner pillows, I didn't even know they had those, $25. Dog beds and blankets, Speedy, $25. All kinds of stuff for $25. You can get it right now. Remember, Big Vox, or you can go to the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so other things to discuss. Bubba, you and I were trying to figure this one out. It's a story that's a repeat, but we haven't done it yet. You know, Los Angeles is a whack town anyway. The L.A. City Council have removed the no U-turn traffic signs.
Yep.
And you're not going to believe why.
Can we do U-turns now?
Well,
yeah.
It's according to what neighborhood you're in. All right, here we go.
LA City Council members Hugo Soto Martinez and Nithya Raman were on hand today to help remove the signs. They say the no cruising and no U-turn signs were put up in the 1990s to prevent people in the gay community from meeting up with other gay people.
What?
I was also surprised that these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, you know, they seem a little, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to profile gay people, it's so important that we have these removed.
The LA City Council members say the signs were put up after the gay community began to grow and because there was a gay bar in that area.
Guys,
how about I'm
gonna
put a stop sign up and nobody ever talk and do this again? What in the world was that?
I don't get what they're saying. I see no U-turn signs everywhere. What's that got to do with gay?
What homophobe? Go ahead.
God almighty.
Don't you understand that what no
really
U-turn meant in that neighborhood?
So let me get this right. Rick, a lot of gays here. I tell you what, we're going to put up a no U-turn sign because there's too many gays. What has that got to do with anything?
Well, that's when they're cruising. They're going for a cruise and they see somebody they want to talk to. They're pulling a U-turn. And evidently,
that can't be
police officers were using. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but that's what they're saying is happening.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. We'll get another story. We'll get another story in a couple of years. They will be complaining due to the large number of traffic accidents in their community and saying that the traffic people are ignoring us because we're gay. We should have no U-turn signs here.
Yeah,
you know exactly.
Yeah, bring them back. You know, again, Rick, and we overuse this statement, but if we're down to this, man, we must have everything taken care of.
I actually was going to.
That's our biggest problem.
I actually was going to say that because I think sometimes, to Bubba's point, there's certain people and organizations in our society. It's like they really never want us to ever achieve a goal of, are y'all good?
Yeah. What more you need?
Ever. And so what happens is it's almost like they feed on it, to your point, to Bubba's point. They feed off, I got to have something.
There's always a battle to
I got to have something to protest. I have to be mistreated in some way.
Yeah.
And no matter how many, how much you adapt to my world, it will never, hear me, never, ever be enough.
Yeah.
We're down to street signs that we all just meant
I'm
put
still
there because
looking,
they don't need U-turn.
Always looking for something else to be offended.
You don't know the history of the neighborhood, Greg?
I don't, Rick.
Yep.
That's a typical comment from a homophobe right there.
There it is.
Yep.
So really, we're supposed to
taken that and made it.
we're supposed to believe that heterosexual people that are just going the wrong way never U-turn. The people who U-turn are the people who are trying to hook up only, and not just hook up in any other, but in the same sex attraction
In a
world.
gay way.
Yeah, yeah.
If they were cruising people,
Or that.
wouldn't they like to do it as safe as they possibly could by not doing U-turn?
I would think no matter who you're wanting to hook up with, you'd like to take a safe turn.
Yeah,
I don't know
go
if-
to the block and come back.
Guys, I don't know if safety's the highest priority for them in that situation.
Easy.
Yeah, that's the point.
There you go.
So many people.
Adler at rickandbubba.com.
I'm just
So many people in that community had no idea what these signs represented from the 90s.
But
Had
somebody
no
told them.
idea until they were removed.
Who made that up that that's what it meant?
But what I'm saying is, I looked at the sign they took down. It looks just like every no U-turn sign.
There is.
I've seen in
Exactly.
any neighborhood.
Yeah.
He didn't look special in any way.
Apparently,
It doesn't even have rainbow colors.
Yeah, they apparently in the late 90s they had printed guidebooks that offered names of public places, signs where individuals could meet up, I guess.
And somehow not being able to U-turn was impeding that process.
Greg, and now the
I
old
don't
system
know.
has been repeated. Would just simply go to a state or national park.
Yeah, exactly. Go, Rick, any look-off point of a mountain
That's good.
or a public state park.
Yeah, the mall.
So you don't have that. Hey, laugh.
No,
I ain't laughing.
It's
Man.
there right in front of you.
There's nothing funny about this.
I
You
guess
can't
I
even get out
We're
and
not
observe
laughing.
nature.
I guess it was.
It's just I just can't believe we're down to
We have
U-turn
arrived.
signs.
Yeah, we have arrived.
Well,
it's,
thank goodness they righted that wrong.
Right.
It being gay month and all.
Right.
Yeah. We have Veterans Day, Memorial Day, Pride Month.
I wish I could come up with some way that people who drive slow in the left lane are homophobic.
Boy, wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah,
So we could get that. We could get that outlawed. You know why they're over here, don't you?
Yep.
I'll tell you what. Hey, they don't need to go up and down 280. They're gonna be really offended when
Yeah, they
put
really
all
are.
them U-turns in.
By the way, I understand what they've tried to do on this very, very busy road that we all have to deal with where we live. But it is the most convoluted. Did you know I found the other day, you know how we always sometimes, if you don't feel like cooking, you might be coming from somewhere and your spouse may say, hey, there's a fill in the blank where you are. Go by that branch of the whatever, that location. I went by a location to pick up food for Sherry on the way home from the other day, and I've on this stretch of road we're talking about.
A lot of U-turns.
Oh no, Greg! Listen,
Takes a venture.
there's one that there's no way to get back home.
I know.
I mean, I came out of the
all
parking
the way.
lot and I said, I have no way to go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
Every
can't get
asset.
looped around. You never get
Every
back.
option for me to go home was stymied.
Yeah.
I had to go to another community and then come across the bridge and come back down the other side to get going. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know exactly where
You have
Now-
nowhere.
now
You can't
you
turn
know-
left.
I know.
Now you know how the gays feel.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Now you know.
Well, you know what? You're right, Greg. Yeah, of course, you know, Greg. Look, I understand the struggle. You know, I came out as heterosexual years ago,
Yes, you did.
and so you know, we have our own agenda, and you wouldn't believe what street signs say to us.
I'm still trying to grasp.
All right, so here's what it
How about
is.
this? As a married man, I'm done with red lights.
Yeah,
really.
we will not stop.
I want green lights only.
This is they say in the late 1990s that area, that community.
But the whole
there
world has
just-
no U-turn
just
signs.
Let me finish. This is what the article is saying. Okay, not me, but the article that they had guidebooks on where to meet up and for that community. All right,
Yeah, we heard
and
that.
in response to that, in 1997, residents that complained put up these no U-turn signs to deter people from coming to that area.
How's that
in
going
a
to
protest?
How?
That's what they say. So by removing
You
them,
can't make the block?
it's homophobic
Right.
to have them up. Is what they were saying.
Right, which
No,
is-
but my point
which
is,
we
how
all-
does that stop
Not
anything?
modern day, it isn't. But I will say this, and Greg, when it comes to this
Go down
topic,
the block, turn
Speedy
around,
knows more about it than the rest of us, so just be aware.
Here, let's hear from
Because I'm actually reading the article.
That is a good point.
You want to hear from that expert again, real quick?
No.
I was also surprised that these these U-turn signs were still up. And at first, they seem a little, oh, okay, it's just a no U-turn sign. But when you learn the history of it and you realize that these were used to...
Yeah, that's what Speedy was saying. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
But it wasn't. I mean, how does, what?
That guy's name is maybe a girl. That guy's name is maybe a girl.
Yeah, it sure is.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
What's up next? What's the next one we're going to?
I think the first one's in Birmingham.
Very first one, you kick it off right here in the Ham?
No, we kicked it off New Year's Eve.
That's what I was...
This little space here where we regroup and hit it again. I think the first show's the 21st.
21st June at Oak Mountain, isn't it?
I tell you, the best way to tell is go to Ticketmaster.com. They'll have the list. I don't even know where we're playing myself.
We wanted to come. We couldn't get tickets, Jeff.
Well,
but
thanks.
Hey, listen, and I hate to bring this up, but we keep noticing. Rick, are you going to talk about it?
I'm not going to.
Huh? Because they act like they like us when we see them other places, but the other guys won't ever come with you, Jeff. Are they flagging us? Or
tell us
is
the
it
truth.
too early?
All right, tell us the truth.
They act like they like us when we saw them in Montgomery.
Is Randy and Teddy and Mark, is there a little bit of... Okay, Jeff, why don't you handle the Rick and Bubba part, because you don't seem to care if it destroys your career. We don't want to go there. We want to talk to them when they're not on the air. We think other people will see us with them. Is that it?
They don't discuss it.
Really?
Yeah.
So I
come here because I like you guys and I want to be here.
Well, I think that answers my question.
And we're glad to see you.
Are we? To you, we're not embarrassing, but very little is embarrassing to you.
That's true. Anybody that would come turn south and the radio, you got, of course, the radio don't matter much, in his fishing clothes.
Yes.
Because that's where I'm going when I leave.
Yes, yeah. Well, and I'll have to say this, no offense, because we all share a... She's a little snug on you.
It's not my shirt, actually.
Right. Did you borrow that one?
I had to borrow this shirt.
Right, because when
That's
you didn't
want Cruz's shirt.
The shirt I had on had this new perfume. It's called Evening at the Lake.
Yeah.
Which is
smells slightly like garlic.
Yeah. It was catfish stink bait. Yeah.
See, when I left yesterday to go fishing, so I wasn't prepared. I was going to be out for the day.
You know, my problem, I've been fishing a couple of times this year, Jeff, and I've been using this new garlic spray, And,
don't spray it into the wind.
Well, the thing, I spray it and I start thinking about spaghetti. You know what I mean? I get hungry and then I want to leave.
Sure, that's a good point.
Well, that would go good with the Italian cornbread. I'll tell you how to make later.
Yeah, if you ever notice, Jeff has always got a kick he's on. There's always some kind of recipe he's on fire for. What was this?
He brings a lot to the table.
What was this fake salt you're on fire for? Are you still on fire for it?
Yeah.
You still
Emerald Coast sauce. I'm still selling a bunch of that on the internet.
Yeah, he gets let me tell you something. He has got to be a mail order's dream. Greg Shoemaker was here and he claimed that he buys everything on TV. You got a little bit of that? Did you get reeled in?
But you admit I'm a kick guy, but Jeff is too.
Jeff gets on kick.
He gets on kick.
I bet Jeff has an even dozen juicers.
The Slim Jims, the Slim Jeans, and the pots that make mounds and mounds of coleslaw. I got a song called I didn't write it, but a friend of mine did, called 1-800-BLUES, and it tells all about that. I got to get you a copy.
Yeah, and it's your life story.
No, I don't do that much. I'm on the other end. I'm on the selling side.
Yeah, okay. So you like to get.
But it's still a kick.
It's still a kick. You like to take advantage of mail order people, which is good.
No, I don't like to take advantage of anybody.
He likes to market to.
He likes to market to. Yeah. When he told me about that fake salt, by the time he was done, it would put hair back on your head. I saw Speedy just rubbing it all over top of his head.
Rick gets on to me because years ago I got a juicer from that guy who was like 90. But he was still jumping around.
Right?
Well, you drink like funny colors, and you go, that's not good.
You thought he had a tan. You thought he had a tan. You didn't realize he was just a citrus color.
Right. It was just the carrots that turned him that way. And but the good news, that thing had such a good motor on it. We used it to shred leaves with. I mean, it was. I mean, you could drink anything with it. You know what I mean? I mean, you could grind a 2x4 and drink it. It doesn't. I mean, it was
for that wood.
It was incredible.
Yeah, but no, you throw a nice apple.
I know you got to have fiber in your diet, but you'd be passing wicker baskets.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Every time Bubba would go to the bathroom, he'd come out with a nice wicker basket.
How about an IGMO moment? You know,
you like the IGMO updates?
Yeah. Bubba Bechtel. He started that stuff about 10 years ago with his IGMO moments and IGMO people.
Oh man, I'm gonna tell you, we basically been doing it with the war protesters. I think they fit into that pretty good right now.
Right.
See, that's why the others.
I heard you talking about that this morning. All you need to do is go over here and get you a Hummer in your way.
No, that's true. Rick and Bubba's show moving forward. It is the Patriot Mobile phone troll, first one of the day. Dial us up. Speedy's got the phones. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is over. We move to the next caller. And with 10 lines ablazing, it should be simple for you to get in right now as we go for a much bigger sample of callers. And the buzzer keeps the line moving. So have your thoughts ready. And if you're thinking of, hey, talk to me a little bit about Patriot Mobile, well, make your phone money matter. You can switch with free activation going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox. Craig in Gardendale gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Gregory, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Yeah. 2 signs to take down for Pride Month, wrong way and one-way signs.
Well, you know, and everybody's doing all the same. We do all the same. Look, but, and Greg was asking, is this sign, bad everywhere now or just in that neighborhood? According to Speedy, just in that neighborhood.
Because I see them everywhere.
Right. Let's go to Ben, Nashville, Tennessee. Ben, 30 seconds. Go.
Fellas, monkey grass and green acres.
There you go. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, quick question for you and Bubba. When you guys were growing up and you would go to the county fair, what's your favorite food?
Oh, corn dog. All day long.
Me too.
With funnel, with
corn dogs are hard to beat. Funnel cake.
Me too, Dad.
How about
little messy but good to eat?
Funnel cake is in the number 2 slot.
Me too.
He loved it. Now I like the ones where they would have the paintbrush and they would paint like half ketchup on it and half mustard on the other side.
The only thing about that is you would eat something, then you go ride one of those rides that spins a lot, and all of a sudden you felt terrible.
Not in those days. I had a stomach of steel.
I felt terrible.
I could eat anything.
But when it spins,
you think little Chubby couldn't? It didn't bother me in the least.
I can remember, and this is way back when they let us out of school early to go to the county fair. Y'all remember that?
Oh yeah.
And you walk through the tent, and they'd have the cattle in there, and the pie contest.
Oh yeah, all that stuff.
Y'all don't care.
Yeah, well,
Me too.
I was going to say that. Me too. Let's go to JR in Alabama. JR, go ahead.
Morning, my kind of people.
Hey, buddy.
Couple segments ago, y'all were talking about the Garden of Eden being a little west of Tallahassee.
That's right. Yes, that's correct.
Did a little research. It's true, and I also found out that the Red Sea is also just a little west of Tallahassee.
A lot of people don't know that.
A lot of people.
There's a story about it. We didn't say it. We were just letting you know about the story.
Yeah, and I didn't realize the guy's been sticking with this since '56.
I doubt that little park's free, right? You got to pay something.
Carol in Mississippi. Carol, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Rick. I have a question. I was listening to some of your best stuff the other day. How did you? And I was listening on the radio, so I wasn't watching. I was just curious about when you did the PA best of. How did you make that sound like you were on a PA? And then when Dickie Nadmeyer or Dip and Dan would call in, how did you make that sound like you were on the phone, or did you use an actual phone or a sound effect? That's all I have.
Interesting. Well, the PA, we had a bullhorn here in the studio, little Eddie, the bullhorn. So that's how that was done. And when Dip and Dan or Nadmeyer are on the phone, we are on a phone. So there you go.
Yeah.
So no sound effect or anything like that. We continue. Let's go to let's go to Steve in Jackson, Tennessee. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Rick. I just wanted to tell you about, or see if you know about, a YouTube channel called Bama Bass.
Bama Bass.
I am not. No.
Okay, well, let me tell you about it. You have a farm pond. This man put in a 5-acre farm pond, had it put in, and he has done amazing things to raise fish, to illuminate it, to aerate it. It's a lot of knowledge you could learn as far as taking care of your farm.
Okay, that's a great idea.
Bass.
Yeah, Bama Bass. All right, thank you.
Like that guy's voice.
Yeah, and so you think so this
I wish
guy,
he'd read a book.
I do too.
Yeah,
I'd go
Greg,
right to sleep.
sounds like. Do you think he was interested in it, Greg? The guy who called?
Yeah.
Me too. You didn't see it coming, did you? So,
He had forgot.
I think I would like that.
Would you like it, Rick?
Me too. Let's go to
Okay, there they are.
Georgia. Mike is standing by. Mike, go ahead. If you want to join us, you can get in. Mike, go ahead.
Hey guys, I guess the next thing we're gonna have to put up with is some fat guy or fat girl. You want everybody them to stop putting the roundabouts in. All right.
Well, that's true. If I could eradicate roundabouts, that European trash, I would too. Tim in Alabama. Tim, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, there's more to the story. They're actually replacing the U-turn signs with signs that say, "Please turn around."
Okay.
Just now hit me. Some of it, I mean, that's funny. I'm sorry. It's awful. I'm concerned about how long it took me to get it.
All right, y'all. Giving you signs.
That's look. No, we ain't gonna do more signs and stuff now.
Wait till they learn about.
All right. See, you're not helping. Hey.
I missed it.
No, we got it. You don't have to keep this. Right. You don't have to include hands.
Now that's a sign they do need.
All right.
You know, desperately.
By the way, I will tell you, this is the way to shut down the Me Too. Yeah. Notice no one's shouting that anymore. No. We continue. Tyler in Tuscumbia. Tyler, go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey,
we're good.
I was just wondering. We all know that Greg loves people.
Oh yes.
And I was just wondering when and the liability it would be to have him speaking at a man church event.
Well, first he's got to get saved, so then we'll work from there. You know, we've used Greg a couple times. So we'll dabble in. We'll put him in like a little bit of, just a little bit of seasoning.
Yeah,
but
I can't handle a long.
Yeah, but turning over a session, I just don't think
we're
there.
Few words about all I got.
I just don't think we're there yet. But I understand your intrigue in seeing how that would go. We continue. Let's go to. Boy, everything up there looks dangerous. Every single bit of it.
It's a minefield.
It is. Let's go to Huntsville. Randy's standing by. We ain't got no band. Randy. Randy, go ahead.
Biggest.
Hey, buddy.
Biggest, how are y'all?
We're good.
Hey, you said you didn't know the history of the U-turn sign.
I did not.
In that neighborhood, you ought to hear. Yeah, in that neighborhood, you ought to hear the history of the merger.
Okay.
People are killing me.
Greg and Wetumpka. Greg, go ahead.
Good calls, Dan, like usual. Right.
Bubba, I think I found your couch. I drive a dump truck, and I'm up here at the Ridge.
Yeah, it may have been. I got several that are still missing.
I may have found your couch.
But, yeah, we had to deliver to your neighbor, so good luck with finding all your stuff.
Yeah, I think at this point, baby, she's gone.
Hey, we found your couch.
Yeah.
Good news.
The fish, I'm sure the fish are enjoying it.
You know, we were worried about debris in the water around the dock, and people who were wanting to swim earlier this year, I was like, you need to be very careful getting in there before the winter came and the water lowered down. You know, there was not anything around that dock. It was cleaner than it's ever been.
Oh, actually
so I don't know where it went.
Right.
Who knows?
He said he thinks somebody found your couch. That's a
He
good
may
deal.
have. I guarantee you'd end up in somebody's tree somewhere.
Well, that is true. All right, well, we'll be back. If some of you leaving us, if you're wrapping up, don't forget the Rick and Bubba archives. If there's ever any of the 5-hour show that you don't have time to deal with on the live action, go back and catch it on the podcast or the YouTube archive, which is available for you every day, not too long after the show ends. So you can always grab that. If you got more on the live show today, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
Yes. Mickey Dean's here with us, internationally known comedian.
Domesticated.
Mr. Mickey Dean. Mickey, you're so fat.
Is it?
It's Monday.
Did they forget how to drive, or just kind of everybody's just kind of?
I tell you what it is right now. They're all blinded by that big yellow ball in the sky.
Yeah, we haven't
seen it so long.
Yeah, I forgot their sunglasses.
Tell me why I don't like Mondays. Also, John Paul Young sings "Love Is in the Air." We never told you that a minute ago. Love is in somebody. I sang it. Somebody emailed Bubba.
During the deer segment.
John Paul Young. You know why I remember that? Because when I worked at AM 1390, the afternoon extravaganza with Rick Burgess coming up next. "Love Is in the Air" by John Paul Young by request at 236-1450.
He can still do it.
And I remember I used to get that album out, and I thought to myself, for the longest, I thought it was the bass player for Led Zeppelin because he's John Paul Jones.
Right.
And finally, it dawned on me, hey, that's not the same guy. He wouldn't have done "Love Is in the Air."
Yeah, not his gig.
So anyway, there it is. That's who does that. So Mick, everything up at the lake, wonderful.
Everything is lovely. Let me tell you all about an experience. I told you a little bit about it a while ago. Put me out some poles fishing with little goldfish. I know that sounds a little cruel, maybe.
Mickey, are you still experimenting with
what was
fishing?
the goldfish in Pinocchio?
Yeah.
Did he have a name?
Yeah, he did, but I don't know it.
Well,
I'll tell you, I'll give you an up-to-date one. Stanley is a little cartoon that comes on Disney all the time now.
Okay.
Little boy likes animals, and he's got a goldfish. It's his running.
Now, how bad
if you want to
luck?
traumatize kids, let's go to something current.
How bad a luck have you got to be, number one, to be a goldfish in a big pond with a million other goldfish? And then the guy, he sweeps down with a big net, and he catches like 100 of you. Now, that's still you're unlucky because you got in the net.
That's bad.
All right. Then he puts you in the back of a truck with a tank, and he hauls you all over Walker County, and then he sells you to me in front of a barbecue place out of that truck with 12 buddies, okay, by a dozen, okay? Now, of that dozen, you got to be, now he's still unlucky because I reach in and I got to get one to put on the hook. I got 11 more. I reach and get him. Now, his luck is still going bad.
It's really been bad
All
for him.
right. I hang him on a number 5 stainless steel hook in the back, through his little spine. But it doesn't hurt him. He can still wiggle and everything. You don't want to paralyze him. So he's pretty lucky there that I didn't hit
I don't know how
main
lucky you can be with a treble hook.
But really, the only good luck I can see here for the little goldfish is when I hooked him correctly and didn't get his little spine and paralyzed him.
That's right.
He's flipping around. I thought, oh, he's going to be a good one. I go up to the house. The little unlucky goldfish has obviously done his job because I look down there and the pole is bent down in the water. Okay? He sacrificed himself.
Thank you, little goldfish.
How unlucky. That's right. But it ain't over yet. I catch the stripe. The goldfish is still on the line. He has slipped up the line. The stripe has the hook in his mouth, but the goldfish went up the line about a foot or two. When I get the stripe off, I throw the line down on the floor, and I look, and he's still flipping the ring.
That way to work, little Goldie.
So I said, it just ain't your day. All these bad things happen. I pulled him back down there and hooked him on there again, and another one got him.
But what a trauma. How many missions you got to go on to get out of that man's army?
I thought, I could have thrown him. Well, I could have thrown him back in the lake, but he'd have probably went 25 feet and wanted to got him anyway. He needs to know what his role in life is. Know your role. Shut your hole.
Shut your hole and know your role. Let me tell you something. By the time he got to your hook the second time, he understood his role.
I know. He probably
By then you're going, okay, I get this.
Now, he is tied down there with this vicious stripe only 6 inches away. He's up the line. You can imagine, I probably let him stay in the lake an hour hooked. And he thought, boy, if I could ever, I'm on this line. I've caught him a stripe. If he could just come down here and get this and turn me loose. And I put him right back on there, and he caught another one. Such is life.
He didn't fare well on round two.
Kind of like green eggs and ham there. There's a message there, folks. But I'm going to tell you something. You take that stripe right out of the water.
Yeah.
I got an electric knife right there on the bank, right on the pier. I cut me some steaks off there. You get steaks look like about 2 T-bones off about a 20-pound stripe. Take them and marinate them in lemon pepper marinade. Put them on the grill. And let me tell you something. It'll eat right where you hold it. It is delicious. And if y'all will come up there and bring some goldfish.
I'm so sorry. Please, we could still be potted up in some scoops.
What?
Well, nothing. Bubba, it's not you. It's clearly on us.
Go 6 minutes past from the Big Boy Studio in Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the rest of the world on various platforms, both live and archived. However you are here, we're glad you're here. We'll take you any way we can get you. So as you heard, the gang is all here, and we start a brand new hour. Opportunities possibly this hour for you to chime in with us. But we'll start this hour with a celebrity update. Golden fingers, and we love everywhere we go. Have you ever given Lord of the Rings anything? Lord of the Rings?
No, I've never been a Lord of the Rings guy.
I didn't think I was either, but one Christmas vacation, I guess probably in the last maybe 10 years, my kids were like, Dad, let's watch all the Lord of the Rings. And I actually enjoyed them very much.
I think I would like it. I've just never watched it.
Yeah.
I'll stop if it's on.
Yeah.
They're great.
Sir Ian McKellen. He's the guy that plays the big long gray beard guy. Yeah, Gandalf.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He's 85 now. And Bubba, unfortunately, are we allowed to talk about what we call it?
No.
He never talked about that publicly?
No, I don't think so. I think that was just,
what do you mean?
I mean, I'm not sure.
Well, there's somebody we know that something similar happened to, and I didn't know whether he ever said anything.
I don't know.
Publicly.
I just know he talked to us about it.
I don't know
because he couldn't turn his neck.
But anyway,
I'm out of the loop.
But anyway, well, you know, but I'll tell you at the end of the break. But anyway, he was apparently on a stage. And flopped off the front of the stage, leaving fans in tears. Now, I want you to picture, especially if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, that Gandalf has fallen off the front of the stage, and they could hear him screaming, "Somebody help me!"
Did he have a live alert?
Yeah, they was screaming, "Help me, my arms! Help me, my arms!"
Who thought it was part of the act? You know what I'm saying? Some
Well,
people
he
there.
walked right off the front.
Yeah, he did. He said he tripped over some props and
Got
fell
it.
off the stage.
88.
Is there video of it?
Bless his heart, man.
I'm looking.
Instantly, he screamed, and honestly, the noises were bone-chilling, said a 23-year-old
I'll be the judge of that.
that could hear Sir Ian yelling, help me, my arms, help me, help me.
Wow.
A lot of help anybody help.
A lot of help me.
Several.
Please
And of
keep
course,
your
you know,
eye
when
on
you have a dramatic actor like this, sometimes
Yeah.
you think, is he being dramatic?
Sounds like a line from a movie.
Yeah,
I thought
right.
that when I heard it.
Sure.
Right.
So
he's pulling
It's
Andy
from the
Kaufman.
floor because you hear it. It was way
apparently,
down here.
Gandalf.
Can somebody help me?
anybody help me?
And then one of the people there said, the most shocking thing is coming to the realization he's not a real wizard.
No, he's not, Rick. He's an old man who fell.
Right. Yeah. So there
Can't
you,
just.
there you go.
What kind of injuries he got?
Rick, also in the
something in his
news,
arms.
Robert Van Winkle,
Oh yes.
better known as Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla
Ice,
Ice.
Ice,
Doom,
baby.
doom, 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 doom.
What?
You know, there's a story today about his net worth being about $20 million.
Yep.
And not from the music industry,
No,
from the
not
real
joke out.
estate industry.
That's right.
Yep.
There was a story back in 2018 in Daily Mail that revealed that Vanilla Ice 56 was worth about $9 million at the time and raking in about $800,000 a year. On a recent episode of Steve O's podcast Wild Ride, the rapper explained how he made millions for doing nothing thanks to his luck in amassing a real estate empire.
Yep.
So now, part of this was that he bought a bunch of homes when he got famous that he never lived in.
Right.
But he kept them and ended up flipping them later and making a lot of money when the real estate value went way up.
Yeah, he had a show about that.
Yeah.
And then he had a
watched
show
it.
where he was redoing stuff.
I watched his show.
How about
Yeah.
on Vanilla Ice?
Well, that
You know, I'm glad that he is performing again and doesn't seem, you know, there was a while he wanted to move away from
Yes.
that identity.
He even did like a hardcore,
Like a Garth
screaming rock.
Yeah.
You know, with them
Goth metal. kind of
Yes.
thing.
You remember when he was on that show with Tammy Faye
Yes.
Baker?
Surreal Life.
So, and they went to it was a karaoke bar, and they wanted him to get up and
got
perform
mad.
because he hadn't performed in years.
Yeah.
And he really got mad at him.
Yeah.
And she finally talked him into getting up and performing this, and I think he started performing again after that.
Yeah,
'cause
and he
enjoyed
still
it.
does.
Thank you, Tammy Faye.
You're right. You are.
Tammy Faye Baker, you got to give her credit.
I
She
used to
got
like
him
that
back
show.
on stage to sing.
Surreal
So he's
Life
still
was
cooking.
pretty
I
good.
mean, so he's currently cooking MCs like a pound of bacon.
Yes.
He's back
he
to
is.
it.
Word to your mother.
He said,
hilarious.
"Stop, collaborate."
All right, how many hits would you say? Like if you went to see his
3.
set, how many songs?
He
would
had
be
a
in it?
version to play that funky music.
Yeah, which
Correct.
was
But I
okay.
don't think it went very far.
And then go ninja, go ninja,
Go. Forgot about that.
Yeah, I would say that one, and then the other.
And then he did finally have to pay Queen, right? On
I
Doom,
think
Doom,
so.
Doom, 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 Doom.
And for some
Remember he-
reason, Suge Knight allegedly held him over, had guys
Remember
hold him
that.
off a balcony
I
until
remember
they
it.
decided to give them a few points on the record.
remember
It seemed
that.
like he had another. It wasn't as big as Ice Ice Baby, but there was another.
This,
Is that the play that funky music one?
That's
maybe?
one I had.
No, it was something else.
Well, that ninja one was him being involved with the Teenage Mutant Ninja
Yeah.
Turtle soundtrack. Something.
Yeah, it was good.
Remember that terrible movie he made, Cool as Ice? Y'all remember that?
No,
I don't think I ever saw it.
It's terrible.
no. I think I actually maybe helped him by not remembering.
Is it Get With It that you're thinking about, Bubba?
I don't know. I was going to look.
Or
I
was it
can't
Ride
remember.
the Horse?
Easy.
I'm just reading.
Have a Roni?
songs.
Roll 'em up.
Y'all don't remember the movie he was in?
No, Greg, we don't.
Ninja Rap was good though.
Yeah. Play that
Hooks?
funky music. Ice Ice Baby are the two biggies.
Was it Hooked?
No.
Right.
I'm just saying, I'm there. Here
What
comes.
was the next biggest?
It's a
song?
valid question, Rick. Like if I go to his,
Right, how long
am I
can it
gonna know
last?
like
It's
2
not-
or 3?
Unless he does a lot of covers, it's not going to be very
To me,
long.
he's a guy that I go to a concert and they go, before we come out, we've got Vanilla Ice going to do 2 songs. And I go, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, but then after that, I think I would become kind of bored with
It
it.
would start killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom.
No, here we go.
See. No.
Yeah. So, but
Check out my hook.
But the bottom line
you
is,
know-
when he had this huge hit with Ice Ice Baby, and
Oh,
it was huge. When he saw it dropping on the charts and nothing else seemed to be coming, to Bubba's point, he went out and bought these homes, and he said that developed about $800,000 a year just coming off, rentals and
Well,
flipping?
I think the initial homes he didn't he flip them, and then he got more rental property and all that as he went on.
Yeah. So
But that was kind of the seed money, I think, because there was a big real estate boom after that.
Yeah.
It's key to get in on the boom before it happens.
Oh, I wouldn't know
on the
because
backside.
I never do.
Yeah, I can tell you all the time where the back end of it is. Watch me, I got you.
Yeah.
Watch me.
How about Ice Ice Baby has sold over 15 million copies and holds the record for the highest selling rap record ever?
I'm afraid
You can't help but like it, even if you claim you don't like it. It's just catchy.
Yeah.
I mean, he just hit on a perfect.
The video
riff.
was
I
good
mean,
at
the
the
hook
time,
is
too.
everything.
Yeah, everybody who says they want nothing to do with Ice Ice Baby, no one's telling you.
They're lying. If it comes on in the radio, they're going to listen to it.
It's one of those things where, you're like, you could be sitting there, and there would be 5 people sitting on a bench. One end of the spectrum would be, outlaw country. The other end of the bench would be hard metal goth stuff, and then all the other ones in between. And as soon as Ice Ice Baby came on, everybody on the bench would start going.
When you go to a wedding reception and it comes on, everybody hits the dance floor.
100%.
No doubt, no doubt.
You can't.
I find it interesting. Of course, he covered "Play That Funky Music." We know Prince did too. That song has to be one of the great songs because everybody wants to cover it.
I remember when it was a hit. I thought it was the best thing ever.
I
went to Newsom's and they had it on the 45.
Jukebox in the lunchroom back when we had a jukebox. Oh yeah. Elementary school hearing that thing.
Don't forget, Mr. Lucky played it.
Yes, we did.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fly, you fools.
We're just sitting here laughing.
Well,
nothing. Please.
Did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. As a matter of fact, it's us being
Okay,
we're being 13 forever.
All right, for all the little kids that's happening, the Lord called the little goldfish home.
He's now swimming on streets of gold.
Exactly.
Look,
he is in the big golden
He did a little
pond.
fishing himself.
Sure
Okay,
he did.
come on.
Yeah.
I told him, I
And he
said,
cooked
now when you
breakfast
get
one morning.
when
We
you
have
get
it documented.
I told him to make him feel better. I said, when you get to goldfish heaven, the stripe will have rubber teeth.
Yeah, right. Well, Mickey, like we said, if there's you can question a lot of things and maybe have a lot of theology meetings on it. You can't question fishing. I mean, we got a clear green light on fishing.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt.
Nobody cares about him.
If he fished and prepared fish and talked a lot of fish, fishing's all right.
And fed fish to people.
Yes.
It had to be okay.
But
I think he was telling us something there.
How about a lot of his main guys were into fishing, too?
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't say anything about catching a fish and catching another fish.
Yeah, well.
They caught him in a net.
No, he would call that. That's great. You're a conservationist. You didn't waste fish.
Sure.
Well done.
You could be like Mother. Everything that happened, it was like she blamed everything on the Sputniks. Mother, you don't see any June bugs anymore, lightning bugs. Ever since they sent them Sputniks up there, got to messing around outer space. She told me one day, I said, Mother, why are you so opposed to that? She said, if the Lord had wanted us on the moon, he'd have built a stairway up there. I said, yeah, Mama, and if the Lord wanted you to drive that Oldsmobile to Walmart, he'd give you that, too. You ever heard anybody that they just want to stop right there? No, you can't stop right there. We just all have to get naked and go out in the woods if we just start all over again. He gave us enough intelligence to be able to figure out that the goldfish would be great bait.
Sure. And then you eat them. I mean, you're living the life right now.
Oh, man, what you talking about?
Look at the glow on him.
He's happy. Got your lake house like you like it.
I believe I'm as happy. I told I had a couple of women up the other night, and we said, I said, I believe I'm about as happy as I've ever been in my life. And the young one said, Mama, go get us some more of that fish.
You're terrible.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. I was talking with a friend of mine. Said a woman had hurt his pride. Yeah, the Butt Hut Bunch and all that.
There's different names.
The doctors that work on that part of the anatomy.
Right.
JT is having, what's the term? You knew a bit about this.
Yeah, I had a Proxcope buddy one time come up to me laughing. I said, what? He said, I don't like being a prostitute. He said, why? I said, I have to work on weekends. He ain't a buddy no more.
Yeah, that's. Thank you for sharing, though, Mick.
Thanks, Mick.
But anyway, so
I'll be over here if you need me.
JT has to have his colon checked, where they run the camera in there and everything, and we're gonna carry it live until he's officially under.
We're gonna get to look.
No, we're just gonna hear his reaction to what's going on.
Boy, I'm gonna tell you something, buddy. When they turn you upside down, your keys fall out of your pocket. You're pretty sure it ain't an X-ray.
Yes, it's not.
I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, he said, we're going to give you a proctoscope. I said, give me 2 of them. I'll take one now and one when I get home.
Yeah, you didn't know. See, they put they put a fancy name on it.
I tell you what, I remember very well tears. I'm upside down. I'm looking at the floor, okay?
Yes.
And he pulls out a thing that looks very much like a vacuum cleaner wand. And it has long fingers on it, but collapsed.
I hope JT's listening right now.
Collapsed, it just looks like a stainless steel little missile. Okay? Little missile.
Yes.
Now, when they
an MX.
When they pump this thing over here, a guy came in with a crescent wrench. That bothered me.
Yes.
When you upside down,
yes,
and he comes in with a little crescent wrench, they put that in you, and then when they pump, that spreads open.
Easy! Easy!
You know that thing that they use on a tire? They put the tire down and they hook it in that rubber and they'll run a thing, and it breaks it off the rim. That's as good as I got broke off the rim. That's as good as I know how to tell you to keep it.
All right.
See, I got broke off the rim.
All right. Show. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to some of your phone calls before the hour is over today. You know, Bubba was trying to go through the catalog in the break, trying to remember anything other than this. And some of it, you know, if someone is cranking out one of those crossover things, but then it's not your thing, your style of music, when they reach for you again with another one, it has to be just as good, or you have no interest in it.
And it's usually not.
It really,
it's almost a kiss of death for your first one to be too good.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. When you're trying to cross over to other music tastes, like there's a lot of people that don't really like hard rock, and then you find out they love "Shook Me All Night Long,"
Exactly.
And then you're like, that's from AC/DC, and they're like, and you go, do you know any other AC/DC songs? You're like, no, not really. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
Exactly.
So there you go. I do.
Of course, AC/DC's back touring.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Who's singing that?
He got his hearing taken care of.
He did?
Yeah, he's back.
Is he back?
It's just him and Angus
Brian?
on the originals.
Really? That's it.
That's it.
I know Malcolm went on in.
Malcolm died, and it's their nephew or whatever that took his place.
Bald-headed drummer?
No, he's been gone.
Has he really?
The original drummer.
Is that the one that may have murdered someone?
No, that's the guy that was the original, and then
Okay.
he came back, and then he tried to have somebody killed. That's what it was.
Okay, well, let me correct that.
Yeah, and or he may got, I don't know if he got convicted of that. And then
That's
the
on
bass
me.
player retired. The guy had been with him forever. He just was like,
Well, he's got to be 81.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, they're back. And Angus still got his schoolboy suit on.
Does he really? In his 70s? How old's Angus?
He got to be in his 70s. He
got to be.
I don't know.
I don't see how he can keep up the physicality of his performance. You know,
and they'll play in front of these crowds. They're huge in these other countries, and every one of them are bouncing.
All right, let me ask you something a little bit controversial, Greg, in the world of AC/DC. You know what I'm going to ask. Not near the catalog, because he died young. Did you prefer Bon Scott singing over Brian? What's his last name? Brian
Johnson.
Yeah.
Not really. It's different enough, but I kind of like Brian Johnson better.
Okay.
Maybe it's because I came up in that area.
Right. Now he has many more in the catalog.
But now I like Bon Scott.
Right.
I mean,
If you-
Jailbreak.
but
how
think-
you going to beat Jailbreak?
Well, here's what I'm.
I don't see how you can sing that way. And
I know.
And
I don't know how his vocal cords operate at all. But let me say this: he did have to have some kind of work on his voice. What if now I'm just playing, in this case, no pun intended, devil's advocate.
Yeah.
But what if Bon Scott had been handed the same catalog that Brian Johnson was
I'd probably
handed?
loved it.
Yeah.
Picture Bon Scott singing should be on that long.
I don't remember what
for those about to rock.
what Bon Scott looks like.
Your typical kind of very
Brian
very
Johnson
pale.
to me looks like a New York City cab driver.
He does. There's Bon Scott.
Bon Scott.
Yeah.
I think I saw a reel with him on stage here recently.
Yeah,
playing
they're back,
and he is old as all
Yeah,
get
got
out.
his schoolboy outfit on.
and got yes,
Shredding.
shirts all down.
And
And I think
shredding.
he's performing in the rain, and everybody's going nuts.
It's crazy.
They can still bring it.
They were the best at saying, we're not trying to impress the musician types. We're going to try to give you some of the greatest rock riffs and straight, just I'm talking about in the pocket drum,
no effects on the guitar, straight through a Marshall.
And you're going to think to yourself, man, that's an outstanding riff.
And it is.
Yeah.
I mean, they have so many.
And didn't Malcolm, when he credited with most of the riffs?
I think so.
And then
'Cause
Angus
he just
was a little
played
more-
rhythm straight up.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. All right. So, also inside the building, we've discussed the legend of Suite 200.
Yes. Don't tell me you got.
But
were you the tour guide again?
It never fails. It's I'm out of 5 days. I point people to Suite 200 at least 3 to 4 of the 5, almost every day.
Yeah.
And if I see someone confused, now this is where I think I may have a Suite 200 problem. So I was headed to the truck a few days ago, and man, just what a wonderful experience to meet these two fine gentlemen. But now I'm already outdoors, so I'm not in the lobby.
Oh, and trying to explain where it is.
And they had some age on them, and one of them was one of our veterans. I thought they both were, but I was corrected by his friend or brother or cousin or whatever. And they got a piece of paper in their hand, and I realized pretty quick, it's me.
Mm-hmm.
You know when you're lost and you see someone and you think, and I thought, oh, bless their hearts, it looks like it's me. There's no one else here. Bubba almost was captured by them, but he went out the front door, and I'd gone to the restroom.
Barely missed it, Bubba.
I'd gone to the restroom. Matter of fact, I saw Bubba drive behind them, and I was coming down the.
And he hit the gas.
And I was coming down the sidewalk, and I thought, and there was that moment where I almost, and it's awful, but I didn't know if I would have the answers, and I didn't want to be the no answer guy. And so I realized now they've locked. And then I thought, well, I'm going to go with the salutation and see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
How about it, fellas? Good to see y'all. Hey, and then I thought, well, I'm in.
And they got me.
And then they produce paperwork, and it's just become my fallback position. I don't know whatever happened, and but I feel pretty good about the odds of it.
The paperwork.
And so they get out the paperwork, and it's some kind of veteran benefits or something. And they said, where is this in this building? And I said, does it not say what suite? And they said, it does not. It just gives us the address of this building.
Oh.
And I said, yeah, that's going to be in Suite 200.
Were you sure?
No.
Well, you just went with that.
Well, there's so many in that suite.
I just thought that Suite 200.
It's a good guess.
It has so many things. I thought some sort of veteran affairs is probably there too.
God,
so
that's. And he ended up at the truckers logistics.
That's what you went with.
And I don't know why I thought no matter what happens to them, that might be negative. It's canceled if I say I appreciate his service. And so I did. I said, hey, I appreciate your service to our country.
Now I don't know where I've just sent you.
And that's when the one behind him said, I haven't served. I said, no, okay, well, I appreciate your service.
No. So he could have done stolen glory, and he didn't.
Whatever
he did, we appreciate.
We appreciate it, and I thought to myself as they started walking toward that lobby door, and it's
stolen valor,
baking hot out there, and they're not moving. He's not moving as
briskly as you would like.
I'd like to see his friend park him closer. I'll say that.
Oh,
but back to what Gorosky said on what's eating him, they wouldn't park in a handicap.
They're gonna get some exercise.
Yeah, and so
they might.
As they went away, I thought, Rick, should you have been as confident with Suite 200? Maybe you should have said, hey, I really am not sure about this, but it reminded me of the time that I diagnosed someone with sciatica, and I didn't say, but I'm not really a doctor. I'm just here playing a joke on my friend and his wife, and I just real confidently said, yeah, it's going to be Suite 200, and I wanted to come through for them.
You played the odds,
and you could see the relief on their faces, and I thought about that I'd really done something good until they got about maybe 200 feet from me. And I thought, but I don't know. I may have sent them on a wild goose chase.
Your level of caring about them hit a ceiling. You didn't go in to make sure.
Well, he could see his truck.
It was a long way back.
Yeah.
You know, you could see your truck.
My truck was that door. My truck was that door where I point at right now. And Sweet 200 is out there where Bubba's truck is.
Truck wins. Right. Truck wins.
Yeah. And I was like, but I would.
Yeah, 200.
Is that some sort of stolen valor on my part to act like I know where it was, even though I wasn't quite sure? But I really honestly think they found it.
That's a great default.
Rick,
it is.
90% of the people confused is Sweet 200.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Just, they have that look about them.
Sweet 200 is not one business. There's so many in there.
I guarantee you
that's a great default.
Hey, but I will tell everybody out there about our veterans. If y'all need them to come, give them what the suite is. Don't just give them the street address. This is a gigantic commercial building.
That's true.
Give them more details. And people like me have to send them to Sweet 200.
But not make sure they're okay. Just leave.
Not really. I felt good about it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
JT joins us by phone right now. JT, hey buddy.
JT, first off, why are you doing this?
Well, this is just a 6-year checkup because I have family history. My grandfather died of colon cancer, so it's just a checkup. Nothing's wrong.
So you've already had one 6 years ago?
Yeah, they called back and said, "Hey, you're due again."
And what is the procedure you're having done today?
Colonoscopy.
And JT, you know what I liked about it? I've never felt.
What you liked about it?
Yes. You look. Excuse the expression. You're looking for a bright spot in a clouded line.
I understand.
Okay, that's what he's looking for.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Hey, listen, I'm at the drive-thru getting my wife a biscuit. Do you want to play drive-thru password?
JT,
yeah, colonostomy.
Are you ready?
I'm ready to order.
Your word is colonoscopy.
All right. Hey, can you help me out? You know that procedure you get done occasionally where you have to go to the doctor and they, first you have to drink the stuff the night before to clean things out, and then they check you out from the other end. What's that procedure called?
He's going to get slapped.
Never heard of it. Just never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
All right, I'll tell you about it when we get there. Let me have a chicken, sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, and that'll do it.
On your way to have your colonoscopy.
Yeah, what? JT, what are you doing?
No!
You might want to boil that chicken.
This is for my wife. This isn't for me.
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, his doctor was screaming, no!
JT, you could have took it out of the wrapper. What?
Ricky Dean, what was that thing you're talking about with the big long claws on it?
They didn't do that to you.
I don't believe so.
What doctor are you going to?
You didn't know.
I went to Earl. He's got a place behind the Sitco on Boldo Road doing proctoscope.
The word was colonoscopy. Yeah.
Can't we scan for that?
Ask her if she's ever heard of that.
Have you ever heard of it now? Oh, now she has, sure.
JT, so you're going to call us next hour, and we're going to hear you, I hate to say it, when you'll be bun up and
I did want to tell you, JT, the silver lining in this, the only good thing about it is when you get home for 2 or 3 days until things get back to normal, you feel very open, not open-minded, but you let me put it no strain, okay? No, you just sit down. It's pretty much all you do.
We're borderline too much information.
Yeah, you'll know how it feels to be Elton John for a day.
Yeah, I think we got it, me.
And JT, if you'll just, all I need from you, I don't need play-by-play. If you'll just put the phone there on the table, that's all we need. Just lay it down.
People have said that they can get the procedure done without totally going out, and they sit there and watch it on the cameras. And I said, no, I want to be out.
No, you'll pass out.
Rick, I go back to science again. Can't we scan and take a blood test?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Do we have to go in and physically touch and look at everything?
We sent men to the moon, and they walked around and hit a golf ball. Surely they don't have to stretch us over a parking meter.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't there a better way?
Hey, JT.
What about that camera that's in that peel? What happened to it?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Hey, you swallow it and they print it out down at the 1 hour photo.
Good luck.
I'll call you guys from the table.
Well, sometimes it takes more than an hour, depending on what you had to eat.
All right. Well, next time we talk to JT, he'll be bun up kneeling, and the doctor will be wheeling and dealing.
Did you see yourself go up that 1 hour photo booth and you got this hand held out and it's got brown stuff all over it? Could I get these back in about an hour? I'm going up to the Galleria.
Come on.
TMI. Can you see him folding that film?
TMI.
Why?
You're making Christopher Columbus sick in there.
You're making us all sick.
Come on.
Could you develop these, please? I didn't have enough money on my Medicaid to get them done at the hospital. Yeah, I want double proofs.
We'll be back. A look back at the open house yesterday, and then Bubba has some interesting news for those of us that have been just enthralled with The Bachelor. How about the anti-Bachelor? What does that mean? We'll find out when we come back. 877-WE-BE-BIG. You're listening to and watching The Rick and Bubba Show. 15 minutes to the top. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back at 877-WE-BE-BIG. 35 minutes past. We're back. The Association of Mature American Citizens. We now have a choice, folks. We don't have to be over there with AARP and all the agendas they support. This July coming up, we celebrate the birth of our nation. It's important to reflect on the freedoms that our forefathers fought for. Today, these freedoms are under attack everywhere you turn. It's at an all-time high now. And look no further than what's happening in this election. Where the Association of Mature American Citizens says, look, we're the conservative alternative to AARP. And you can be with us, get all the benefits without supporting leftist agendas in bigger government. It's more than just a senior discount organization. They're dedicated to protecting conservative values, to defending our rights. And yeah, of course, you get all the money-saving stuff. You get all that about travel for hotels and car rentals and cruises and theme parks and shows and events. All that's in there. Insurance discounts, yes, that's in there. Free advice on Social Security and Medicare, yes, that's part of it too. If you'd like to be a member, it's a great move, and a lot of you are doing it. We got a great report from them the other day on how many of you have responded, but it's pretty straightforward. Go to amac.us/bigvox, and you can become a member for $16, or how about that election year special, 4 years for just $30. Also, you'll find that link right now at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, a couple of things, and this is creepy, and we don't like talking about it, but disgraced Penn State football coach Jerry Sandusky.
Hadn't heard his name in a while.
Thankfully, 80 years old, reveals stunning evidence for a new trial in a prison interview 12 years after he was put there for the child sex assault and grooming scandal. He spoke to DailyMail.com from Laurel Highlands Prison. He keeps insisting he was wrongfully convicted by perjured testimony. Penn State paid $300 million for his victims and other settlements. I didn't know it was that big a number, but it was. And he says that he's been disgraced and that he has been wrongfully jailed and convicted of this, maintains he is innocent. And he says his accusers were manipulated by investigators and motivated by money. All this in a new interview. And he said, I've never done anything like this in my life, never even thought of molesting anyone. I was accused of heinous crimes, which I have never committed. And my wife is the only person I've ever been intimate with in my life.
So there you go. He says he's going to produce the videos. Now, this really does remind me of, I told you that special, and I know it's not new. I think it's been out a while. It's a docu-series that I saw on the Paramount app called Outcry. And this was about these children being manipulated by investigators who have decided that this person is guilty, and they want the kids to corroborate, the story so they can have more evidence to convict them. And sometimes the kids, and I saw the footage in this docuseries, sometimes the kids are kind of manipulated into saying something they didn't really say to begin with.
It happens. It's crazy that it is these people who commit say they did something to come to find out they really didn't.
Now, look, I'm not saying Sandusky's in that camp.
No, but what you're saying, because a lot of these were adults now that were going against him. Mm-hmm. To me, the most damaging, because remember, we covered it, and we even had a transcript of it, was the assistant coach.
Right.
The redheaded guy that used to play quarterback for him. His testimony was tough.
No, I agree. I'm not saying Sandusky.
But now Sandusky, I see what he's saying. These people, a lot of people got a lot of money out of this, victims.
Right.
And he's saying some of them are lying because they wanted money.
Yeah. Right. Now he's going to have to prove that.
He's saying this repressed memory thing is also up for debate from a scientific standpoint. But the assistant coach didn't have that.
He did.
Mike McQuarrie is who you're talking about.
His testimony was very, very.
To me, that was the testimony that made me go, "Wow, okay." The guy sees a grown man. He said, "I saw it myself."
Yep.
And Sandusky went on to say he was mistaken at what he thought he saw. But again, I don't know anything about Sandusky's innocence or guilt. I'm just simply saying. As a matter of fact, this guy in the docuseries, that his whole football career was ruined by this accusation. The lawyer that finally got him out of jail. Who
is this? Which one?
It's a docuseries called Outcry, and how he got this guy out of jail is he used what everybody felt bad.
Now, what guy are you talking about?
He was a football star. I think I mentioned on the show.
He's not tied to this story.
No, I'm just saying. But the same thing that Sandusky is now saying.
Right.
If you watch this docuseries, you see that this does happen. Yeah. Now again, Sandusky's got to have some way to refute this adult testimony, and that's different. But in this particular docuseries, they did show. That sometimes these investigators, they don't like when the children won't corroborate the accusation, and they basically end up talking them into it, almost till the kid gets ready, going, "Can I just get out of this room?" Right. And you saw this, but in this case, the lawyer who finally took it over. Now, the lawyer who originally defended this guy in the docuseries Outcry really did a terrible job, and you kind of find out that the family that suggested this lawyer may have had a ulterior reason for that, because their own person is probably the person who really did it. But anyway, what he said was, when they showed the kids not saying what they eventually were manipulated allegedly into saying, he stood before the jury and he says, "Now everybody in here wants to get on board with, I believe the children should always be believed." And he goes, "I believe children should be believed also when they don't say somebody did something."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're saying is we're picking and choosing when we believe them.
Yeah.
We believe them when we get.
At first they were saying.
Right. The child did say in the beginning that this person here that's been in jail for 4 years and is sentenced to 25, he first said that this person didn't do anything to him.
Yeah.
But y'all wanted a second kid to come forward, and you manipulated one of them to saying that he did because it makes your case stronger. So do we believe the child every time?
Yeah.
Or just when we get the answer we want? Which was a good point.
Yeah, scary.
Yeah. So anyway,
but no matter how it goes.
Now that has the ramifications from this. Yeah. It went from this to Paterno fired to statues being yanked down.
Oh,
it was wow. And then he died.
McQuarrie got like $7 million.
Oh,
remember
did he?
that?
Oh, did
he? He was a judge awarded him for. Because he couldn't get a job, and because he said that they used him as a scapegoat and all this kind of thing. But he ended up collecting a big check.
Yeah, well, I don't know what Sandusky did or did not do.
No, I don't either.
And I wasn't in the court. I didn't see the evidence. I didn't hear the evidence. He's just claiming that he should have another trial, and that he's still claiming he never did any of these things. And people had all kinds of motives to put him away, and he thinks all that should be looked at. I don't know, but
there are dozens that he was convicted of. Abusing
I think it was 43 counts. It was 10 different kids, right, involved.
It says dozens. here. The school settled with 8 individuals who testified against Sandusky at his trial. The school also settled with 26 others.
Wow.
Who later claimed they were abused.
Well, all the guys have said it. When the assistant coach claims that he saw what he saw, that to me was the most damning thing. And I don't know how Sandusky, other than just saying, well, this guy lied. What would this guy's motivation be to lie?
Well, the only thing. Think about it now. Sandusky's been sitting in jail, 10 years?
Yeah.
And, I mean, why not say you didn't do it? You know?
If I'm remembering correctly, and I may not be.
That's been a while.
Redhead, he went and told Paterno and them what he saw.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
And they
then nothing was done.
Right.
Well, if I'm Redhead and I saw what he claims he saw, that's not
You
good
go
enough
to
for me.
AD.
I go,
Yeah.
if y'all are not going to say nothing, I am.
And that was part of the criticism.
I can't just go. I
back-
told them they didn't do nothing about it.
Yeah,
Because
10
what he
years
described
ago.
was horrible.
Yeah, yeah, and that was some of the criticisms toward him 10 years
Correct.
ago when it was like, what? And
Mike
what
McQuarrie.
James Franklin has done there is really remarkable because
Yeah.
do you remember we thought, well, their football program's over.
Yeah.
They won't have one after this.
Thought it was
And-
basically a death penalty.
Yeah, and the rebuilding job he's done there over the last, I don't know how many years he's been there, but
Well, you remember the
it's
big
pretty
discussion
remarkable.
that I remember us having is the way Paterno handled it, who he said, I turned it over to the university. At that point, I washed my hands of it.
Yeah.
But then he kept letting Sandusky hang around after those accusations, didn't change where his office was located. And then there became the big, how does everyone see Paterno now? And I remember that being a huge discussion, yeah.
Well, again, in his position,
Right.
he's not an investigator. He
Right,
don't
I
know.
got you. Yeah, no, I got all
and
that.
and if he turns it over to his boss, I mean, that's
So-
I just remember
it's
that
it's
being
a bad
the-
deal.
yeah,
I don't know where because you even Sandusky's going to get due process in this. So I don't know where you make that decision to intervene when you've given it to your boss, who probably said that should be handled at our level. You know?
Yeah, but the next time you see him walking through the field house,
Yeah.
that was the criticism is a while. So here he is walking back through here, and you didn't go revisit it.
Yeah.
I think I would have gone back to the athletic department saying, so apparently y'all don't think any of these accusations stand up because I just saw Sandusky over at the locker room.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah, I'd kind of like a statement from you on paper saying that you.
Yeah.
So James Franklin, I looked it up. It's been there this 11th year coming up.
Wow. That went
Bill
back.
So was he-
O'Brien was the first one.
Yeah.
Remember, but then he left and went to the NFL. And
We'll come back. We'll look at final phone calls from you, any stories we missed. If you want to be part of the show, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we'll chat with you right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, as you know, I'm selling a house, which is always fun. As we talked about, going to the proctologist, sometimes it feels this way, to be buying and picking up a house and finishing it out.
Get that little feeling.
And the good news is,
Have you closed yet?
No. Were you sick when all that started happening? The snow in Dallas.
Yeah, I know, but they have thawed out now, right?
Yeah, but we're 3 days behind. There was 3 days we could do nothing. So
the whole closing thing is a little strange, don't you think? I mean,
yeah,
it's like nothing is done. You sign a bunch of papers and then.
Right, and the thing that always gets me, I love the when you find out about we need this.
Yeah.
You think, okay, we got it all there. Is everything where it's supposed to be? Oh no, wait a minute. I'm still waiting on that survey. I'm waiting on this. Where's that?
My favorite piece of paper to sign is the one that says, "You are this person, but you could be known as," and it gives every possible combination of your name.
Yeah.
And how about this? I even got a thing kicked back the other day on mine when I refinanced because they had one number wrong in my Social Security number, and it's messed a bunch of tax stuff up.
On all of mine, what it said, it struck me funny after I got, you don't have time to look, it's sign this is for this, this is for this, and you're just signing, just hoping that the lawyer and the mortgage people are honest folks, which they were. And I got home, and it says, Michael G. Dean, a single man. Every one of those things. Now, is that a legal term they have to put in there to make?
Yeah.
Because if I'm married, they're part of this transaction.
Yes,
they get half.
They get half of it.
Oh, they get it all. They don't get half. Obviously, y'all hadn't gone through that yet.
Right. Well, yeah, but the other here's the
you
thing
need to
that's
come
weird.
on over and live in the real world.
And I really like this. I think it's worked. I feel like I've got a builder that is one of the best. House is great. I feel like I've got people who are putting the loan together are some of the best there is. Anybody who I've ever talked to that's dealt with these people, they say they are top-notch. I also feel like that I have some of the best people selling the house I'm trying to sell, top of the line. It's just the process.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But you still have the process. And the thing was yesterday was so strange. And here's the part that's weird. You know, we have at any time we have a best case scenario. We'll be sitting there at the house with 4 or 5 people. 6 is our max when we got everybody there and everything's going. So the house, it's hard to keep it. It's always there's always toys out or somebody somebody's bathroom's got stuff and you're picking up dirty clothes and it's always that. Well, when you're selling your house, you have to keep it immaculate. So the weird part is Sherry and I find ourselves now going, why do we want to leave this house? When it's cleaned up and it looks nice, heck, it's great.
You probably found stuff you didn't know you had.
Oh, yeah. I looked around and I said, you know what? This house doesn't feel as crowded as it once did when everything's put up.
Baby, I found a puppy behind the couch.
So yesterday is what they have open house, which means anybody that wants to come can come. They go open it up for 2 hours and you're gone. We went up to my sister's birthday deal and all that, and we left the house. And I started messing with Sherry big time. Sherry said, open house. And I said, yeah. She said, anybody could just pop in? I said, oh, yeah. And she says, you don't think? I said, oh, Sherry. I said, right now we got listeners in our bed. Like that, I said, there's probably some guy taking a shower to show his wife, look, I'm in here in Rick's shower.
Well, that won't be the first time you ever had a listener in the bed, but go ahead.
It was too easy, wasn't it? Let me
Yes.
give you one here. But you know what I mean? I told her, I said, oh, they're going through your stuff. I said, they're in there probably, looking to see if they like the way you got things decorated. Probably moving a few pictures. So
can't you see the real weird guy that comes to y'all remotes that we're worried about in a pair of her panties?
So, don't tell no that. I said they're rooting through your underwear drawer and all that. And then what was great, and I said, or Speedy could be there, and he could be taking all kinds of our stuff.
Sure.
And so they had a sign up that had Speedy was not allowed, which was funny. And so we had people, stopping by, but it's just the whole.
How many did you have come through? Did they sign up?
I think they said 6 families came through, so that was good.
Does Speedy have a house?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody on the show that you might like give a good deal to? Like Don Juan?
Yeah, anybody.
Roxanne, Dunaway?
I've offered to sell it.
House.
I've offered to sell it to Dunaway. I've offered to sell it to Roxanne, Speedy and D combination, and Cassio. If they all Speedy live in the top and Cassio and D live in the bottom.
If that house won't do you, I'd like to see the one you're moving into. I always thought that's all a man would ever need.
Well, what I like about it is it's a unique deal. It's not one of those where everybody on the street's got the same kind of house. I love the way it's set up. It's got kind of a chalet feeling about it, which I like, that Gatlinburg feeling to it. But it's just gotten where we don't have enough room. You got teenagers here.
Well, when you're having a young every 9 months, you're going to run out of room. You're going to need a double wide.
Right, and Sherry's talking about we might have another one, and I said, well, I hope he's a nice guy, whoever you're going to have him with. I hope he helps with the kids and all that. But come on in here. We're at 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today as we wrap up another hour. Your phone calls could be part of it. Bubba, I did want to ask you about this. This is your area. Did you see, and you'll have to explain this to everyone, about a newly detected sound signal could finally solve the mystery of the MH370 flight. This is the Malaysian airline flight MH370. British researchers found a signal that may lead them to the plane's final resting place. Have you seen this?
I saw it, but I don't really follow this. I don't see how the signal could still be transmitting.
And that's
10
what I was
years,
asking you.
After the fact. It was a 6-second signal discovered by researchers who reportedly said that further tests could be needed to determine if the sound microphones recorded could actually lead to the plane's crash site. So I think it may be premature on this. I'm still fascinated by the fact this plane disappeared.
I know.
And we did not have satellite imagery of it.
I know.
If the overhead satellites can take a picture of my dog in the yard and casting a shadow, I think it could find a giant airplane.
You would think.
So I don't know what is going on.
We'll
Obviously, whoever did whatever they didn't want it to be found very easy. And if it had hit the water, wouldn't we have a debris field?
It's just so big, I think. I think it's just so big.
Time travel.
Here's a timeline of the flight. So number 1 right here departs from Kuala Lumpur.
Nice. At least putting an effort in. Good job.
Trying. Then here at 2, the last transmission to air traffic control. And then at 3, military radar is the last transmission. And then, Bubba, to your point, at 4, it handshakes with a satellite, indicating a dramatic turn towards the southern Indian Ocean. And that's all we got as far as satellites, Bubba. That last little handshake.
Hey, pilots.
And I think that's not necessarily the visual satellites. I think that's the satellite that the telemetry was being sent from the plane.
A ping.
Yep.
Because the engines on that particular plane, that is Whitney and Pratt, I think. I don't remember. But anyway, they had their own telemetry that went to the factory.
That's right.
And that was the last thing they saw. But I can't believe that other radar in that area, as much that goes on as military in that area, that we didn't have other radar picking it up or losing it or satellite tracking of it. I'm still like, whatever happened to it, they did not want to be found, and they went to great lengths.
Can I tell pilots who might be having a tough day?
Yeah.
To give us a heads up. I mean, why don't you do this?
Call in.
If you've decided this is your day, give us the option not to get on the plane.
Right.
Just say, I'm now stealing this plane. It's just going to meet me up there, and I'm going to crash myself into the Indian Ocean. I'm sorry for the inconvenience.
Yeah.
We're good. We'll catch another flight.
That's all we need.
We'll reroute. It'll be frustrating, but we're good. What we don't want is for you to decide that this is your day and you're going to do it on your own time, and you're taking us with you.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't be on this.
I'm telling you, they're going to land, and it's been like 5 minutes to them. And we're going to be like, man, you've been gone for 20 years. You're going to be like, what?
You remember the real concern during that time, too, was that it had been hijacked or sold to terrorists, and they were going to
remember all the rumors?
Flying bomb.
Remember all the rumors? They were at the island.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's how you abduct people.
That's how you do it.
Let's go to Braxton out of Florence, Alabama. If you want to join us, Coach Helms is ready. Hey, Braxton, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Wanted to add something to the Sandusky story. I read a book called Game Over. It's considered to be one of the most comprehensive gatherings of information about that case.
Okay.
And what the DA did in that case was just absolutely brilliant. And I'm sorry I can't recall his name. I think he actually went on to run for governor of Pennsylvania eventually. But anyway, he was gathering the stuff for the trial, and those 8 witnesses that came forward, he went to each of them individually and without the other's knowledge. And so each of them thought that they were going to be the only witness. And they were not aware of the other 7 until the very first hearing of that trial.
So
when he brought them all together, then it was very powerful.
Yeah, because they didn't know about any of the others, and they all pretty much told the same story.
Right. And after the trial began, there were 3 others that came forward, so there were eventually 11 witnesses.
Right.
Or victims. So
you're saying the case was pretty. They were very, very much attending to the details and walked it out. This notion that they just threw it all together to ruin him and help people make money is doesn't feel like that would hold up.
That's not the case at all. I don't think that DA did a phenomenal job of putting his information together.
Yeah.
He really did.
Thanks, Braxton. That's good information. Let's go to Ken, Jackson, Tennessee. Ken, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Man, I'm a big fan of AC/DC as far as the guitar tones and stuff like that, but I'm a faithful follower of Christ. But I think his health plan, dude, is his daily walk with Satan.
You know, Greg has often said that there are definitely people You got to think about the Rolling Stones. That there's people that he believes have absolutely cut a deal with the devil. Now, when he comes to collect, it is not pretty. But
not pretty. Well, I know I'm 50, and I know how I feel right now, and I know how he's got to have something backing him for sure.
Yeah, that could be. Cher probably on that deal.
Yeah.
And Greg has always tried to alert us to the signs and stuff we should be looking for. Bubba, we asked, and we're not going to do the clip out. I'm just going to make the point. But we've kind of stopped usually doing our check-in on Chicago on holiday weekends.
Yeah.
Did you see
nice weekend?
Did you see the Father's Day numbers?
62.
Yeah,
in shooting.
Yeah, that some people did not have good Father's Day. 62 people shot in Chicago over the weekend, Father's Day. So, but again, because it is run by leftists, you don't hear them being held accountable for the violence the way you would.
Was that many people shot in the Ukraine?
Oh wow!
I don't know what their numbers are.
Oh wow!
That's a lot of people for a weekend.
That's a lot of people. Yep. If you're checking out and our time is done, don't forget Rick and Bubba Daily Archives on our podcast channel for the audio archives, or our YouTube channel for video archives to go back and catch any part of the show you may have missed. We thank you for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.